This is Audible.
Wicked Intentions. Written by Elizabeth Hoyt. Read by Ashford McNabb.
Chapter 10. Meg shook her head. That, Your Majesty, is not love.
What? The king looked ominous. If not love, then what is it?
Obedience, Meg said. Your guards tell you what you wish to hear out of obedience, Your Majesty.
Well, you could have heard the drop of a pin within the throne room.
The little blue bird chirped, and the king let out a sigh.
Return her to the dungeons, he ordered the guards. He added to Meg, and when next you are in my presence, see to it you are properly washed.
Meg curtsied. To wash, I'll need water, soap, and cloth, if it please Your Majesty.
The king waved a hand. See that it is done.
And the guards led her away. From King Lockhart.
I knew the ghost of St. Giles was real, Nell exclaimed later that evening.
Temperance turned to stare at the maidservant, aware that Winter, across the kitchen table from her, had turned at the same time. Nell flushed at their combined stares.
Well, I did. Did he have blood-red eyes?
Temperance smiled wearily at Nell's excitement. Care had escorted her home after the attack, and she'd been set upon by Winter and Nell shortly thereafter. She'd spent the last quarter of an hour answering Winter's disapproving questions, interrupted now and then by Nell's exclamations. I couldn't see his eyes well, she answered truthfully. He wore a black half-mask with a long, curving nose. Winter snorted. She glanced at him. And he was wearing red and black motley, like a harlequin. Her brother raised his eyebrows at that, looking vaguely interested.
A theatrical costume. He sounds like a madman. A mad actor.
Nell shivered with delight. He fought very well for a madman, Temperance said doubtfully.
Perhaps he's merely a footpad with a flair for the dramatic, Winter said dryly.
Or he really is a ghost, come back to avenge his death in St. Giles, Nell said.
Temperance shook her head. He was no ghost. It was a flesh-and-blood man I saw tonight, tall and lean. She smiled whimsically. Actually, his figure was rather like your own, brother. Nell stifled a giggle. Winter merely sighed. Well, whoever he is, Temperance said hastily, I owe my life to him.
Which is why it is only prudent that you not see Lord Care again, Winter replied.
Temperance winced, knowing she'd just supplied ammunition for this argument. If only she weren't so terribly tired. She rubbed at her temple. Winter, please. Can we save this discussion for the morrow? He looked at her a moment, his sad brown eyes grave. Then he nodded and stood.
I'll spare you the debate tonight, sister, but a night's sleep won't change my mind. Your association with this man has brought you into danger, made you neglect your duties to the home and the children, and, I fear, imperils your good sense and virtue. I don't want you seeing Lord Care again.
He nodded politely and left the kitchen. Temperance let her head sink into her hands. Nell cleared her throat after a moment of silence.
A cup of tea always sets me right, especially afore bed.
Temperance had to blink back the tears that had welled in her eyes. Thank you. She'd never exchanged heated words with Winter. Asa and Concord could be quite maddening in their stubborn inability to see other people's viewpoints, but Winter had never raised his voice to her. He was a thoughtful man, not easily roused to anger, and the realization that she'd done just that tonight was extremely upsetting. Nell placed a pot of tea on the table, along with 2 cups, and sat opposite her. She poured the steaming tea into one of the cups.
Mr. Makepeace didn't mean to be so...
Nell trailed away, apparently unable to think of a word without disparaging her employer. Temperance smiled wryly. Yes, he did.
Oh, but...
And he's right. Temperance reached across the table and took the full teacup, pulling it toward herself. I shouldn't leave him to go gallivanting about the East End with Lord Care. I am neglecting my duties. Nell poured a second cup of tea silently, stirring in a huge lump of sugar. She took a delicate sip and then placed her cup carefully back on the table, her eyes on the tea.
Lord Care is a very fair man. Quite easy on the eyes, I find.
Temperance looked at her. Nell bit her lip.
It's that hair, I think, so long and thick and shining, and silver. It's just so very striking.
I like his eyes, Temperance admitted.
Do you?
There was a drop of tea on the table, and Temperance placed her fingertip in it and drew a circle on the table. I've never seen eyes so blue, and his eyelashes are so dark in contrast to his hair.
He has quite a nice nose,
Nell said with consideration. And his lips are wide and curved at the ends. Have you noticed? Nell sighed, which seemed answer enough. Temperance bit her lip. And they're so firm, yet so soft. They quite take my breath away. She realized that she might have said too much with that last confession, and hastily took a sip of tea. When she placed the cup back on the table, Nell was looking at her thoughtfully.
He seems to have a special consideration for you.
Temperance's eyes dropped to the table again. Her tea circle had dried up. How can you tell that? You've never even met him.
Oh, but I've heard from the children and Polly, Nell said. Polly says that the way he looks at you gives her thrills.
How did he look at her? Was Nell mistaking lust for caring? And why did it matter so much to her? Temperance shook her head, placing her hands flat on the table. His wants are unnatural, and even if they were not, what kind of a woman would I be to let my urges guide me?
Perhaps an ordinary woman, Nell said gently.
Temperance was silent, remembering the red-haired woman with the scarf over her eyes, remembering how excited she'd been by the sight. She was so tired of trying to contain her urges, and here was Lord Care, who didn't try to contain them at all. He seemed to revel in them instead. Nell cleared her throat.
I once had a friend who liked a bit of adventure in the bedroom.
Really? Nell hardly ever spoke of her previous profession. Nell nodded.
He was an ordinary gentleman in other regards. He made watch faces. But in the bedroom, he liked to tie up the lady he was with.
Temperance kept her gaze carefully focused on the bit of table between her hands, even as she felt the heat rise in her cheeks. To have this discussion at all was horribly embarrassing, but to do so with Lord Care in mind. Oh, goodness. Temperance stopped and licked her lips. Did he hurt you?
Oh, no, ma'am, Nell said. Make no mistake, there are gentlemen who like to hurt the girls they're with, but my gentleman wasn't one of them. He just seemed to enjoy the whole thing more with me unable to move.
Oh, Temperance said in a small voice. She shouldn't be thinking of this at all. It incited the worst impulses in her. But she felt rebellion rise in her breast. Was it so horrible to merely contemplate a sexual union with Care? To wonder what the scarf would feel like? To guess at what he might do first if she was bound, helpless, and open to him? To imagine giving in to her urges without guilt, the way Lord Care seemed to do? She repressed a shudder. I thought you disapproved of Lord Care.
I don't know the man, Nell said carefully. I know only his reputation among the ladies of the night in St. Giles.
Temperance frowned. The fact that he has any reputation at all among those ladies should be cause enough for disapproval.
I suppose you're right, Nell sighed. I know a man should remain pure if he's unwed. He shouldn't visit whores if he has impulses.
Temperance nodded jerkily. Of course not. Sexual congress outside the bonds of marriage was sinful. The thing is, Mum, Nell said quietly, I just don't see how it hurts. Temperance looked up quickly. What do you mean? Nell shrugged. Well, bed sport. I reckon all men and most women like it, even outside of marriage. Why is it so bad? Temperance stared, unable to reply. Nell leaned forward. If bed sport brings joy, even for a little while, why condemn it? St. John was in his study the next morning, frowning over a speech by Cicero, when Mulder cleared his throat, phlegmily at the door. Lord Care to see you, sir. He would have perhaps claimed to not be home, but Care, damn him, was right behind the butler. St. John clenched his jaw, set down his pen, and waved Care in. Care strolled in carrying a huge bouquet of daisies. You won't credit who I met in St. Giles last night. A whore? St. John asked acidly. No. Well, yes. Care scratched his chin. At least I assume they were whores, but that is nothing new. No, I made the acquaintance of the infamous Ghost of St. Giles. Did you now? St. John busied himself rearranging the papers on his desk. When he glanced up again, Care was looking at him thoughtfully. He placed his posy on a table. A man in a harlequin's tunic, a floppy hat with a scarlet feather, and a black half-mask. Oh, and he was brandishing both a long and a short sword. Rather overly flamboyant, in my opinion. St. John snorted. As if you're one to critique the flamboyance of others. Care ignored him. I think it was the scarlet feather that was too much. St. John sighed. And what was the ghost doing? Saving my hide, if you must know. What? I was attacked by 5 thugs last night. The ghost rather fortuitously intervened. Was Mrs. Dews with you? St. John asked softly. Care turned and looked at him silently. Damn it! St. John pushed away from the desk. Why do you persist in pursuing that lady? You're placing her in danger. I dislike that fact as much as you. I've decided that I can no longer take her into St. Giles without a guard of some sort. He shook his head. I haven't yet decided how to continue my inquiries with her. You should leave her be entirely. Care's mouth twisted humorlessly. I find I cannot. Why? St. John shook his head. She isn't even your type. What is my type? St. John glanced away. They both knew well enough the kind of women Care favored. Whores? Care asked softly. Women who can be bought by jewels. St. John looked at him helplessly. Care was pacing the room. Perhaps I tire of my type. Perhaps I wish to be in the company of a different sort of woman. St. John sat forward, his voice low and intense. Then why her? There are innumerable ladies of our own social rank, intelligent, witty, and beautiful, who would be more than happy to have you call upon them. And each would be mentally assessing my annual income and my ancestry. Care smiled a bit sadly. Perhaps I want a woman who cares naught for either.
Perhaps I want a woman who, when she looks at me, sees nothing but a man." St. John stared. "There's something about her," Care said in a low voice. "She cares for everyone about her, yet neglects herself. I want to be the one who cares for her." "You'll ruin her," St. John said. "Will I? The lady is not unwilling, no matter your protests. Cut line, Godric. Why does she bother you so much?" St. John was silent, a long-held sorrow welling in his chest. "She reminds you of Clara, doesn't she?" Care asked quietly. "Damn it!" St. John's eyes were stinging. "Does she remind you of Clara?" "No." Care touched the bouquet of daisies with one fingertip. "Clara was always yours, right from the very start. I never thought of her as anything but a dear friend. I confess I cannot say the same for Mrs. Dews." St. John stared at his hands, clenched on his desk. "I'm sorry." "What for?" "I think I've acted out of jealousy." St. John closed his eyes. "You have a healthy, strong lady." "No. It is I who should apologize. Your burden is heavy." St. John bent his head, unable to speak. "You know, I would give my own life if I could take away her disease," Care whispered. Care's steps moved away, and St. John heard the door close gently. St. John inhaled, opening his eyes. They were wet, and he blotted them irritably upon his sleeve. Then he rose and crossed to the flowers Care had brought. There were at least 2 dozen, bright white and gold daisies. He picked them up and carried them out of his study. Daisies were Clara's favorite flower. It was late that afternoon when Silence set out. If this charming Mickey person was a thief who worked at night, it stood to reason that he'd not be in the best of moods in the morning. And she wanted to see him when he was in a good mood. She walked quickly along the narrow street, taking care not to meet the eyes of any of the other people who roamed this area of London. Most were street hawkers, returning home after a long day calling their wares in more prosperous parts. They pushed wheelbarrows with wilting vegetables, or carried trays empty now of pies and fruit. These people she did not fear. But there were others she did. Short men with shifting mean eyes, women in gaudy dresses standing in doorways and at the entrance of alleys, lifting one side of their skirts as the men passed by to advertise their profession. These last 2 groups Silence hurried away from. She was aware that her plain woolen skirt and simple lace cap were of far better quality than that worn by the other people around her. She dressed neatly for this interview, wanting to impress without standing out. But even her second-best skirt drew looks from the whores on the corners. She pulled her cloak more firmly about her and ducked her head, walking quickly. She was beginning to wonder if keeping this mission from her husband had been the best idea. But what other choice had she had? She couldn't sit by and watch William be condemned to prison. This was the only possible action, and since he would no doubt disapprove of it, she'd seen no point in telling him in advance. Silence drew a breath as she rounded the last corner. The building she'd been directed to was an old structure, tall and narrow, the brick face crumbling. It stood between a cobbler's shop and a tenant house, looking no more distinctive than its neighbours. Except that 2 burly big men loitered in the doorway outside, while a third paced the street across from the building. Silence marched up to the door, her shoulders back, her chin lifted. She kept William's dear face firmly in her thoughts as she looked at the guards. I'm here to see Mr. O'Connor.
One of the men completely ignored her, acting as if he'd not heard or seen her standing right in front of his nose. But the second man, who sported a huge mashed-in broken nose and a too-tight bottle-green coat, seemed amused by her request. He looked her up and down in a too familiar but not unkind manner. "You're not really his type, love."
No doubt.
Silence willed herself not to show embarrassment at the man's blunt assessment.
But I need to talk to him anyway.
"But see, that's not likely, is it?" Broken Nose replied. His companion spoke for the first time, revealing a row of missing teeth in his upper jaw. "What have you got?" Silence blinked.
I beg your pardon?
Broken Nose tilted his head at the other man. "He wants to know how much he can pay us, love."
Oh!
Silence pulled the tiny purse hanging at her waist through a slit in her skirts. She opened it and looked back up at the two men.
"Twopence apiece?"
Toothless snorted.
"Not less than £half-a-crown each."
Silence drew in a breath, but before she could protest, Broken Nose had turned on his companion. "£half-a-crown? Have you gone mad, Bert?"
"No, I have not, Harry," Bert replied. "In my opinion, £half-a-crown is quite fair."
"If'n she's the Countess of Suffolk herself it is," Harry exploded. "Does she look to you like the Countess of Suffolk?"
"Nah, just a mo,"
Bert began heatedly.
"Excuse me,"
Silence said rather loudly, for she was afraid the two men were about to come to fisticuffs. Both Harry and Bert swung their faces toward her, but it was Harry who said, "Aye."
"Would a shilling each do?"
Bert snorted again, loudly and with obvious contempt for the offering, but Harry was more generous. "A shilling each is quite fair." Bert muttered under his breath something about soft hearts and soft heads, but he stuck out his hand readily enough when Silence opened her purse.
"She's your pet,"
he said to Harry.
"Better take her to himself."
Harry nodded agreeably to Bert. "I expect that's best. This way, miss." He held the door open for her. Silence stepped inside the house and almost immediately stopped, gaping despite herself. Behind her, Harry chuckled. "Bit unexpected, innit?" And she could only nod numbly. The walls were lined with gold. The hall wasn't wide, but it arched high overhead, and the gold rose from the floor to gild the ceiling as well. Beneath her feet was a mosaic of marble tiles in a rainbow of colours, laid randomly. Above, crystal chandeliers hung from the gold ceiling, and the lights were reflected in the glorious yellow metal over and over again, until the whole was a dazzling display of wonder and wealth.
"Doesn't he fear thieves?"
she blurted without thinking. Good Lord, she'd never heard of anything as extravagant as this hallway. Even the king himself surely didn't have golden walls. But Harry laughed. "It'd be a right fool who tried to steal from charming Mickey, miss. One who didn't mind meeting his maker on the morrow." Silence gulped.
"Oh."
Harry sobered. "You sure you want to see charming Mickey, miss? I can let you back out that door, no harm done."
"No."
Silence squared her shoulders.
"I'm not leaving until I see him."
Harry shrugged his big shoulders as if to say he washed his hands of the matter. He turned without further ado and led her through the fabulous hall. There was a curving staircase at the back, carved from the same multicoloured marble as the floors, like something from an emperor's dream. Harry mounted the staircase ahead of her. There wasn't really room for two abreast, and led her to the upper hall. Here, two great double doors stood directly opposite the head of the stairs. Harry knocked on one. A tiny square window opened in one of the panels of the doors, and an eye blinked out at them.
"Aye."
"Lady to see himself," Harry said. The eye swiveled to stare at Silence.
"Have you searched the wench?"
Harry sighed. "Does she look like an assassin to you, Bob?" Bob blinked.
"Might. Best kind of assassin would be the kind you didn't think were one, if you get my meaning."
Harry merely looked at the eye.
"All right, then,"
Bob the Eye said after an awkward pause.
"But it's on your head should she try anything."
Harry looked at Silence. "Don't try anything, yeah?" She nodded mutely. The realization of what she was about to do had closed her throat tight. The great golden doors were opened by Bob, who turned out to be a skeletally thin man wearing a badly fitting white wig. He had a brace of pistols stuck in a broad worn belt over his coat. But Silence hardly noticed the doorkeeper. The room within was magnificent. The glorious coloured marble floor continued inside the large square room, but the golden walls were replaced with walls of sparkling white marble. Silence looked closer and gasped. The white marble was inlaid with jewels. Above, the ceiling was gold and a multitude of crystal lights hung from it, shining as bright as morning sunshine. And every corner, every inch of the room was jammed with riches. Bolts of bright silks were stacked on marble-topped tables. Inlaid secretaries were shoved against carved mahogany sideboards. Crates spilled straw, revealing china dishes and thinly carved jade. Exotic spices in oriental chests perfumed the air, and graceful marble statues stared dispassionately on the scene. At the far end of the fabulous treasure room stood a dais with a huge, tall-backed chair. It was overstuffed with red velvet, the arms carved and gilded. Really, it could only be called a throne, which would make the man who sat upon it a king. Pirate king. He lounged, one leg thrown over a chair arm. His black hair was unclubbed, inky curls tumbling about his shoulders and brow. He wore a linen shirt, unbuttoned, fine lace framing the bare olive skin of his chest. His breeches were black velvet, and he finished his costume with polished jackboots that came to mid-thigh. She might have laughed at such a ridiculously flamboyant figure, if it weren't for the fact that the men about him obviously took him very seriously. To his right stood a thin little man, wigless, his bare head nearly bald, and wearing small round spectacles. To his left were a half-dozen or so rough men, lounging about, every one of them armed to the teeth. At his elbow was a small boy holding a silver tray of sweets. And directly in front of Charming Mickey, a hulking man kneeled before the throne, looking as if he feared for his life. "I'm sorry." The man clenched fists as big as hams on his thighs. "As God is my witness, I'm so sorry, sir." The little thin man to Charming Mickey's right bent and whispered something in the river pirate's ear. He nodded and looked at the supplicant before him. "And you'll be understanding me, Dick, if I don't quite find your apology worth as much as a pile of dog shit." The big man, Dick, actually shivered. Charming Mickey regarded him for a moment, his right elbow propped on the chair's arm, lazily rubbing his thumb and middle finger together. Jeweled rings sparkled on his fingers. Then he flicked his fingers at two of his men. Immediately they came forward, even as the kneeling man began to howl. "No, God, no, please! I have children! My wife is expecting her third!" The man screamed as he was dragged through a far door. The door closed, and his scream was abruptly cut off. The sudden quiet echoed in the great hall. Silence felt the breath she'd held escape her lungs. Dear God, what had she let herself in for? Harry took her elbow, and they began to walk to the throne. As they neared, he hissed out of the corner of his mouth, "Don't show fear.
He hates a coward." And then she stood in front of charming Mickey O'Connor, in the exact same spot where the unfortunate Dick had kneeled just seconds before. Charming Mickey gestured to the boy holding the tray of sweets. The boy brought it forward, offering him some. Charming Mickey's ringed hand hovered over the tray as he made his selection, a pink iced bonbon. He held the sweet up between his elegant, ringed fingers and examined it. "Who is she?" Harry nodded his head, unperturbed by the abrupt question. "Lady who wants to talk to you." Charming Mickey's eyes flicked up, and Silence saw that they were a brown so dark that they might as well be black. "That I can see, Harry love. What I'm a-asking is more along the lines of why she's in my throne room." Silence glanced at Harry, who was looking uneasy for the first time, and decided to intervene for her champion. "I'm here about my husband, Captain William Hollingbrooke, and the cargo you stole from his ship, the Finch." Beside her, Harry drew in his breath sharply. The boy holding the tray of sweetmeats flinched, and the thin man by Charming Mickey's side looked at her inquiringly over his round spectacles. It occurred to Silence that perhaps she should have spoken with better tact. But it was too late now. Charming Mickey's dark eyes were upon her, examining her in minute detail. He popped the pink sweet into his mouth and chewed slowly, the muscles of his jaw flexing and relaxing as his eyelids half lowered in enjoyment. He swallowed and smiled, and suddenly Silence understood where he'd gotten the epithet of charming. When he smiled, Mickey was the handsomest man she'd ever seen. He couldn't be more than 30 years old, his skin smooth and olive-toned, his black brows tilted up at the outer corners. His nose was long and almost aristocratic, his lips full and curved and elegant. A dimple played about his cheek, near his mouth. When he smiled, Charming Mickey looked almost innocent. Except Silence knew she couldn't fall into that trap. No matter what his smile said, this man was no innocent. "Stole is such an ugly word, I find," Charming Mickey drawled. His Irish brogue made the words almost a caress. "I must warn you, Mistress Hollingbrooke, that I don't let many utter it in me presence." Silence bit back the urge to apologize. This man's actions had imperiled her husband. Mickey cocked his head, a long silky curl of ebony hair sliding across his shoulder. "What might you be wantin' from me, darlin'?" She lifted her chin. "I want you to return the cargo." Mickey blinked as if bemused. "And why on earth would I do such a foolish thing?" Her heart was beating so loudly she feared he must hear it, but she said steadily, "Because returning the cargo is the right thing to do, the Christian thing to do. If you don't, my husband will be sent to prison." Mickey raised one black eyebrow, looking quite satanic. "Does your husband know you're here, love?" Silence bit her lip. "No." "Ah." He beckoned the sweetmeats boy over again and selected another. Silence began to open her mouth, but Harry nudged her, so she took his warning and shut it again. Mickey ate the sweets slowly, while those in the throne room waited. Silence noticed that a black marble statue of some Roman goddess stood slightly behind him. She wore a tiara, and long strands of pearls were draped over her naked bosom. "Well, this is the way of it, love," Mickey said so suddenly that Silence jumped. He smiled that innocent smile again. "The owner of the ship your husband captains and I have had a bit of a falling out, see. He thinks it well and good to not be paying me my proper tithe from his cargoes, And well, I can't agree with that tack. Shows a lack of respect, in me own humble opinion. So, I've taken the liberty of confiscating the Finch's cargo. Sort of, to get the man's attention like. You might call it a drastic move, and I'd have to agree. But there it is all the same. The man made his bed, and now he must lay upon it. And charming Mickey shrugged gracefully, as if to say the matter was out of his hands. That was it then. Her audience was at an end. Harry had laid his hand on her arm to lead her away, and charming Mickey was already tilting his head to hear something the thin little man was whispering to him. But she couldn't give up. She had to at least try one more time. For William. Silence took a deep breath, and even as she did so, she felt Harry's hand tighten on her arm in warning. Please, Mr. O'Connor. You have said yourself that your grievance is with the ship's owner, not my husband. Can you not return the cargo for his sake? For my sake? Mickey slowly turned his head to look at her, no longer smiling now. His dark eyes were oddly dispassionate, and without his smile, his lips had a cruel edge. Where, darling? I've let you play about me claws once and run away unharmed. If you skip back into them again, you'll have naught to blame but yourself. Silence swallowed. His whispered warning made the hairs rise on the back of her neck, and for the first time she realized that she was truly in mortal danger. She wanted nothing more than to turn tail and run. But she didn't. Please, I beg of you. If you will not do it for my husband's sake or mine, then do it for yours. For the sake of your immortal soul. Do me this favor, and I promise you, you will never regret it. Charming Mickey stared at her, cold, remote, and expressionless. The room was so silent that each breath Silence took sounded in her ears. Beside her, Harry seemed to have stopped breathing altogether. Then Mickey slowly smiled. You must love him very much, this Captain Hollingbrooke, this wonderful husband of yours. Yes, Silence said with pride. Yes, I do. And does he love you in return, my darling? Silence's eyes widened in surprise. Of course. Ah, charming Mickey murmured. Then there might be another way for us to work this matter out, to our mutual benefit, yours and mine. Beside her, Harry stiffened. She knew that whatever charming Mickey proposed, it would be very bad. She knew that she might not escape this room, this wild, gorgeous house, with her soul entirely intact. That is, of course, Mickey murmured like the devil himself, if you truly love your husband. William was everything in the world to her. There was nothing she would not do to save him. Silence looked the devil in the eye and lifted her chin. I do. Chapter 11. Meg spent the rest of the day contentedly washing her person, so that when she went to sleep that evening, she felt considerably neater. The next morning she was brought before King Lockhart. He looked a bit surprised when he saw her. Perhaps he did not recognize her without her lair of soot, but his habitual scowl soon returned. In front of him stood a great company of courtiers, clad in rich furs, velvet, and jewels. He asked the assembled dignitaries, "Do you love me?" Well, the courtiers did not speak in one voice as the trained guards had the day before, but their answers were the same. Yes. The king sneered at Meg. There, confess now your foolishness. From King Lockhart. Then you mean to see him again? Winter asked quietly that night. Yes, I do.
Temperance finished braiding Mary Little's fine flaxen hair and smiled down at the girl. "There, all done. Now off to bed with you." "Thank you, ma'am." Mary Little curtsied as she'd been taught and skipped out of the kitchen. Later, when all the children were settled in their beds, Winter would come up to hear their prayers. "Now you, Mary Church." The girl turned her back and Temperance took up the brush, concentrated on taming the thick brown curls without pulling too much. The remaining 3 Marys sat before the fire in their chemises, their hair drying as they bent their heads over their samplers. Bath day was always quite a chore, but Temperance enjoyed it nonetheless. There was something wonderfully soothing about all the children being clean and neat at once. Or at least, this time should be soothing. She sighed. "I need to go tonight." All the girls could hear their argument, even though both she and Winter took pains to keep their voices even and polite. But the main child she worried over was Mary Whitson. That Mary sat beside her, combing out the curls of 2-year-old Mary Sweet. Mary Whitson kept her eyes on her task, but she had a frown between her brows. Temperance sighed. Pity she couldn't have this discussion in private, but if she was going to attend the ball Care had promised to take her to tonight, she would have to get the children safely to bed, and then rush to dress in Nell's Lent gown. She wished it were merely for the home that she looked forward to the evening. Already her heartbeat had quickened at the thought of seeing Care again. She glanced worriedly at the old clock on the mantel. She'd be cutting things perilously close as it was. "I'm sorry, but I hope to see a certain gentleman tonight." Winter turned from staring into the fireplace. "Who?" Temperance frowned over a tangle in Mary Church's hair. "He's a gentleman Care introduced me to at the musicale, Sir Henry Easton. He seemed quite interested in our home. He asked me about apprenticing out the boys and the clothing we provide, things like that. I'm hoping to convince him to help the home." Winter glanced at the girls, all avidly listening. "Indeed. And what assurance do you have that he'll do as you hope?" "None." Temperance pulled over hard on Mary Church's hair, and the girl yelped. "I'm sorry, Mary Church." "Temperance," Winter began, but she spoke, quick and low. "I have no assurances, but I must go nonetheless. Can't you see that, brother? I must at least grasp at possibilities, even if they prove to be false hopes." Winter's thin lips compressed. "Very well, but be sure to stay by Lord Care's side. I dislike the thought of you at one of these aristocratic balls. I've heard," he glanced at the girls and appeared to modify his words, "about events that can take place at such balls. Be careful, please." "Of course." Temperance smiled at Winter, and then transferred the smile to Mary Church. "All done." "Thank you, ma'am." Mary Church took Mary Sweet's hand, for the toddler was properly braided as well, and led her from the kitchen. "Well then, only 3 little heads and 6 little braids to go," Winter smiled at the remaining girls by the fire. They giggled at him. While Winter was always gentle, he didn't often speak in such light tones. "I'll go up and begin reading the psalm for the night," Winter said. Temperance nodded. "Good night." She felt his hand briefly laid on her shoulder as he passed, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. She hated his disapproval more than that of her other brothers. Winter was the brother closest to her in age, and they'd become closer still by running the home together. She shook her head and quickly finished braiding the other little girls' hair and sent each on their way until only Mary Whitson remained. It was something of a ritual between the 2 of them that Mary Whitson was the last to have her hair braided at night. Neither spoke as she worked the comb through the girl's hair, and it occurred to Temperance that she'd been doing this for 9 years, since Mary had come to the home. Soon they'd find an apprenticeship for Mary, though, and their nights together by the fire as she braided the girl's hair would be over. Temperance's breast ached at the thought. She was tying a bit of ribbon to Mary's braid when a knocking came at the front door. Temperance rose. Who can that be? It was still too early for Lord Care. She hurried to the door, Mary Whitson at her heels, and unbarred it. On the step was a liveried footman, holding a large covered basket. "For you, miss," he said, and thrust it into her hands, before turning away. "Wait," Temperance called. "What is this for?" The footman was already several yards away. He half turned. "My lord says you're to wear it tonight." And then he was gone. Temperance closed and barred the door, and then took the basket into the kitchen. She set it on the table and pulled back the plain linen covering it. Underneath was a bright turquoise silk gown, embroidered with delicate posies of yellow, crimson, and black. Temperance drew in her breath. The gown made Nell's wonderful scarlet dress look like a sack in comparison. Underneath the gown were fine silk stays, a chemise, stockings, and embroidered slippers. Nestled in the silk was a small jeweller's box. Temperance picked it up with trembling fingers, not daring to open it yet. Surely she couldn't accept such a gift. But then, if she was going to a grand ball with Lord Care, she didn't want to shame him with the modesty of her toilet. That decided her. She turned to Mary Whitson, wide-eyed beside her. "Fetch Nell, please. I need to dress for a ball." Lazarus felt the hackles rise on the back of his neck when he entered the ballroom that night with Temperance on his arm. She was magnificent in the turquoise gown he'd sent to her. Her dark hair was piled atop her head and held with the light yellow topaz pins he'd included in the basket. Her breasts pressed against the shimmering silk bodice, mounded and tempting. She was beautiful and desirable, and every man in the room took note. And he was damnably aware of the other men taking note. He actually felt a growl building in the back of his throat, as if he'd stand guard over her like some mangy dog over a scrap. What a fool he was. "Shall we?" he murmured to her. He could see the movement of her throat as she swallowed nervously. "Yes, please." He nodded and began their perambulation through the over-decorated room. Temperance's quarry was by the far windows, but it wouldn't do to approach too eagerly. Every notable presently residing in London was here, including, inevitably, his own mother. The Countess of Stanwick was known for extravagant balls, and she'd outdone herself tonight. A platoon of footmen, attired in orange and black livery, attended the gathering, each attesting to the money needed for both their gaudy clothes and their time. Hothouse flowers were mounded on every surface, already wilting in the heat of the ballroom. The scent of dying roses and lilies mingled with that of burning wax, sweating bodies, and perfume, the whole both nauseating and heady. "I intend to return this gown to you after tonight," Temperance said, taking up the argument that had begun in the carriage ride here. "And I've already told you I'll simply have it burned if you do," he replied smoothly, baring his teeth to a gentleman staring at her bosom. None of them would have ever noticed her in her usual drab black gowns. He was a fool for taking her out of her obscurity and bringing her into contact with these overdressed wolves. "I must confess my disappointment in your waist, Mrs. Dews." "You are an impossible man," she hissed under her breath while smiling at a passing matron. "I may be impossible, but I've gained you entry into the most fashionable ball of the season." There was a short silence as he guided her around a pack of elderly ladies in far too much rouge. Then she said softly, "So you have, and I thank you." He glanced swiftly, sideways at her. Her cheeks were pink, but the colour was not from any rouge pot. "You have no need to thank me. I'm merely fulfilling the bargain we made." She looked at him, her gilded eyes mysterious and far too wise. "You've done more than that for me. You've given me this beautiful gown, the hairpins, slippers, and stays. Why shouldn't I thank you for all that?" "Because I've brought you into this den of wolves." He felt more than saw her startled glance. "You make a ball sound overly dangerous, even for one as inexperienced as I." He snorted. "In many ways this company is as dangerous as the people we've met on the streets of St. Giles." She looked at him skeptically. "Over there," he tilted his chin discreetly, "is a gentleman, I use the word in only its social sense, who has killed 2 men in duels in the last year. Beside him is a decorated general. He lost most of his men in a vain and stupid charge. It's rumoured that our hostess once beat a maid so badly she had to pay the woman over £1,000 to hush up the matter." He glanced down at Mrs. Dews, expecting shock, but she stared back, her expression open and frank, and a little sad. "You're merely proving that money and privilege do not go hand in hand with good sense or virtue. That, I think, I already knew." He bowed, feeling heat stealing up his cheeks. "Forgive me for boring you." "You never bore me, as well you know, my lord," she replied. "I only wish to point out that while money can't buy those things, it can buy food for the stomach and clothes for the body." "So you think the people here are happier than those in St. Giles?" "They should be," she shrugged. "Being hungry or cold does terrible things for the temperament." "And yet," he mused, "are the wealthy here any happier than a poor beggar on the street?" She looked at him with disbelief. He smiled down at her. "Truly, I think a man may find happiness or discontent, no matter if he has a full belly or not." "If that is true, it is very sad," she said. "They should be happier with all their needs fulfilled." He shook his head. "Man is a fickle, ungrateful creature, I fear." She smiled at that. Finally. "I don't think I can understand the people from your class." "Best not to," he said lightly. "You, for instance," she murmured. "I'm not sure you have any more need of me in St. Giles, but you take me with you still." "Why?" He looked ahead of them, examining the crowd, watching the other men watching her. "Why do you think?" "I don't know." "Don't you?" She hesitated, and though he didn't look at her, he was aware of her every movement, of her restless fingers tracing the neckline of her bodice, of her pulse fluttering at her throat, of the moment she parted her lips again. He leaned closer to her and repeated, low, "Don't you?" She inhaled. "At Mrs. Whiteside's house, you made me watch." "Yes." They were in a damnably crowded room, the press of bodies almost suffocating. Yet, at the same time, he felt as if they existed in a closed glass sphere of their own. "Why?" she asked urgently. "Why did you make me watch? Why me?" "Because," he murmured, "you draw me. Because you are kind but not soft. Because when you touch me, the pain is bitter-sweet. Because you cradle a desperate secret to your bosom, like a viper in your arms, and don't let go of it even as it gnaws upon your very flesh. I want to pry that viper from your arms, to suckle upon your torn and bloody flesh, to take your pain within myself and make it mine." She trembled beside him. He could feel the quivers through the arm she kept on him. "I have no secret." He bent and whispered against her hair. "Sweet,
darling liar." "I don't." "Hush now." A shiver ran up his spine, and he knew without even turning that his mother was approaching. They'd neared Sir Henry, who stood with 2 other gentlemen. Deftly, he inserted Temperance into the circle, made a slight excuse, and turned, just as Lady Care tapped him rather hard on the arm.
"Lazarus?"
"Madam." He inclined his head.
"I see you're still escorting that woman."
"I'm so glad your memory is intact," Lazarus said smoothly. "So many begin to lose recollection as they age." There was a short, frigid silence, and for a moment he was sure he'd said enough to drive her away. He watched as Temperance leaned towards Sir Henry, and the man's eyes dropped to her bosom. Then Lady Care drew a trembling breath.
"What did I ever do to you to deserve this terrible sentiment you show toward me?"
He looked back at her, blinking in honest astonishment. "Why, nothing." She sighed.
"Then why this constant hostility? Why this—"
Something snapped in him. He took a step toward her, using his height to tower over her smaller frame. "Don't ask questions when you don't truly want to know the answers, madam." Her blue eyes, identical to his own, widened.
"Lazarus!"
"You did nothing," he said quietly and hard. "When father abandoned me at the wet nurse, you did nothing. When he returned 5 years later and tore me screaming from her arms, you did nothing. When he whipped me for crying for the only mother I knew, you did nothing. And when Annalise lay dying of a childish fever—" He cut himself off, staring blindly toward Temperance. Sir Henry had his hand upon her arm, and there was a slight frown between her brows. His mother laid her hand on his arm.
"Don't you think I mourn Annalise's death as well?"
He turned back to her, swallowing, his mouth twisted in a sneer. "When Annalise lay dying, desperately ill from fever, and my goddamned father refused to send for a physician because a 5-year-old girl should learn strength, what did you do?" She merely stared at him, and he noticed for the first time the fine lines that radiated from her blue eyes. "I'll tell you what you did. Nothing." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sir Henry draw Temperance away from the other gentleman, toward the back of the ballroom. "Nothing is what you always do, madam. Don't be surprised when I, in return, feel nothing for you." He took her hand off his sleeve and threw it away from himself. Lazarus turned swiftly, but Temperance and Sir Henry had vanished.
"God damn it!"
He began weaving through the ballroom, making for the far corner where he'd last seen her. He should never have left her alone with the man, should never have let himself be distracted. Someone caught his arm as he passed, but he shook off the hand and heard an exclamation of surprised displeasure. Then he was at the corner where he'd last seen her. He shoved aside a pyramid of dying flowers, expecting to find a passage or nook for lovers. But there was nothing, only the blank wall behind the flowers. Lazarus turned in a circle, searching the ballroom for a flash of turquoise, the proud tilt of her head. But he saw only the idiot faces of the cream of London society. Temperance had disappeared. Temperance knew almost at once that she'd made an unfortunate mistake in judging Sir Henry's character. As he led her into a darkened room, her pulse beat with alarm. But hope died hard. If she was mistaken, if he really was interested in the home, she'd be a fool to insult him. On the other hand, if his interest wasn't in the home at all, she might be in very grave danger indeed. Which was why she made sure to put a large armchair between herself and Sir Henry as they entered the room.
"I sympathize with your need for privacy, sir," she said as sweetly as possible. But might we want to find a better lit room, at least?
Can never be too sure, my dear, Sir Henry replied, not reassuring Temperance at all. I dislike to discuss my business where others might overhear. He closed the door behind him, making the room quite black. Temperance inhaled. Yes, well, as to that, the Home for Unfortunate Infants and Foundling Children has only 3 staff at the moment. Myself, my brother, Mr. Winter Makepeace, and our maid, Nell Jones. Yes, Sir Henry said, his voice sounding nearer. Temperance thought it prudent to abandon her armchair and shift a bit to her left and closer to the door. Yes, but if we had sufficient funds, we would be able to hire more staff and thus help more children. You fled, my little mouse, Sir Henry sing-songed in a nauseating voice. Sir Henry, are you at all interested in my foundling home? Temperance asked in exasperation. Of course I am, he replied, much too close. She made a startled movement to her right, and male arms immediately closed about her. Horrid wet lips slid across her cheek. The home will be a perfect cover for meeting you. And then his lips were mashing hers against her teeth. Sadly, the first thing Temperance felt at this assault was disappointment rather than outrage. She'd spent the time since the musicale imagining how the home could benefit from Sir Henry's patronage. Now she'd have to start the whole bloody process of finding a patron over again. In disgust, she shoved against his chest, but naturally he didn't give an inch. Instead, he attempted to insert his thick tongue into her mouth, a truly revolting prospect. Temperance had been disciplining males for a 60 of years now. True, the males she dealt with were usually much shorter and less hairy than Sir Henry, but the principle, surely, was much the same. She reached up, took a firm hold of his left ear, and twisted, hard. Sir Henry screamed like a little girl. At the same time, the door to the room crashed open. Someone moving low and fast rushed in, shoving Temperance aside and slamming into Sir Henry. The 2 men went down. Temperance squinted in the dark. She heard the thud of fists, then Sir Henry's choked-off scream. There was a pause. Care took her arm and escorted her roughly out the door. Temperance blinked as he began hauling her back down the passage. As they neared the ballroom, the sound of the crowd inside grew. She attempted to withdraw her arm from his grasp. Care? What the hell were you doing going to a dark room with that ass? Have you no sense? She glanced at him. There was a reddened spot on his jaw, and he looked livid. Your hair has come undone. He stopped suddenly, pushing her up against the wall of the passage. Never go anywhere with a man not of your family. She arched her brows up at him. What about you? Me? I am far, far worse than Sir Henry. He leaned close, his breath brushing against her cheek. You ought never to be near me again. You should run right now. His bright blue eyes blazed, and a muscle in his hard jaw twitched. He was truly a frightening sight. She stood on tiptoe and brushed her lips against that tick. He jerked and then stood still. She felt the muscle jump once more beneath her mouth, and then subside. She slid her lips toward his mouth. Temperance, he growled. Hush, she whispered, and kissed him. It was strange. Another man had just kissed her on the mouth, but this pressing of lips with care was entirely different. His mouth was firm and warm, his lips stubbornly closed against hers. She placed her hands on his wide shoulders for leverage and leaned a little closer. She could smell some kind of exotic spice on his skin.
Perhaps he'd rubbed it on after shaving, and his mouth tasted of heady wine. She licked the seam of his lips once, gently. He groaned. "Open," she breathed across his lips, and he did. She probed delicately, licking the inside of his lips across his teeth until she found his tongue. She stroked across it and retreated. He followed her tongue into her mouth, and she suckled him softly, raising her palms to frame his lean cheeks. Something in her shifted, crumbling apart and reforming into a new and wonderful shape. She didn't know what that shape was, but she wanted to keep it, to stay here in this dim hallway and kiss Care forever. The murmur of voices came from the far end of the passage, drawing nearer. Care lifted his head, looking toward the ballroom. A door opened and closed, and the voices stopped. He took her hand. "Come." A moment. He turned to look at her, one eyebrow raised, but she darted around him. His black velvet tie was nearly out of his hair. Carefully, she unknotted it and combed through the silver strands with her fingers before retying the ribbon. When she came back around him, he still had that eyebrow cocked. "Satisfied?" "For now." She took his arm, and he led her back to the ballroom. "I'll need to begin anew," she said as they began circling. "So it seems." She glanced up at him. "Are you willing to take me to another party, or musicale?" "Yes." She nodded. He'd said it matter-of-factly, as if there'd never been a question. "And when will you be going into St. Giles again?" She'd expected him to reply at once, but he was silent for a moment as they walked. She looked at him. His eyebrows were slightly knit. "I don't know," he said finally. "I'm worried that we've been attacked twice now. On the one hand, it must mean I'm getting closer to Marie's murderer. On the other, I don't wish to put you at risk. I must think on the matter and decide how best to make further inquiries." Temperance looked down, smoothing her hand down the lovely turquoise gown. She'd never felt material so fine, and had gasped when she'd seen her reflection in the little mirror in her room. Care seemed so cynical, but in many ways his actions were thoughtful. She took a breath. "Did you love her?" He stopped, but she didn't look at him. She couldn't. "I've never loved anyone," he said. That made her look up. He was staring ahead stiffly. "No one." He shook his head. "Not since Annalise died." Her heart contracted at the admission. How could one go through life without love at all? "But you've spent months searching for Marie's killer," she said softly. "She must have meant something to you." "Perhaps I search because she should have meant something, because I should have loved her." He grimaced. "Perhaps I'm chasing a will-o'-the-wisp of phantom emotion. Perhaps I'm merely fooling myself." She had an urge to take him into her arms, to comfort this cold, isolated man. But they stood in a crowded ballroom. Instead, she squeezed his arm. The contact might cause him pain, but no man could survive without another's touch, not even he. They stopped at the side of the dance floor, and she watched as the beautiful figures moved past. Lady Hero, the sister of the Duke of Wakefield, was a striking figure in a silver tissue gown. "Would you like to dance?" Care asked. She shook her head. "I don't know how." He angled a glance down at her. "Truly? There isn't much call for it in a foundling home?" "Come." He began towing her again. "Where are you taking me?" "Not to a dark room, I assure you." They reached the back of the ballroom, where a double door stood cracked to let in some of the chill night air. Care pushed through them and drew her out onto a long balcony that ran the length of the back of the house. "Now then." Care stood next to her and raised their joined hands. "Oh!" She suddenly realized what he was going to do. "Not here." "Why not here?" he asked. "No one is about." That was true. The night was too cold for others to be out on the balcony. She bit her lip, feeling foolish that she'd never learned to dance when everyone else at the ball could dance as well as they could breathe. "But—" He smiled at her suddenly, handsome and wicked. "Are you afraid I'll see how clumsy you are?" She stuck out her tongue at him. "Careful," he said low, though the smile still played around his lips. "I might abandon this lesson for one far more to my taste." Her eyes widened, unsure how to take his teasing tone. "Come, it's not so very hard." His voice was gentle now, and he was far too perceptive. She inhaled, looking away from him, touched by his tenderness. He took her hand. "The main thing is always to look as if you have a poker up your—" He cast a sideways glance at her. Back. Watch." And he patiently demonstrated the steps to the dance, coaching her to follow him as the music floated through the open balcony doors. Temperance studied his graceful movements, trying to imitate them, but what seemed inborn to him was a confusing series of steps to her. "Oh, I shall never be able to do this," she exclaimed after several minutes. "So dramatic," he murmured. "You're doing quite well, I think." "But I keep confusing the steps," she said. "You make it seem so natural." "It is natural, to me," he said flatly. "I spent hours upon hours practicing these steps as a boy. If I misstepped, my dance master had a cane he would bring down on the back of my calves. I learned quickly not to misstep." "Oh," she said rather inadequately. His world was so different from hers. While she'd been learning to cook, mend, and pinch pennies as a child, he'd learned to master these silly, intricate steps. She pictured him, a proud little boy, dancing all by himself in a large, elegant ballroom, his only company a cruel dance master. She shivered. His brows knit. "You're cold. Let's go in." She nodded gratefully. They stepped back into the ballroom, which seemed more crowded than ever. "Would you like some punch?" Care asked. Temperance nodded again. He found an empty chair for her near a huge vase of flowers, and she sat while he went off in search of refreshment. The hour was growing late now, the scent of half-burned candles pervading the room. Temperance saw several ladies employ their fans, and wished rather wistfully for one of her own. Then she was chiding herself for wanting more, when Care had already given her so much for this night. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps no matter how much a person had, they could still be unhappy. A movement out of the corner of her eye caught her attention, and she saw Sir Henry making his way through the crowd. Oh, goodness! How awkward if he should see her. Temperance turned her head away and lifted her hand to her coiffure as if checking to see if her jeweled pins were still in place. "Have you dropped something?" a feminine voice said nearby. Temperance looked up, startled, and met Lady Hero's wide grey eyes. She had taken the seat next to Temperance's, and while the lady didn't smile, her expression was quite pleasant. Temperance realized that she was staring and remembered that she'd been asked a question. Oh, no, my lady." "Someone has told you who I am," Lady Hero said. "Yes." "Ah." Lady Hero looked at her lap. "It was to be expected, I suppose." She glanced up and caught Temperance's eye, smiling a little crookedly. I find people treat me differently when they know my name.
Oh. Temperance wasn't sure how exactly to respond to that, because, of course, Lady Hero was quite correct. A duke's daughter was treated differently. I am Temperance Dews. Lady Hero smiled more fully. How do you do? This close, Temperance could see a fine sprinkling of freckles across her nose. They only served to highlight Lady Hero's smooth white complexion. Sir Henry chose that moment to walk past them. She met his embarrassed eyes before quickly looking away. Lady Hero followed her gaze. That man is a toad. I beg your pardon? Temperance blinked. Surely she hadn't heard correctly. Did the daughters of dukes call gentlemen toads? Apparently they did. Lady Hero nodded. Sir Henry Easton, yes? He looks agreeable enough, I'll grant you, but he has definite toad tendencies. I say. Her brows knit slightly. He hasn't done anything to you, has he? No. Temperance wrinkled her nose. Well, yes. He tried to kiss me. Lady Hero winced. Horrifying. It was, really. And rather disappointing, too. You see, I thought he might be interested in my foundling home, but he wasn't. I'm afraid it was rather foolish of me. Ah, Lady Hero said, sounding wise. I don't think you should blame yourself, you know. Toad-like gentlemen generally try to kiss ladies entirely unprovoked, or at least that is what I've been led to believe. No gentleman has ever attempted to press his unwanted attentions upon me, of course. Duke's daughter and all that. Lady Hero sounded just a tad disappointed. Temperance smiled. She would never have guessed that a duke's daughter would be so delightful to talk to. But tell me about this foundling home, Lady Hero said. I've never met a lady who managed one. Oh! Temperance felt a pleasurable rush of confusion. Well, the Home for Unfortunate Infants and Foundling Children is in St. Giles, and we take care of 8 and 20 children at the moment. But we could take care of ever so much more if only we had a patron for the home. Her shoulders slumped. That's why I was so hopeful of Sir Henry. Lady Hero shook her head. I'm sorry. Do you have both girls and boys at your home? Yes, we keep them in separate rooms, of course, but we accept all children up to the age of 9. They're apprenticed out at that age. Really? Lady Hero said. Her hands were folded gracefully in her lap, and she made no movement, but she seemed somehow to be genuinely interested. But then how— Oh, bother! Her gaze had gone beyond Temperance's shoulder. Temperance glanced quickly and saw a rather stout matron gesturing imperiously. It's Cousin Bathilda, Lady Hero said. She probably wants me to go in with her to dinner, and she'll only become more irate if I pretend not to notice her. Then you had best go. I fear so. Lady Hero inclined her head. It was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Dews. Mrs., Temperance said quickly. I'm widowed. Mrs. Dews, then. Lady Hero rose. I do hope we meet again. Temperance watched her make her way to Cousin Bathilda. When she turned back, Care was standing in front of her, a glass of punch in his hand. You've been in rarefied company in my absence. Temperance smiled at him. You wouldn't credit how nice she is. He glanced in Lady Hero's direction, then back at her, his expression indulgent. Is she? Come, drink up your punch, and then I shall feed you some scandalously decadent dinner before I take you home. Your brother is bound to be pacing by the door as it is. Indeed, it was nearly an hour before they finally made their way to Care's carriage. Temperance was yawning widely after the rich food and richer wine. Care settled her on a seat, knocked on the carriage roof, and then sat beside her, drawing her into his arms. He threw a fur across them both, and she drifted in and out of sleep as his carriage rumbled across London.
was like a dream world. She felt so safe and warm in his arms, and she could hear the strong beat of his heart under her ear. He was different from her, an aristocrat from a marvelous spun sugar world, but his heart beat just like any other man. The thought comforted her. When next she was aware, the carriage had drawn to a halt, and he was gently shaking her shoulder. "Up, my sleeping beauty." She opened her eyes and yawned. "Is it dawn?" He glanced to the window. "It soon will be. I have a feeling your brother will take a strip from my hide if I don't have you home before the first light." That woke her up a bit more. She scrambled upright and felt to make sure her hair was still in place. "Oh, I've lost a slipper." She bent to look on the floor, but he'd already knelt and felt along the base of the seat. "Here it is." He took her stockinged foot and gently slid the slipper back on. She stared, dazed, down at his silver head. He must have felt her look, for he glanced up, his eyes darkening. But he merely said, "Ready?" She nodded, unable to trust her voice. He helped her from the carriage and walked her to the door of the foundling home. The light had turned grey as they'd approached, but no one yet stirred on the street. She turned as they reached the door, placing a hand on his chest. "Care?" She wasn't sure what she was about to say, but it didn't matter anyway. He bent his head and brushed her lips with his, murmuring, "Good night, Mrs. Dews." He turned away. She watched his broad back blend into the grey mist. Then she opened the door to the foundling home with her key. She yawned as she barred the door behind her, then hopped, on first one foot and then the other, as she removed her heeled slippers. Afterward, she wandered into the kitchen. 4 male heads swung around at her entrance. Temperance stared. Surely her brothers hadn't waited up all night just for her. But there was something else wrong. For the 4th male was her brother-in-law, William, and his eyes were red. Her gaze flew to Winter. Silence? Winter looked drawn and years older than his true age. Silence has been missing since yesterday afternoon. He'd told her to unlace her bodice and to take down her hair. So she had. Silence walked from charming Mickey O'Connor's bedroom, with her hair trailing down her back. His bedroom was on the floor above the throne room, and in the hall outside, she came upon a maid, the first female servant she'd seen here. The woman stared at her and then looked quickly away again, back to her work of polishing the multicolored marble floor. For a moment, Silence wondered if the maid had any help in her chore, or if perhaps that was all she did, polish yard after yard of amazing marble floor. If so, it was a task she did not envy the woman. "This way, miss," a male voice called. She looked up and saw that Harry waited for her. His eyes were filled with pity. Silence straightened her shoulders. "Thank you." The guard hesitated. "Would you like to put yourself to rights?" He kept his gaze firmly away from the tops of her breasts, revealed by her open bodice. "No," Silence whispered. "No, thank you." Charming Mickey had made it plain that straightening herself was not allowed. Harry looked at her helplessly for a moment and then nodded. He turned and led the way down the curving marble stairs. Other people were up by now, for it was well past dawn, and the expressions as they saw her varied. Some were pitying, like Harry. Some, mostly women, looked envious. But the majority were merely contemptuous. One bold fellow even dared to wink at her before Harry shoved him hard into the wall. After that, Most turned their faces away as she passed. They came to the front door, and Harry held it open for her.
"If you need anything, miss, just ask," he muttered as she passed.
"Thank you," she replied politely, "but I have everything I came for." And she walked into the bright, merciless sunshine. Charming Mickey had been quite explicit in his instructions, so she placed one foot in front of the other and walked up the middle of the dingy St. Giles Street, her long hair blowing in the wind. She didn't look left or right, but kept her eyes focused straight ahead, even when the whores returning home called crude things to her. She closed her ears and heart and heard nothing, saw nothing, until directly in front of her she saw Temperance's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then Silence gasped once and felt the sting of tears at her own eyes. But by then she'd made it to the end of the street, so it was quite all right. She'd followed his instructions, done everything he'd said, and he'd honor his part of the bargain as well. Except her life would never be the same again. Chapter 12. Meg sighed. "This is not love, Your Majesty." King Lockhart froze in the act of feeding a small morsel of cake to the little blue bird.
"Then what is it?"
"Fear," Meg said simply. "Your courtiers fear you, Your Majesty." The king grunted and seemed pensive.
"Take her back to the dungeons," he ordered the guard. "And Meg,"
"Your Majesty?"
"Take care to comb your hair when next I see you."
"But I need a comb and pins to dress my hair," Meg said softly. The king only nodded impatiently, and once again Meg was led away. From King Lockhart. Temperance held Silence close and gently laced her bodice as the rented carriage rattled back to Wapping. Silence was limp, but her breath was rough, and Temperance could feel her tears dropping to her fingers as she worked at the gown. "Do you need a doctor?" Temperance finally asked. No, I'm fine," Silence whispered. That was so obviously not the case that Temperance felt fresh tears start again. She swiped at them fiercely with her wrist. Now was not the time to succumb to her own horror and regret. She had to be strong for Silence. "What?" She had to stop and inhale. "What did he do to you, dearest?" "Nothing at all," Silence said tonelessly. "He never even touched me." Temperance started to protest, but then reined herself in. Quite obviously, Charming Mickey had done something to Silence, and just as obviously, she couldn't talk about it right now. For the next several minutes, Temperance concentrated on finger-combing her sister's long russet hair. She parted and braided it, and, using a few of her own hairpins, wrapped it in a crown about her head. Silence lay against Temperance's breast, while Temperance stroked her forehead as if she were a little child. She broke the quiet after a bit. "Dearest, why ever did you go to that man?" Silence sighed, the sound lost and lonely. "I had to save William." "But why didn't you come to me first? We could have discussed it, perhaps found another way to help William." Temperance tried to keep her voice even, but she knew some of her despair leaked through. "You were so busy," Silence said quietly. "With the home, with the children, with Lord Care and your hunt for a new patron." Her words were like a knife to Temperance's breast. How could she have become so involved with other things that her own sister had not thought to come to her for help? "It wouldn't have mattered anyway," Silence whispered, closing her eyes. "I had to go to Charming Mickey alone. I had to make the bargain I did with him alone. And it worked, you know."
"What worked, dearest?" Temperance murmured.
"My going to Charming Mickey, my bargain with him. He says he'll return the Finch's stolen cargo."
Temperance closed her eyes as well. She hoped that the Pirate King would keep his word, but even if a miracle happened and he did, that would not change things for Silence. Her baby sister was ruined, now and forever. Lazarus had risen only moments before when the argument started outside his bedroom door that afternoon. He looked up from his desk, where he'd been sitting in his banyan and breeches, and watched his bedroom door burst open. Temperance marched in the room. Behind her hovered Small. Lazarus took one look at the evidence of tears on Temperance's face and snapped to his valet. "Leave us." Small bowed and drew the bedroom doors shut. Lazarus stood slowly. "What has happened?" She looked at him, tragedy in her gold-flecked eyes.
"Silence. Oh God, Lazarus, silence."
He noted absently that she'd never addressed him by his given name before. "Tell me." She closed her eyes as if to steady herself for the recitation. She decided to try and get back William, her husband's cargo, herself. She went to the dockyard gang lord, a man named Mickey O'Connor. He'd heard vague rumors of a flamboyant dockyard thief in his wanderings in St. Giles. The man was dangerous. Care frowned. "And?" A silver tear slipped from beneath her eyelid and dropped, sparkling in the afternoon light, to the floor.
"He agreed to return the ship's cargo, but at a price."
A lifetime of cynicism made him know what the price was, but he asked anyway. "What was it?" She opened her eyes, shining gilded brown.
"He made her spend the night with him."
Lazarus exhaled at the confirmation. He'd never met this Silence, knew nothing of her, and even if he had, he would probably care not a whit for her, except that she was Temperance's sister, and that made all the difference in the world. It was a strange thing, this feeling of empathy. He'd never experienced it before. He realized that what hurt this woman hurt him as well, that what made her bleed caused a hemorrhage of pain within his soul. He held out his arms to her. "Come here." She dived for his arms, and he caught her against his chest, shards of exquisite pain prickling his bare skin, where the banyan parted and exposed him. She smelled so sweet, of dawn and woman. "I'm sorry," he crooned, the words foreign on his tongue. "I'm so sorry." She sobbed once.
"When I came home this morning, William said Silence had never returned the night before. He suspected she'd gone to O'Connor, but it was too dangerous to venture into the gang lord's territory at night."
Lazarus thought silently that if it had been Temperance, if he'd had knowledge that she were in a den of thieves, her person and soul imperiled, he would have retrieved her no matter what the cost.
"We waited until light, and then rented a hack,"
she whispered into his shoulder. Her breath sent shivers of unease across his skin.
"We'd just come within sight of O'Connor's house, when Silence emerged from it."
He stroked her hair. She still wore the yellow topaz pins he'd bought for her, though she'd changed her gown. She shuddered, as if remembering.
"Her hair was down, Care, and her bodice undone. He made her walk that way up the street, as if to brand her a whore. When she saw me, she started to cry."
He closed his eyes, absorbing her pain, and repeated the only thing he knew to say. "I'm sorry." She said nothing happened,
that O'Connor made her stay the night in his bedroom but didn't touch her. Oh, Care! Her protests were so pathetic that I didn't dare press her for the truth. All I could do was hold her. He tightened his arms about her. I'm sorry. She pulled back, looking into his eyes. But the worst part was when we returned to the foundling home. William was waiting for us.
He didn't accompany you in the hack? Lazarus frowned.
Temperance shook her head. He said if he was seen near O'Connor's house, it would give credence to the claim that he was in league with the river pirate. Lazarus ran his hand soothingly over her back without comment.
Hollingbrooke sounded like a fool.
And when we arrived, he took one look at Silence and then turned his face away. Oh, Care! Her eyes closed wearily. It near broke my heart. He bent his head then because he couldn't not do so. His lips brushed hers gently. I'm so sorry. Her head sank wearily against his shoulder as she accepted his kisses. Her lips were soft and tasted of tears. He brushed his mouth over her cheeks, tasting the tears there as well, licking up her grief. Care? She sighed. I'm so tired, she said, almost like a little girl. He guessed she'd not slept since he'd brought her back to her home the night before. Then lie with me a while, he whispered. He picked her up like a child and brought her to his still unmade bed, laying her gently there before climbing in beside her. He pulled her close until her head was snuggled against his banyan-covered chest, pricking him with almost pain. She sighed again. It's funny. What is? He murmured, threading his fingers through her hair. He took the yellow topaz jewels out of her coiffure and laid them on the table by his bed. William sent word. After he went home with Silence, after my brothers argued and Asa stormed out. What did he say? He plucked bent little pins from her hair one by one, releasing her tresses from their confinement, combing them gently with his fingers. The ship's cargo, she said. Mickey O'Connor kept his word. It was all there on the ship this morning, as if it had never disappeared in the first place. Lazarus stared at the canopy over his bed, and thought about a thief's perfidy and his honor and the price a woman might pay for the man she loved. When he looked down again, he saw that Temperance breathed slowly and evenly against him, her lush mouth slightly parted. Her mahogany hair was spread like a blanket of silk upon his shoulder and bed, and the sight gave him satisfaction, deep in his soul. He lifted one lock and watched as the strands curled adoringly around his fingers. He smiled slightly. How a man might deceive himself with such a sight. Then he let his arm drop. He pulled her a little closer against his chest and closed his own eyes and slept. She awoke in a darkened room with the realization that something awful waited for her just as soon as she opened her eyelids. So she didn't. She drifted, not thinking, not waking, trying to hold on to the peace of sleep. There was another body next to hers, large and warm and comforting, and she concentrated on that. He breathed deeply as if still asleep, and she liked the sound of his soft exhalations. It meant that she wasn't alone. She wished she could stay here forever, in the grey warmth of half-sleep. But inevitably, wakefulness and knowledge intruded, and she opened her eyes on a pained gasp. Care's arm tightened about her. She turned her face into his side, inhaling his musk, ashamed that tears still threatened. Silence was the youngest, the most innocent of their family, and her downfall seemed too terrible to bear, as if all light had been extinguished in the world. He sighed heavily, one hand trailing down her back to her bottom and squeezing. Temperance. He was hot. She slid her arm over his back, vaguely surprised to realize that only a thin layer of silk separated her fingers from his bare skin. Care. His mouth found hers, lazy with sleepiness. He kissed her, and she was comforted, here in the darkness. She wasn't Temperance at this moment. He wasn't an aristocratic lord far above her. Here in the limbo between night and day, they were simply a man and a woman. And as a woman, she opened her mouth to his. He made a satisfied sound deep in his chest and thrust his tongue into her mouth, asserting his authority. She let him, drawing him deep. Right now she didn't want to face the world outside those bedroom doors. She only wanted to feel. To let herself feel as she hadn't in years. Desire hit her hard and fast. She'd always been particularly vulnerable to physical lust, had to guard against it every day of her life to make sure others didn't know how it controlled her. Now, she let it run free. She opened her hands over his back, feeling the slick silk slide beneath her palms. He was muscled, his shoulders wide, the indent of his spine very defined. He broke the kiss on a gasp, plucking at her bodice. Take this off. It was awkward, here in the dark, but she skimmed and wriggled, and in the end, when her stays twisted about her middle, he simply inserted his fingers under the laces and tore them from the holes. Each lace made a popping sound as it was released from its prison, and she felt her breasts jiggle in freedom. He ripped the ruined stays from her body and then pushed her chemise over her head. And then she was naked. Remove this, she whispered, pulling at his banyan. I can't. I'm sorry, he murmured, and she remembered his sensitivity. She met his eyes. They stared regretfully down at her. It will hurt you? Not hurt. He brushed his lips against the corner of her mouth. No longer hurt with you, just discomfort. And only if you touch my bare skin. And if you touch my bare skin? He smiled slowly. That, I assure you, will cause me no pain at all. This frustrated her, but then she moved against him, rubbing her breasts against his chest, feeling the silk against her nipples. He growled, reaching for her, and she broke free of her reins. She threw a leg over him and ran her bare calf up and down his leg. He wore breeches, and she felt the rough material against her skin before she came to his bare lower legs. He stiffened. She knew she was causing him discomfort, but she couldn't stop. She delighted in the contrast between her softness and his hard strength. He moved suddenly, rolling her beneath him. Yes, she gasped. Yes. But he didn't do the expected. Instead, he captured her hands, pressing them above her head, shoving his weight down on her until she could hardly move. Please, now, she panted. She didn't want to leave this drugged state, to return to normal life, and guilt, and sorrow. There's no rush, he murmured against her throat. Yes, she replied angrily. Yes, there is. But he only laughed, his breath tickling her skin as he trailed his mouth over her collarbone. What was he about? Didn't he have the same urges as other men? That part of him, the part that made him a man, was most definitely interested. It pressed against her belly, hard and hot through his breeches, sliding to her hip as he moved down her body. She was distracted, dazed and confused. Her attention split between his wandering mouth and the cock that pressed now at the top of her mound. She tried to raise her hips, to push against him, but he chuckled and shifted one thigh, ensuring her immobility. "What are you doing?" she cried in frustration. "Why, Mrs. Dews," he drawled, "I thought you'd been married." "I was married," she said waspishly. The last thing she wanted to think about now was her dead husband. "Then I would think you'd be somewhat familiar with this process," he whispered just before he took her nipple into his hot mouth. Her mind went blank, and then a rolling wave of sensation made her literally shake. Dear God, it had been so long since a man had touched her there, since she'd felt that strong suckle. The eroticism was almost overwhelming. He lifted his head to lazily lick at the breast, each languid swipe of his wet tongue harrowing in its own way. "I must admit, I'm a novice at this myself," he drawled. "What?" She blinked into the darkness. "What do you mean?" "Making love," he said, quite matter-of-factly, and bit gently on her other nipple. She sobbed, feeling that pleasure pain, feeling the growing ache in her center. He would not move to relieve her. Instead, he babbled. "I've been told it's an extraordinary experience," he said calmly, "but you must forgive me if I seem unsure. I've bedded many women, but the act of making love is one I've never ventured. In this, I think you must be the master." His voice had a slight question, but even if she'd been in her right senses, she wouldn't have commented. Why was he playing this game when all she wanted was his flesh between her thighs? "Gently," he crooned in a hushed voice, chiding her for a groan of frustration. He shoved apart her thighs and settled himself into the space he'd made. "There. Is that better?" It wasn't perfect, but it was unquestionably better. The length of his hardness lay against her wet folds, the material of his breeches a wonderful abrasion. She closed her eyes in bliss at his heat, at the slight but not quite hard enough pressure. "There," he repeated soothingly. "Now what if I add this?" And he drew her nipple into his mouth again, his teeth scraping just barely as he suckled. She wanted to touch him as well, to run her fingers through the hair on his chest, to grip his shoulders and reach beneath his breeches to knead his buttocks. But his hands still chained hers, and she was forced to simply wait, to submit. "Widen your legs," he whispered, his voice deep and clear in the still dark. She complied. "Lift them a little." She obeyed. He grunted in what sounded like pleasure. Her movement had caused him to settle closer to her, his cock now lodged between the folds of her sex. She swallowed, waiting for his next move. "I think... yes, this." He shifted, his hand between them opening his falls, letting himself out. When again he let his weight settle against her, his naked penis rubbed quite explicitly on her clitoris. And while she was distracted by that, he brought his mouth down on hers. He kissed her, open-mouthed, and it was almost too intimate here in the dark. He lay on her, his chest pressed into her vulnerable, naked breasts, his hot cock burrowed against her softness, and thoroughly, leisurely, kissed her. He caught her bottom lip between his teeth, nibbling delicately, then whispered against her lips, "Open." She accepted the sweep of his tongue into her mouth, sucking for long moments helplessly. So erotic was the kiss that she almost didn't notice when he began to move against her. But she did. She stilled, her entire concentration on that part of his body becoming intimate with that part of her body, until he nipped the corner of her mouth. "Pay attention." His voice was ragged now. Something wild and feminine thrilled at the roughness of his voice, at the knowledge that she was affecting him despite his sophistication. She opened her mouth beneath his, biting back at him, and he inhaled sharply. Then his mouth was crushing hers roughly, almost out of control, a male creature dominating a female. His female. He shifted again, his penis drawing back, finding her entrance and notching into her. He raised his head only far enough to whisper, "Now." He shoved powerfully. His hardness breached her soft depths, parting and burrowing, invading where she'd been empty for years. She gasped at the movement, at the sensation both physical and mental, but his mouth was on hers again, and he inhaled her breath. He shoved and shoved again until he was seated, fully, her thighs stretched wide, his hips hard against hers. She had a moment of panic. Who was this man? Why was she under him, letting the worst part of herself dictate her actions? Then he began to move, and all thought fled her mind. He moved like a wave pounding against the beach, like the wind flying across the cobblestones, like a man on a woman. It was the oldest, most common movement in history, and at the same time, it was new and pure. Because it was him and her, and they'd never done this together before. She arched under him, feeling his flesh part and merge with hers as he continued to kiss her deeply. He ran his mouth over her cheek, never breaking his smooth, slow rhythm, and whispered in her ear, "Wrap your legs around my hips." She did, and then they were locked tightly together. He hitched himself up a little on her, and she gasped. On each downward thrust, on every slow, dragging withdrawal, he rubbed his flesh against the apex of her sex. She turned her head, suddenly too exposed, too vulnerable, even in the dark, but he followed her, pressing his mouth softly at the corners of her lips. It was unbearable, this slow, controlled, repeated invasion, this sure attack on her senses. She wanted to scream, to make him stop, to urge him to go faster. And, as if he understood her anxiety, he increased his pace, thudding into her core with a strong tempo, driving her insane. She tore her mouth away from his, panting, her wrists twisting under his hold. "Stop." "No," he whispered, an unseen ghost. "Let go." "I can't." "You can." He levered himself up a little more and began a slow twist of his hips as he drove into her. And somehow the pressure, the pleasure, the heat, and the expectation all released at once. She flew apart, sobbing, gloriously free. No mind, no soul, only a single throbbing point of shining beauty. Dimly, she heard his breath catch, felt his rhythm falter and jerk, and then suddenly lose control. He thrust into her body savagely as she floated, and the movement sent her even higher. He exhaled roughly. His body made one or two more thrusts, and then he stopped, his head dropping as he kissed her tenderly. She had a wild urge to say something entirely inappropriate, to tell him what this had meant to her. He released her wrists, but she was too worn out to lower her arms. "Extraordinary indeed," he murmured, his voice calm and deep, only slightly out of breath. She knew she should analyze that, should make some reply, but she drifted to sleep instead. He'd never woken beside a woman before. It was Lazarus's first thought the next morning. His usual lovers were, by definition, more in the way of business partners. They sold a commodity, he bought it. Simple, clean, and impersonal. So impersonal he'd sometimes not known their true names, even the ones like Marie, who he'd kept for years. Marie, in whose name he searched for a killer in St. Giles. Yet he'd never lain next to Marie, he'd never felt her sweet warmth beside him, never listened to the soft exhale of her breath as she slept. He opened his eyes and turned his head to watch Temperance. She lay with her arms still thrown over her head. Her lips were a deep red, her cheeks flushed, and the dawning sun gave her skin a golden glaze. She was almost too beautiful, lying next to him, to be real. Only the tangle of her dark hair saved her from perfection. Thank God. He'd bought and used perfection before, and it no longer interested him. His blood stirred now for a real woman. One untidy lock of hair trailed across a cheek, down her neck, sticking a bit sweatily, and curled at the top of one exposed breast. Round and full, the nipple a soft rose. He touched that nipple, wondering at the velvet texture of her skin, the instant tightening at the tip. She gasped, and his gaze flew toward hers. She looked at him wonderingly, as if surprised to find herself here, in his bed. Well, perhaps she was. "Good morning," he began. Banal, perhaps, but what the deuce else was he to say? But she threw back the covers and bounded out of the bed like a startled fawn. "Where is my chemise?" He crossed his arms behind his head. "I have no idea." She turned a glare at him, entirely charming since she was nude. "You took it off me. You must know." "I had, other matters on my mind." Pity. He had no need to look at his lap to know that his cock would have been more than happy to repeat their activities of last night. He glanced at her. She was on her knees, her bottom in the air as she searched under a chair, presumably for the missing chemise. The view was astounding, but he had a feeling she wasn't in the mood. And indeed, when she suddenly straightened and caught his stare, she glared. "I need to go home. I told Winter I was coming to see you, but I never expected to spend the night. He'll be worried." "Naturally," he said in what he hoped was a soothing voice. "But it's just dawn. Surely you can stay long enough to break your fast." "No, I need to get home," she muttered. "I can't have my brothers thinking we're lovers." He opened his mouth, but some sense of survival kept him from pointing out that they were lovers. Instead, he said patiently, "I'll ring for a maid to help you." "Oh, no." She held up the remains of her stays. He winced. Allow me to send one of my maids to purchase you a new one." "That will take hours." She was back to glaring at him again. He sighed. He'd never particularly enjoyed rising early, but it was quite evident he wouldn't be allowed to lie abed this morning. Lazarus threw back the covers and rose, permitting himself only a moment's satisfaction when she took one look at the tent in his breeches and blushed violently. He crossed to the cord and rang for Small. After a sotto voce conference at the door to his room, Temperance had retired to his bed. The valet acquired a set of stays from a maid, and in half an hour Mrs. Dews was properly attired again. Lazarus lounged in a chair, watching as she tied her cloak quite firmly under her chin. Every hair was in place, a white cap sat primly on her head, and she looked every inch the respectable matron of a foundling home. He hated the look. "Wait," he said, as she put her hand on the doorknob. She turned impatiently, but looked wary as she saw him prowling near. "I need to make some investigations tonight," he said.
I had word of a man I should question when I returned home last night." She bit her lip. "Of course." He nodded. "Then be ready at 8 o'clock. "But—" He bent and kissed her, hard, his mouth forcing hers open, thrusting in his tongue as she gave way. When he raised his head, she was looking at him in alarm. He smiled. "Good morning, Mrs. Dews." And he watched as she turned and left his bedroom. Her spine was straight, and she never looked back. Perhaps she'd already decided to put their night together behind her. If so, he pitied her, for he had every intention of bedding her again. Chapter 13. Meg spent the rest of the day quite happily combing out the tangles from her long flaxen hair. Early the next morning, she braided her hair and wound it about her head in a golden crown. She'd hardly put the last pin in when the guards came to bring her before the king. This time, the throne room was filled with a bevy of lovely ladies. Each was more graceful than the last, their faces painted delicately to highlight their dazzling beauty. In the midst of this feminine bounty, the king lounged, large and masculine and isolated. His gaze immediately went to Meg. Without preamble, he asked, "Do you love me, my concubines?" As one, the ladies turned and, with various simpering expressions, said, "Yes." From King Lockhart. What had she done? Temperance stared blindly out of Care's carriage as it rolled through the bright London sunshine. She'd succumbed to the temptations of the flesh, had lain with a man not her husband for the second time in her life. She should feel guilt and sorrow and perhaps panic, and she did feel all those things. But at the same time, there was a spark of joy deep within her breast that stubbornly refused to be quenched by all her doubts. She'd lain with Care, and she was happier for it. Still, she was bracing herself to meet Winter's disapproval when the carriage stopped near the home. And indeed, when she descended, she saw that Winter stood outside the home's front door. Oh dear. He watched her approach, his dark brown eyes intent, but when she drew near, he merely said, "Come inside, sister." Temperance followed him, subdued. She half expected him to quiz her on her absence the previous night, but he simply led her into the kitchen instead. There, Nell was supervising the cooking of the morning meal, Mary Whitson in attendance. Nell rolled her eyes at Temperance's entrance, obviously agog with questions she couldn't ask at the moment. Winter turned as if to go, but Temperance laid her hand on his arm. "Silence?" He shook his head, turning his face from hers. "Neither she nor William have communicated since he sent word that the cargo was returned." Temperance released a breath. "And Asa?" "I don't know. He and Concord aren't speaking. I fear he's disappeared again." She nodded dismally. Their family had splintered apart in only a matter of days. "I must go to the school," Winter said. "Of course," she replied, dropping her hand. He hesitated. "Are you truly well, sister? I worry for your welfare." She nodded, her eyes on her shoes. What must he think of her? She felt the brush of his hand on her hair, light and comforting. And then he was gone from the kitchen. "We missed you last night, ma'am," Mary Whitson said softly. She was busy stirring the porridge over the fire, and would not meet Temperance's eyes. Temperance sighed and considered avoiding the issue, but that wasn't fair to either Mary Whitson or herself. "I'm sorry. I neglected you and the other children. I should never have left you so abruptly last night." Mary gave her an inscrutable look,
much too old for a 12-year-old child. "It's all right, Mum." Temperance winced. "It's just—" Mary had slowed her stirring until the big wooden spoon was nearly motionless in the pot. "Mr. Makepeace said that a lady was making inquiries about girl apprentices yesterday evening. He said it might be a good position for me." Temperance's heart squeezed. She wasn't ready yet to let go of Mary Whitson, but she must face the reality of her position. "I see." She found she had to clear her throat. She smiled brightly to cover the pause. "Well, that's good news, isn't it? I'll discuss this with Mr. Makepeace and make sure the position is a good one for you, Mary." Mary ducked her head, her little shoulders slumping. "Yes, ma'am." And Temperance had to turn away to hide the shine of tears in her eyes. The rest of the day was spent in the usual labours of the home, cooking, cleaning, ordering the children and gently chiding. By evening, Temperance was at once exhausted and on edge, anticipating seeing Care again. Yet, when his knock came at the kitchen door, she was still not prepared to see him. Temperance opened the door and looked at him, standing there in the waning dusk. His silver hair was pulled back into a sleek tail, but her fingers remembered the silkiness of the locks. His sapphire eyes watched her from beneath the brim of his tricorn, and he wore his usual black cloak. But now she knew what it felt like to have him lie between her thighs. Knew how the lines about his mouth deepened when he was at his point. Knew how his penis jumped and jerked within her as his semen washed into her. She inhaled, fighting to keep the polite, everyday expression on her face. A corner of his sensuous lips curved just slightly, as if he had an idea of the battle she fought within. "Mrs. Dews, how are you this evening?" "Quite fine, my lord," she replied, perhaps a touch too sharply. She had an overwhelming urge to touch him, and yet she could not. His mouth hid a definite smile now, and the sight made her want to both slam the door in his face and grab him and kiss him all at once. It was a rather frustrating sensation. She cleared her throat. "Would you care to come in for tea before we depart?" "I thank you, no," he replied as formally as she. "The business I have tonight cannot wait." She nodded. "Very well." Her cloak was ready and she swung it around herself before nodding to Nell, who was pretending not to be eavesdropping at the kitchen table, and left. Care immediately set off. She hurried to catch up. But they hadn't gone half a dozen steps before he pulled her suddenly into a darkened doorway. "What?" His mouth cut off her startled exclamation. He kissed her thoroughly and possessively before raising his head slowly. "That's better." He sounded very satisfied with himself. "Humph." He set off again, more moderately this time. Unlike their other evenings in St. Giles, she did not know where they were headed. Care was the one leading now. They followed the back alley out to the crossroads, and Temperance saw his carriage waiting. She glanced at him, surprised. "Where are we going?" "To visit the man we saw at Mrs. Whiteside's house," he said, matter-of-factly. She halted. "Oh, but surely you don't need me for that." "You have no idea the ways that I need you," he murmured, and helped her into the carriage. Well, she really had no choice. At least that was what Temperance told herself as she sat on the carriage cushions. Perhaps the truth was that she liked being with him, no matter the pretext. He sat opposite her, and she tamped down a twinge of regret. The carriage lurched forward, and she looked down at her hands in her lap, aware of his gaze upon her. "Are you all right?" he asked softly, after a moment. "Fine," she replied. "I meant after our coupling last night." "Oh." She felt heat creep up her neck. He would talk bluntly about the matter? "I'm well, thank you." "And your sister?" She frowned, the tears too close to the surface. We haven't heard anything else.
Ah.
She peeked through her lashes, trying to read his expression in the dim light. He sounded as if he might be worried for her. Did he intend to repeat the events of the night before, or was it a one-time thing best forgotten? But surely if he was not interested in her, he would not have dragged her along on this ride. Temperance felt heat pool low in her belly at the thought of his hands caressing her breasts again, of his lips against her neck. The carriage shuddered to a halt, and she looked up quickly. Where? She didn't have time to finish the question, because the carriage door opened at that moment, and a tall man in a grey wig and half-moon spectacles entered.
Mrs. Dews, perhaps you remember my friend, Mr. St. John? Care asked smoothly.
Of course, she replied, trying to hide her confusion.
Mr. St. John inclined his head. Ma'am? St. John has kindly consented to join us in our investigations this evening, Care said.
St. John snorted softly, making Temperance wonder how his kind consent had been obtained. She stared curiously between the two men. Care and St. John didn't seem likely friends. Care was so carefree, but with an air of danger, while St. John looked grave and scholarly. May I inquire as to how you two became friends? She asked.
It was Care who replied. St. John and I met at Oxford, where I was spending my time drinking bad wine, and he was attempting to translate obscure Grecian philosophers and arguing politics with other boring fellows. St. John interjected another snort here, but Care continued, oblivious to the interruption. One night I came across him in the midst of 6 vulgar toughs, who were in the process of pounding him into a sort of puree. I'm afraid I took offence at their chosen pursuit. Temperance waited, but both men merely looked at her as if their story was done. She blinked.
So you met in a tavern brawl?
Care looked at the ceiling consideringly. More a street fight. Or melee, St. John shrugged.
And you became friends, she finished for them.
Yes, Care said, while St. John shrugged again, as if the outcome was self-evident.
I don't understand, Temperance muttered under her breath.
Care must have had acute hearing. I think it was the blow St. John received to the crown of his head, he said kindly. Blood all over the place. It has a kind of bonding effect. She blinked again.
And you were untouched?
That presumption was too much for St. John. He had his nose broken and both eyes blacked, he said with what sounded very much like satisfaction. And his lips swelled so much he talked with a lisp for a month. A senite, Care interjected. 6 weeks at the very least, St. John shot back without heat. You were still lisping on May Day when we, rode down the Isis dead drunk at dawn, Care said, with the Don's stolen pug. Quite, St. John murmured. Temperance's eyes widened.
Oh.
Care's mouth cocked up. So you see why I brought him when I thought we might need another.
Oh, yes, Temperance said weakly.
I spent the next 2 years at Oxford trying to get him to drink more wine and study less. And I spent those 2 years attempting to keep you from succumbing to your worst urges, St. John said, far less lightly. He glanced at Care. At one point I was certain you had a death wish.
Maybe I did, Care whispered. Maybe I did.
The carriage jolted and stopped. Care glanced out the window, immediately sobering. And here we are. After that last attack in St. Giles, Lazarus had vowed never again to put Mrs. Dews at risk. Yet, at the same time, he needed an excuse that required her continued presence in his life. His inquiries, while dangerous, were perfect. Hence St. John's appearance tonight. Lazarus admitted to himself wryly that a male duenna,
whom he'd provided himself, made his pursuit of temperance somewhat comical. But he'd not compromise either her safety or his courtship of her. The word gave him pause. Was that what this was? A courtship? Perhaps. It was the first time that he'd pursued a female without the lure of money. It was a strangely humbling thought. She'd come to him with no regard for what he could give her. He had to use his charm alone, and that was often in short supply. "Who is the man we see tonight?" St. John asked as they descended the carriage. He might be a scholar, but Lazarus knew from those days at Oxford that the man could fight if need be. "George Eppingham, Lord Fulk," Lazarus said, looking at the crumbling townhouse in front of them. They were in Westminster. The area had once been fashionable, but now most of the wealthy former citizens had fled west. "He's fond of blindfolds." Lazarus felt St. John's quick glance, but he ignored it as he rapped on the door. There was a long pause. "How did you find this man?" St. John asked stiffly. Lazarus smiled humorlessly. "A brothel madam recommended him to me." He caught St. John studying temperance, but before he could voice a possible concern, the door to the house was opened. A slatternly maid stood gaping at them. "May we see your master?" Lazarus asked. She gulped, scratched at one arm, and turned without replying. The maid led them into a house that obviously had once been better maintained. The worn wooden floor was dull. Dust had settled into the dark corners. A room was off the hall, and she opened the door without preamble. Fulk was seated inside at a desk, attired in a frayed brown banyan and soft cap to keep his shaved head warm. He wore fingerless gloves on his hands to write, and Lazarus noticed that his fire was meagre. In fact, the whole house was chill. "Who was it, Sally?" Fulk asked before belatedly looking up. He stared at them for a moment, and Lazarus thought his eyes iced over. "I have no monies to give you." Lazarus arched an eyebrow. "We're not bill collectors." "Ah." Fulk showed no sign of embarrassment. "Then what is your business, if I may ask?" "I wish to ask you about a mutual friend." Fulk arched a single eyebrow. He was younger than Lazarus had first taken him for, perhaps no more than 40. He was handsome, but want or hard living had etched lines in his face, and his jawline sagged. In another year or so, his good looks would be gone. "Do you know Marie Hume?" "No," Fulk replied promptly. His gaze never wavered, but his hand fisted on top of the desk. "A fair woman with a round red birthmark by the corner of her right eye?" Lazarus asked gently. "She was found dead in St. Giles almost 2 months ago." "Many whores die in St. Giles," Fulk said. "Yes," Lazarus said. "But I never said she was a whore." Fulk's expression blanked. In the silence, Lazarus took Temperance's arm and pulled her to sit next to him on a listing settee. St. John remained standing by the door. Fulk flicked his eyes to Temperance and St. John, and then seemed to disregard them. "What is this about?" he asked Lazarus. "Marie was a friend of mine," Lazarus replied. "I'm interested in finding the man who murdered her." Fulk's sallow skin turned waxen. "She was murdered?" Could a man pretend a change in skin color? Lazarus thought not. "She was found bound to a bed, her belly cut open." Fulk stared at him, and then abruptly shifted his weight in his chair, slumping back. "I didn't know." "You saw her?" Lazarus asked. Fulk nodded. "A half-dozen times or more, but I wasn't the only man she entertained." Lazarus waited, not saying anything. Fulk's color, what there was of it, was returning to his face. "She had several callers.
She was willing to do, unusual things." He looked knowingly at Lazarus, as if they shared a dirty secret. Except Lazarus had held his secret so many years he'd lost any shame he'd once had in it. He stared back stonily at the man. "Do you know the names of any of her other callers?" "Perhaps." Lazarus studied the man a moment, and then said, without looking at St. John, "Take Mrs. Dews to the carriage, please." Temperance tensed beside him, but she went without protest as St. John led her from the room. He shut the door behind them. Lazarus hadn't taken his eyes from Falk the entire time. "Now, tell me."
"Should we leave him alone with that man?" Temperance whispered anxiously to Mr. St. John. He didn't break stride as he descended the townhouse steps.
"Care knows what he's doing."
"But if Lord Falk should call more servants, what if he overwhelms Lord Care?"
Mr. St. John handed her into the carriage and then sat across from her.
"I expect Care can handle himself. Besides, it didn't look like Falk had any more servants than that half-witted girl."
Temperance gazed nervously out the window, not exactly convinced by this vague reassurance.
"You worry about him,"
St. John said softly. She looked at him in surprise. "Well, of course I worry about him." She saw suddenly by the satisfaction on his face that worry had a far more significant meaning for him. She looked down at her hands and repeated more softly, "Of course I worry for him."
"I'm glad," he said. "No one has worried about him for a very long time, I think."
"Except for you," she said quietly. He frowned a little, and she noticed for the first time that his thoughtful grey eyes were rather lovely, in a remote sort of way.
"I worry about him, but it isn't the same, is it? I have my own family."
He blinked suddenly, and his head jerked as if he'd remembered something.
"Or I had one, at least."
There was an awkward silence then, for he was obviously suffering from some kind of grief, and just as obviously didn't want to discuss it. After a bit, she inhaled. "He still hasn't come out."
St. John crossed his arms. "He will."
"Did you know her?" she asked suddenly. "Marie." Mr. St. John's cheekbones were high and sharp, and she saw them pinken slightly now with flags of colour.
"No, I never met her."
The colour deepened.
"He keeps that part of his life well hidden."
"And he's never married?"
"No." He frowned, thinking. "As far as I know, he's never even been interested in a respectable woman." He looked up at her. "At least, not until now."
It was her turn to examine her hands while her cheeks heated. She felt, more than saw, St. John sit a little forward.
"Look here. He may seem hard and cynical and, well, brutal sometimes. But remember, there's a part of him that's vulnerable. Don't hurt him."
Her head jerked up, appalled at the very thought. "I would never hurt him." But he was already shaking his head.
"You say that now, it's natural. But keep it close to your heart. He can bleed. Don't make him."
The carriage rocked as Lord Care threw open the door and entered. St. John shot her a warning look, then sat back against the squabs.
"Did you get what you wanted?"
"Indeed." Care thumped against the roof and settled himself beside St. John. "Falk knows of at least 3 other men."
St. John raised his eyebrows doubtfully. "It's not much to go on."
"But it's more than I had before," Care replied.
St. John scoffed. "And how do you propose going about finding these fellows?"
"I'll inquire," Care said loftily.
"Dear God, inquire?"
They were bickering, but Temperance had the idea that both men enjoyed it, thought they'd die 1,000 deaths before admitting it.
She looked out the window and half drifted as she thought about what St. John had said earlier. Surely he must be mistaken. How could a man like Care have any vulnerabilities at all? She glanced at him from under lowered lids. His attention was on some point he was making to St. John, but he caught her look, nevertheless. His eyelids drooped, and a corner of his mouth curled sensually, even as he argued with his friend. Temperance caught her breath and hastily looked away. Dear God, if he could affect her with a mere look, surely it was she who should be warned. They pulled up at St. John's house shortly thereafter. "Good night, Care, Mrs. Dews." St. John nodded. Temperance inclined her head. "Good night, and thank you," Care said. St. John shrugged. "Any time." The door closed behind him, and then the carriage jerked into motion again. Temperance half expected Care to cross and sit beside her, but he seemed content to watch her from across the carriage. She fidgeted a moment under his eyes, and then a question that had been hovering at the back of her mind for days now tumbled out. "Did you know she saw other men?" The question was abrupt, she knew, but he had no trouble following her train of thought. "No." "But—" She frowned down at the folds of her cloak, rubbing at a spot on the edge. "She was your mistress. Surely you expected fidelity." "Yes." "Well?" Her voice verged on the strident, but she didn't moderate it. How could he not care? "She was my paid mistress," he said coldly. "Nothing more." "For how long?" "Nearly 2 years." "And how often did you see her?" He stirred impatiently. "It was my habit to visit her twice a week." She stared at him, a rising tide of some emotion swelling in her breast, threatening to break the barrier of her silence. "You saw Marie twice a week for 2 years? You made love to her hundreds of times." "What we did was not making love," he cut in sharply. She waved away the interruption. "You once said you didn't love her, but you must have felt something for her." He simply looked at her. "You've gone to great trouble and risked your life on more than one occasion to find her killer." She smacked her open palm against her seat. "She must have meant more to you than a mere mistress." "So you believe I must have loved her?" he asked softly. She leaned forward, enraged for no discernible reason. "I believe that you wanted to love Marie, that you're enamored by the idea of love, but that you have no concept what love is. I think that's what you're searching for in St. Giles, some source of emotion, some inkling of what human feeling really is." "How terribly perceptive of you, Mrs. Dews," he drawled horribly. "You've known me less than a month, and you've already plumbed the depths of my soul." All her anger left her instantly. "Lazarus!" "What?" A muscle twitched on his jaw. "What do you want me to say?" She closed her eyes. "Something, anything. Tell me she was the love of your life. Explain to me how it is she was your mistress, but you had no idea she had other lovers, or even a brother. Tell me something, Care. Feel something." "Perhaps there's nothing to tell," he murmured, apparently unmoved. "Perhaps my actions are on a whim only. Perhaps I've never loved another human being in my life. Perhaps I can't." She stared at him, feeling wounded, feeling weary. "I don't believe you. All people can love." He threw back his head and laughed, not at all nicely. "All? What a very childish thing to say. Do whores love? Do murderers? Tell me, does the man who raped your sister feel love?" She was across the carriage before she thought about it, flailing at his neck, shoulder and face, anywhere she could reach. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" He caught her flying wrists deftly. "I'm sorry. I know what you want me to say, but I can't give you that.
I can only give you this." And he wrapped his black cape about her like the wings of a bird and kissed her. Chapter 14. King Lockhart turned to Meg, his eyebrow cocked in challenge. But Meg merely said, "This is not love." "And what is it then, fair Meg?" Meg's lips twitched as she hid a smile. "Lust, Your Majesty. Your concubines lust after you." The king swore loudly, making the blue bird flutter on her perch. "Away with you again, Meg, and be sure to wear a gown more befitting a throne room when next I call for you." Meg curtsied. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I only have the clothes upon my back, and no others." "See to it that she is properly attired," King Lockhart commanded. And once again, Meg was led back to the dungeons. From King Lockhart. Temperance struggled against Lazarus even as he shoved his tongue into her mouth. Her rage was desperate, baffling, and she wanted to scream and weep at the same time. Why couldn't he feel? Why couldn't he love? Why couldn't he give her what she needed? But his mouth was heavy on hers, his lips drugging. She found herself grasping at him instead of trying to free herself. If he would not let her go, then she'd take from him as he took from her. She knocked his hat to the floor of the carriage, speared her fingers through the silver threads of his hair, dislodging his ribbon. She loved his hair, gloried in the shining silken strands. She fisted her hands in his hair and tugged, pulling his head back. He groaned as their kiss was broken, then groaned again as she slid her open mouth down his throat. She didn't care if she was causing him pain. His skin was cool from the night air, salty and sweet. She licked him, tasting, wanting to bite, wanting to devour this man she could neither let go nor fully possess. She opened her mouth over the tendon at the side of his neck and bit down, hard. He cursed, the sound loud in the carriage. He took her head between his palms as if to forcibly dislodge her, but then abandoned the attack. Instead, his hands were suddenly at her skirts, pushing, shoving them upward as he continued to curse steadily. She clutched at his shoulders to keep her balance as he jostled her, bringing her legs to either side of his hips. She could feel her skirts up around her waist, but she had her eyes closed, savoring the taste of his flesh in her mouth. He fumbled between their bodies, his hands knocking against her bare inner thighs, and one corner of her mind wondered if he really thought he could accomplish anything in this close space. Then she felt his naked erection, probing. She opened her eyes and reared back, staring at him in shock. He watched her, his eyes silently locked with hers as he guided himself between their bodies. She felt as he rubbed her lips, felt as he found her entrance. Felt as he lodged his head there. Felt as he paused. She looked at him, balanced atop his cock, only the barest tip inside her. She was empty and waiting. "You do it," he rasped. She blinked, as if coming out of a daze, glancing about them. They were in a moving carriage, for goodness sake. "No." He laid one palm against her cheek, turning her face to look at him again. "It's far too late for doubts. Stay with me. Put me in you." "But—" He slid his hand up until his fingers were right against her feminine flesh. Her eyes widened. He held her gaze as he deliberately circled the part of herself that was holding him, then moved up and pinched her clitoris between thumb and forefinger. She gasped. "Temperance," he whispered, a dark sexual devil. "Temperance, make love to me." She arched her back, feeling his cock large and insistent, those fingers assured and relentless. This was wrong, so wrong, and it felt so very, very good. "Temperance," he whispered, sliding his left thumb across her mouth as he rubbed his right against her clitoris. She opened her mouth, licking his thumb. "Temperance." Her hips bucked once, twice. Her head fell back even as she drenched his penis in her orgasm. She opened her eyes as she came, watching him beneath lowered lids. His face was drawn, his mouth a tight, tortured line. "Don't keep me in suspense," he said. But she was wild now, a being without thought other than to fulfill her body's desires. She watched him, half smiling as she swiveled her hips, teasing him and herself. He moaned, "Temperance." The carriage jolted over a rut in the road, and she let the movement bear her down on him, let him enter her an inch or two. But then she immediately lifted, so that only his head teased her folds. He swore, his upper lip beaded with sweat, and she laughed, low, the sound like no other she'd ever made in her life. She was possessed, here in this dim carriage, travelling between worlds, on a journey without a clear destination. She arched, bringing him inside again just a little, and then let him slide entirely from her body. "Damn it, Temperance!" His voice, normally cool and dispassionate, was ragged. She smiled and leaned forward, rubbing herself against him, using his hard, hot flesh to arouse herself. She bent, tilting her hips, and took his bottom lip between her teeth. He might have sworn then the words were unintelligible, but his purpose was certainly clear. He grabbed her hips in a firm hand and brought her up, shoving his cock in place with the other hand and bringing her down, hard. Oh, ecstasy. He filled her, stretching her wide in this position. The feeling was exquisite. She arched, clutching at his shoulders, grinding herself against him. But he wanted something different. He slapped her bottom through her skirts. "Ride me." She pouted. No. She liked this subtle grinding, this wonderful rubbing. "Ride me, damn it." He pressed his thumb against her, and for a moment she saw stars. Then he took it away again. "No," she moaned. "Then ride me, please." She looked down at him, this aristocrat, this lord, begging her to bring him pleasure, and decided she would take pity. She rose up on her knees, his length sliding from her, and then brought herself down again. He watched her, thumbing her secretly under her skirts as she rode him, jolting hard into him, swiveling, panting, riding him as the carriage bumped through the darkened streets. Each rough jolt, each swaying swerve added to her pace until she was moving on him fast, open-mouthed and gasping for air, galloping toward a finish. His face was sheened by sweat, his mouth drawn and strained. The muscles of his neck stood out in ropes of tension, and she saw him swallow as he pressed against her. She wanted to tell him, to cry aloud to him, how very much he meant to her. But then she lost her pace, faltered, and fell against him, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Dimly she was aware that he clutched her hips with both hands now, that he was bucking beneath her, driving his length again and again into her open flesh. She sobbed into his shoulder, waiting, her muscles turned to liquid, her center a furnace. He pumped into her without mercy, and she turned her head to watch him, saw when he tilted his face to the ceiling, his mouth open, his teeth bared in a silent bellow. His semen flooded her. He was arched, his hips tilted up, her knees nearly off the seat as he held himself in her, pumping out his essence. And then he suddenly relaxed. Her knees bumped down onto the squabs again. His arms came up slowly, as if he were worn out, and crossed behind her back, holding her close. They were still locked together, his softening flesh in her,
as she laid her head against his shoulder and listened to the sounds of the London night passing by outside. She was a warm weight on his lap, holding his cock still within her soft, slick body. Lazarus closed his eyes, inhaling the perfume of their mating. It was an earthy scent, a humble scent, one he would forever associate with her. He ran his palm down her back, feeling the rough wool of the cloak she still wore. They'd made love in a carriage. A corner of his mouth twitched up at the absurdity. He wasn't a young lordling, given to flights of wagered daring. But she seemed to arouse him no matter what the venue. She lifted her head and tried to push away from him, but he held her a moment longer. Harsh. "We'll arrive home soon," she whispered. She was right, but he was reluctant to let go, to separate from her. But his flesh was weak. She moved again, and he felt himself slide from her depths. He sighed and opened his arms. She scrambled from his lap, almost falling as the carriage tilted around a corner. "Careful." He steadied her with a hand, but she soon moved across the carriage and sat on the opposite seat. She looked away from him. Ah, Mrs. Dews, that reserved matron, was back. He laid his head wearily on the seat. "You need to set yourself to rights," she said, gesturing at his lap without looking, as if the sight offended her. He glanced down. Well, he certainly wasn't at his proudest, lying limp and damp against the outside of his breeches. "Please," she murmured. "Have you a kerchief?" he asked politely. She fished in her sleeve and produced one, holding it out. He took it, slowly wrapped the bit of linen around his member, and wiped himself off. He handed the handkerchief back. "Thank you." Her mouth dropped open, as horrified as if he'd taken a piss in Westminster. He would have laughed, save that the situation was more tragic than amusing. Why must she be so provincial in her attitude toward love-making? He narrowed his eyes. Perhaps her husband had been a prude or otherwise inadequate. It came to him that she'd hardly mentioned the man at all, though she professed to have loved him. He opened his mouth to ask her about the dead man, but the carriage shuddered to a halt. He glanced out the window and saw that they'd drawn up at the end of Maiden Lane. She was already scrambling to leave him. He rose. "That's quite all right," she said hurriedly. "I can get out by myself." He stretched his lips into a thin smile. "I have no doubt that you can, but I intend to walk you to your door." "Oh, but—" Her protest died when she saw his face. "Oh." After that she descended quietly. He took her arm as soon as he made the street, not confident that she wouldn't simply flee ahead. They walked to her door silently, and by the time they made it, he was in a rage, though he couldn't pinpoint why. She turned as soon as they were abreast of the home, intending, it seemed, to enter without even bidding him good night. Something snapped. He muttered a curse before hauling her around and slamming his mouth down on hers. This was what he wanted. This was what tamed the beast within him. Her soft lips, the quiet sound of her moan as he licked across them. There was a desperate animal need within him, one he couldn't fully identify, one he couldn't understand rationally. It was tearing him apart from within, this need. It wanted her, something from her, though he didn't know quite what. He only knew that if this terrible need was not assuaged, he very much feared he might lose something within himself. It was a confusing thought, and as he raised his head, he saw that her face revealed confusion as well. Perhaps she too was in the grip of something terrible that she could not define. She opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end she turned away without saying anything. "Temperance," he pleaded. For what, he wasn't sure. She stopped, her back to him. I can't. Good night. And she rapped on the door to her home. Christ's bloody body. He turned away, kicking at the uneven paving stones. They couldn't go on like this. One of them would break, and he wasn't sure which would be worse, him or her. The return carriage ride was long and wearisome. By the time he made his own townhouse, the clocks had already chimed the midnight hour. He gave his hat, cloak, and stick to the butler and was already walking toward the stairs when the man cleared his throat.
"My lord, you have a visitor?"
Lazarus turned and stared at his butler. The butler bowed.
"Lady Care is in the library."
Lazarus strode to the library, some nameless trepidation making his heart beat quickly. He opened the door and saw her at once. She lounged on a settee, her shimmering lake-blue skirt spread about her, her head slumped onto her shoulder. She'd fallen asleep waiting for him. He approached the settee on the balls of his feet, oddly hesitant to wake her. When was the last time he'd examined her unobserved? Years, perhaps, or more likely decades. She was beautiful. She always had been, and she always would be. The bones of her face were fine and aristocratic, but he noticed now a slight softening of her jawline, a tiny drooping of her upper eyelids. He bent closer to look for other changes, and inhaled the scent of oranges. Her scent. She'd always worn it, and it brought back memories of the nursery, of her coming to visit when he ate his tea when he was 7 or 8, of her kissing his cheek before she left. She stirred, and he hurriedly stepped back. "Lazarus?" She opened those sharp blue eyes. "I'd ask you where you've been if I did not fear to hear the answer."
"Madam."
He propped a shoulder on the mantel.
"To what do I owe this visit?"
She smiled, arch and flirtatious, but he thought he saw her lips tremble. "Can't a mother drop in on her son?"
"I'm tired. If you've only come to play, you'll excuse me if I seek my bed instead."
He turned toward the door, but her voice stopped him. "Lazarus, please." He looked at her. The smile was gone now, and her lips did definitely tremble. She inhaled as if bracing herself. "Have you any wine?" He stared at her another moment, and then sighed. Perhaps it was the lateness of the hour, or his own weariness, but he could use a drink as well, though not of wine. He crossed to the decanter and poured them each a glass of brandy.
"I seem to remember you preferring this instead."
He handed her a glass. "Do you?" She took the glass with both hands, looking startled. "How did you know?" He shrugged, taking a seat across from her.
"I think I saw you one night in Father's study."
She raised her eyebrows, but did not comment. For a moment, they both sipped their brandy in silence. Finally, she cleared her throat. "You took that woman to Lady Stanwick's ball." He gazed at her over his glass. Her tone had been very neutral.
"Her name is Temperance Dews. She runs a foundling home in St. Giles."
"A foundling home?" She glanced up quickly. "For children?"
"Yes."
"I see." She was gazing at her glass now with pursed lips.
"What did you come for, Mother?"
he asked softly. He expected her usual dramatic outrage, perhaps some cutting sarcasm. Instead, she was silent for a time. Then she said, "I loved her, you know." And he knew that she was talking about Annalise, dead a quarter of a century. "I miscarried 3 times, his mother said low. "Once before you were born, and twice before Annalise was born." He eyed her sharply.
"I didn't know."
She nodded. "Of course not. You were a child, and we were not a particularly close family. He didn't bother replying to that. She continued, "So, when Annalise was born, she was very dear to my heart. Your father, of course, had no need of a girl child, but that was just as well." She glanced up quickly at him, and then down again at her glass. "He'd taken you away from me when you were but a baby, made you his own, as it were, his heir. So I made Annalise my own. Her wet nurse lived in the house, and I visited her every day, several times a day if I could." She took a long sip of brandy, closing her eyes. Lazarus didn't say anything. He didn't remember this, but then he'd been a child, and only interested in matters that impacted his own small world. "When she became ill—" She stopped and cleared her throat. "When Annalise became ill that last time, I begged your father to send for a doctor. When he refused, I should have sent for one myself, I know that. But he was adamant. And he was your father. You remember how he was?" Oh yes, he remembered well how father was. Hard, mean, completely assured of both his own invincibility and his own correctness, and cold, so very cold. "Anyway," she said softly, "I thought you should know." She looked at him as if waiting for something, and he stared back, mute, because he wasn't sure if he was ready, if he'd ever be ready, to give it to her. "Well," his mother drained her glass and set it on a table before rising. She smiled brilliantly at him. "It's very late and I must be getting home. Tomorrow I have a fitting for a new gown and then an afternoon tea to attend, and I must get some sleep if I'm to look my best." "Naturally," he drawled. "Good night, Lazarus." She turned to the door, but then hesitated before looking at him over her shoulder. "Please remember that just because love isn't expressed doesn't mean it isn't felt." She swept from the room before he could reply. Lazarus reseated himself and watched as he swirled the last of the brandy in his glass, remembering a little girl's brown eyes and the scent of oranges. She couldn't go on like this. Silence pretended to sleep as she watched her husband rise. They'd slept in the same bed last night, but it might as well have been in separate houses. William had lain as still as a corpse on the far side of the bed, so near the edge she'd thought he might fall off in the night. When she'd carefully inched over to lie against him in the dark, his entire body had stiffened, and fearing he really would fall, she'd rolled back to her own side, hurt. But it had taken her many hours to finally sleep. Now she watched as he shaved and dressed, without ever looking her way. Something shriveled and died inside her. His ship's cargo had reappeared just as suddenly as it had disappeared. The ship's owner was overjoyed. William was no longer in peril of being sent to prison for theft, and he'd finally received his pay. They should have been happy. Instead, despair hovered over their little home like an insidious mist. William buckled his shoes and left the bedroom, closing the door softly behind him. Silence waited a moment, and then rose herself, hurriedly tiptoeing about the room to dress. Yesterday he'd left without saying goodbye, and indeed, when she came out of the bedroom, he already had his hat on. "Oh," she said. He walked to the door. I'd hoped to make you breakfast," she said in a rush. He shook his head without looking at her. "No need. I have business this morning anyway." He'd been at sea for over 6 months. Probably he did indeed have business, but at 7 of the clock? "He never touched me," she said low. "I vow on my mother's grave, he never touched me. I swear on—" She looked wildly around the room, and ran to pick up the Bible her father had given her as a little girl. "I swear, William, on—"
"Don't."
In 2 strides he was beside her finally. He gently took the Bible from her hands.
"Don't."
She looked at him helplessly. She told him again and again, but each time he merely looked away from her. "It's the truth," she said, her voice trembling. "He took me to his bedroom and told me that if I spent the night in his bed, then in the morning he would return the cargo. He promised he would not touch me, and he did not. He did not, William. He slept on a chair by the fire the entire night." She fell silent, mutely urging him to acknowledge her, to turn and kiss her, and pat her on the cheek and say what a silly misunderstanding this all was, to be her William again. Instead, he turned his face away from her. "Oh, why can't you believe me?" she cried. He shook his head, his weariness more chilling than anger would have been.
"Mickey O'Connor is a notorious scoundrel, without a scrap of decency or pity, Silence. I don't blame you. Just wish you had let me handle this."
He looked at her, finally, and to her horror, she saw that his eyes swam with tears.
"I wish to God you'd never gone there."
He strode to the door and jerked it open. "He asked me if you loved me," she cried. He halted, still and silent. "I told him you did," she whispered. He walked out without answering, and shut the door behind him. Silence stared at her hands, and then around the small old room. She'd thought it homely once. Now it merely seemed dreary. She sat abruptly on a straight-backed chair. When she'd told charming Mickey that her husband did indeed love her, he'd simply smiled and replied, "If he loves you, he will believe you." What a fool she was. What a fool. He'd never really allowed himself to examine why he sought Marie's killer, Lazarus reflected as he paced through the darkening streets the next night. St. John had told him he was obsessed, and Temperance had accused him of believing he was in love with Marie when he had no idea what love was. But was either right? Perhaps he was simply on a quixotic quest for no discernible reason. Perhaps his life was so barren that the violent death of a mistress was a welcome excitement. Depressing thought. She'd been seeing other men while living at his expense. The knowledge should have shocked him, made him angry. But his only emotion was curiosity. Had she needed more money than his generous allowance? Or had she needed the sexual coupling? He stepped around a near-skeletal man, passed out or perhaps dead in the street. He was nearing St. Giles. The street was becoming narrower, more filthy and wretched. The channel in the middle of the street was clogged with noxious debris, the stench a miasma that seemed to cling to the skin. He'd already found one of the men Falk had named, a thin, weaselly fellow who'd never once met his eyes as they'd talked. He couldn't help but think the man needed to tie up his women in order to get the courage to become aroused. The thought was repugnant. Was that what he was? A coward, unable to look a woman in the eye as he bedded her? Except he could look Temperance in the eyes. He didn't need the ropes and hood with her. She was a kind of freedom for him, a pleasant sort of normalcy. Perhaps that was why his feet guided him to her even now. Night had fallen fully, black and ominous, by the time he entered St. Giles proper. Lazarus grasped his stick more firmly, aware that he'd been attacked 3 times now in this area. He'd been intent on the hunt, on following the trail of blood. But perhaps he should look more closely at where and when he'd been attacked. On why he'd been attacked. Up ahead, a gang of men emerged around the corner. Lazarus faded back into a side alley and watched their approach warily. They were arguing over a gold watch and a curled wig. They'd obviously already preyed on at least one unlucky gentleman tonight. Lazarus waited for a moment after their voices had died into the night, and then continued. 10 minutes more, and he stood outside Temperance's kitchen door. The hour was late. He hesitated a moment, straining to listen for any sounds from within. When he could make out none, he twisted apart his stick, drawing out his short sword. He inserted the blade in the crack between the door and the frame. A moment of careful maneuvering, and he'd lifted the bar. Easing the door open, he glided inside and rebarred it. The kitchen fire was banked for the night. Perhaps she'd already gone to bed. He could sneak up the stairs, but he had no idea which room was hers. The risk of alarming the house was too big. Besides, a teapot sat on the table, a small pitiful tin of tea beside it. Perhaps she meant to return for her midnight cup of tea. He entered her little sitting room as he had on that first night he'd met her. The grate was cold, and he knelt to lay a fire, returning briefly to the kitchen for a spill. Then he sat and waited, like a lovelorn swain. Lazarus laughed lightly under his breath. Wasn't that what he was? A suitor waiting in bitter hope that his lady would grace him with her presence? It wasn't even about the sex. He simply wanted to be with her, to watch the expressions flit across those extraordinary golden eyes, to listen to her voice. Oh, he was pitiful. He heard rustlings from the kitchen, and he tilted his head, closing his eyes to listen. Was it her out there? He imagined so, seeing in his mind's eye her pulling the kettle from the hearth and pouring the water over the tea leaves. He sat inert and called to her silently, his whole body longing for her. The door creaked, and he opened his eyes to see her staring at him. He smiled like a fool. He couldn't help it. "Oh," she said, quite obviously nonplussed. "What are you doing here?" "Calling on you," he replied. "I fear I need to go into St. Giles tonight, and I need you with me." She stared at him a moment, then turned back into the kitchen. He followed to find her already putting on a cloak. "Why do you need me?" "Because I plan to go back to Mother Heartsease." "Why?" She frowned at him over the ties to her cloak. "We've been there twice. Surely we've learned all we can there." "It would seem so." He ran a finger along the worn wooden kitchen table. "Except that I went to see one of Marie's lovers. He says he met Marie at Mother Heartsease's gin house." "What?" She stared at him. But Mother Heartsease acted as if she'd never met Marie. "And perhaps she hadn't." He shrugged. "Still, I find it very odd that Marie would have patronized her gin shop. Marie catered to gentlemen. Had you asked me before she died, I would have said she wouldn't be caught dead in a place like Mother Heartsease's shop." "It's very odd." She walked to the bottom of the stairs and called softly, "Mary Whitson?" A thump, and then the patter of feet came from above. "And then there's Martha Swan," he said. She looked a question at him. He smiled whimsically. "I know it sounds daft, but think. Why were we attacked at Martha Swan's place?" She shrugged. "To keep us from talking to her?" "But she was already dead." Her brows knit together, but Mary Whitson appeared at that moment in her night rail. "Ma'am?" The girl looked uncertainly between him and Temperance. "Bar the door behind me, please," Temperance said, "and then go back to bed." The girl nodded, and in another moment they were in the alley. The wind caught the edge of Temperance's cloak and sent it billowing about her. If not to keep us from talking to Martha Swan, then why the attack?
I don't know. He set a quick pace, making sure to keep her close to his side. Perhaps someone at Mother Heartsease's saw us there. Someone who didn't want us to investigate. Perhaps Marie met whoever this person is at Mother Heartsease's shop. She shot him a doubtful look. Or perhaps this is all just coincidence. They walked the rest of the way in silence. Lazarus was damnably aware of Temperance's heat next to him, of her vulnerability. Perhaps he shouldn't have brought her along, but the more he thought about it, the more sure he was. The answer somehow lay at Mother Heartsease's gin shop, and Temperance was his key to getting people to talk there. 15 minutes later, they entered the dingy room, and at first the shop seemed the same as the first 2 times they'd been there. The gin shop was crowded and hot, the fire wasn't drawing well, and smoke hung about the blackened rafters. Lazarus began pushing his way to the back, toward Mother Heartsease's rooms. Temperance caught his arm, halting him. He bent down so she could murmur close, "Something's not right. The room is too quiet." He lifted his head to see that she was right. There was no drunken singing from the table of sailors in the corner, no arguments or loud discussions from the rest of the company. In fact, the customers huddled together. No one met his eyes. Lazarus looked at Temperance. "What's happened?" She shook her head, her beautiful golden-flecked eyes puzzled. "I don't know." The one-eyed serving girl emerged from the curtained back hall. Before the curtain fell, Lazarus counted 3 men in the hall. What had made Mother Heartsease triple her guard? The girl's head was down, her face tear-streaked. She caught sight of them and ducked her head, sidling to the side. Temperance hurried to her, without any urging from Lazarus. He watched as she seemed to plead with the girl, following as she shook her head and turned away. Temperance laid a hand on the barmaid, and the girl shook it off, saying something sharply. Temperance straightened abruptly, her eyes wide. Lazarus was at her side in a second. "What is it?" She shook her head. "Not here." Temperance led him back outside the gin shop, looking fearfully around. He drew her close, under his cloak, wrapping his arms about her. "Tell me." She looked up at him, her face a pale oval in the night. She wouldn't even discuss Marie. "There's been another murder, a prostitute. She was found bound to her bed, and her belly—" She gasped, unable to finish the sentence. "Shh." His heart was beating fast, his senses alert to every tiny movement, every small sound in their vicinity. "I have to get you back to the home." She clutched at him. "They're saying it was the ghost of St. Giles." "What?" "Some think him a phantom, some think him a real man. But in either case, they believe he's the murderer." He shook his head and began walking. "Why?" "They don't know. There's speculation that he's seeking revenge of some sort, that he's been sent to punish the sinful, or that he simply enjoys killing." She shivered again. "It doesn't make any sense, does it? If he was the murderer, if he wanted us dead, he wouldn't have joined you in defeating those attackers." "No," he murmured. "It doesn't make sense." It was another 10 minutes before they were at her door again, and Lazarus was never so happy to see the home. When she unlocked the door, he followed her into the kitchen. He watched as she filled her little kettle and hung it over the hearth before stirring up the banked fire. "What evidence is there that the ghost is the murderer? Did the barmaid say?" She shot him a perplexed look as she set out her tea things. She didn't seem to know. She was just repeating what everyone else said. He tapped his fingers on the kitchen table. "I wonder, then, if someone is spreading this rumor." "But who?" He shook his head. "In any case, I can no longer take you into St. Giles, not while this murderer is at large." She nodded silently,
Her brows knit at his pronouncement. Was she that docile to his command, or would she disobey him later? The thought made him restless, that he had no real power over this woman. She could do as she pleased, no matter what he thought or how he worried. The kettle came to a boil after a bit, and she filled a teapot. He followed her into her little sitting room, squatting to make up the fire there as she sat on her stool. Then he lounged in the chair and watched, ridiculously content, as she poured herself a cup of tea and added sugar. It occurred to him that he wouldn't mind spending every evening for the rest of his life thus, watching her take her first sip of hot tea, considering the way she half closed her eyes in relaxation. "How is your sister?" he asked after a bit. She looked up quickly, perhaps surprised, and that irritated him. He raised his eyebrows. "Silence, I think. Has she recovered from her confrontation with O'Connor?" "I don't know," she sighed. "I haven't heard from her at all. Winter won't talk to me. He simply goes about his work without discussing anything. Concord is quite angry, or perhaps disapproving is a better word." "And the children?" he asked. "How fare they?" She cradled her cup between her hands. "Mostly they seem the same as usual. Mary Whitson follows me about the house like a shadow, though, as if she fears I'll disappear if she loses sight of me." He nodded, unsure of what to say to all this. His experience with families, indeed with feelings, was woefully inadequate. She inhaled. "And you? How is your shoulder?" "Almost as good as new." She was silent for several seconds, and then she asked quietly, "Why do you think Marie never told you about her brother?" "Perhaps because I never asked her about her family." He shrugged. "The fact of the matter is that we hardly talked at all. There wasn't a need to in our relationship." "So, when you saw her, you'd simply—" "Fuck. Yes." He watched her, waiting for her revulsion. "I didn't want or need anything else from her." "And me?" she whispered. He inhaled. "From you, I want much, much more." Chapter 15. Now Meg sat all alone in her tiny dungeon cell that day, for no one came to visit her. She busied herself tidying the cell, and then washed herself in the bucket of water and combed out her long golden hair. She'd almost resigned herself to going to bed when there was a tap at the door to her cell. In came 3 ladies' maids and 1 very elegant hairdresser, and before she knew it, Meg was arrayed in a sparkling blue gown, her hair dressed with pearls, and fine-heeled slippers on her feet. "Why, what is the meaning of this?" she cried in astonishment. The hairdresser bowed and replied, "Tonight you are to dine with the king himself." From King Lockhart. Temperance watched him, this exotic creature, this man from a foreign world, saying that he wanted more from her. How much more? She wanted to ask, but feared the answer. So instead, she set down her teacup. "Very well." He nodded, staring into the flames of the fire. He seemed content with their pact, whatever it was, but she felt heat unfurling in her belly. She wanted more as well. "You haven't told me about your family." He shook his head irritably. "That's not true. I've told you about my sister, about my mother." "But not about your father," she said in a low voice. She didn't know where it came from, this sudden need to know all his secrets. Perhaps it was the knowledge that a murderer stalked the streets of St. Giles. Perhaps it was the subtle brush with death. All she knew was that she wanted to know him, this man she'd taken into her body. He stiffened.
My father was an aristocrat. There's nothing more to tell of him.
She cocked her head, watching him. His eyes were back on the fire, and there was quite obviously much more to tell. What did he look like? He glanced at her, startled.
He was a big man.
Taller than you? She asked.
Yes, he frowned. No, that's not true. I was taller by the time I returned from Oxford. He just seemed large.
Why?
I don't want to talk about this, he said abruptly.
But you want more from me, she said. Shouldn't I in turn want more from you?
He smiled crookedly. You drive a hard bargain, Mrs. Dews. What do you want to know of me?
Maybe I want to know everything, she said boldly.
Ah, can anyone ever know everything about another person?
Probably not, she said, rising. He stilled, watching as she took 2 steps to stand in front of him. Probably we remain separate, lonely individuals for all of our lives, she murmured, perching on his spread knee. She touched the folds of his neckcloth, and then began unwrapping it. We can never know another truly. Isn't that what you want me to say? He cleared his throat.
I hadn't really thought about it.
Of course you have, she mocked gently. You're a gentleman of intellect, a very cynical one. I think you spend inordinate amounts of time thinking about the world, and how very alone you are in it. He swallowed, his Adam's apple moving beneath her fingers.
Aren't I?
Perhaps. She flicked a look at him, then concentrated on slipping off his neckcloth. Is that why you tie them?
Who?
I never thought you a coward, Lazarus. He sighed and closed his eyes.
Maybe. I don't know.
She began on the buttons of his waistcoat. You don't know why you tie them? Or you don't want to admit it?
How very stern you are, madam.
His voice held a hint of warning. Yes, she nodded, her eyes on her work. But I think I would never get any answer from you otherwise. Does their nearness give you pain? Does the thought of how apart you are from them, from everyone, cause you the anguish you feel when others touch you?
Your perception terrifies me.
He helped her remove his waistcoat.
I don't know why I feel pain.
Is the pain physical or mental?
Both.
She nodded as she began to unbutton his shirt. She could feel the heat of his skin, and his dark chest hair was shadowy beneath the fine linen. She felt her insides clench. Then perhaps you tie them so they will not cause you pain.
Perhaps.
Or, she lifted her eyes to meet his, perhaps you tie them so that you have no need to acknowledge their humanity.
He arched an eyebrow. Wouldn't that make me the devil?
Would it? She asked softly. His eyes slid away from hers. Are you so afraid of their gaze? Is that what the blindfold is for? So you can't see their eyes?
Perhaps I don't wish them to see my eyes.
Why?
Perhaps I don't want them to see the black at the center of my soul.
She stared into his amazing blue eyes a moment, and then he let her, as if he was telling her something silently. Then she looked away. You don't tie me. She felt her pulse speed. She wanted to take off his shirt, but then again, she had no wish to cause him pain. She smoothed her hands over the linen, feeling his warm muscles beneath. He had a lovely chest, broad and fine, the mounds of his shoulders flowing smoothly into the bunched muscles of his arms.
No, I don't.
Is it because I'm more important than those others? Or less?
More. Most definitely.
She nodded, watching her hands on him. The thought that she was important to him made tears prick in her eyes.
Am I more important to you? He asked softly.
Of course he was, but she brushed aside the question. She was interested in his vulnerabilities, not her own. Does this pain you, if I touch you through the cloth?
No.
She leaned forward and softly kissed his shoulder. I'm glad.
I answer your questions, but you don't answer mine.
She shook her head. I can't, not yet. Don't push.
What?
His question was cut off as she leaned forward and delicately licked one nipple through his shirt. He inhaled.
I'll need to know someday.
Perhaps. She traced around his nipple with her tongue. The wet fabric was nearly transparent, and she could see the brown nipple beneath his shirt. Ah. She smiled against his shirt.
Temperance.
Don't push. She held the shirt flat against his chest to more clearly see him. His puckered nipple made a tiny peak.
As you push me.
Am I pushing you?
Most assuredly.
She tugged on a strand of his hair in reprimand. He grunted.
Do you ask yourself why you have a need to push me?
No. She traced downward to lay her hands flat against his belly. It felt firm and hot.
Maybe you should.
She was distracted for a moment by the waistband of his breeches and the fall beneath.
Temperance?
No. She slid off his lap and to her knees between his legs. She flicked open the buttons of his breeches. Do you feel pain now?
He murmured.
He seemed enthralled by the sight of her fingers working at the opening to his breeches. Beneath, his erection strained at the cloth. Her mouth was dry, anticipating the sight. But she wasn't going to let him go that easily. Lazarus, am I hurting you?
If you are, it is exquisite.
Good, she said, as she laid his breeches open. His cock was tenting the front of his small clothes. Lazarus?
Yes,
he answered.
Ah.
She wrapped her hands about his penis inside his small clothes. She glanced up at him under her eyelashes. Would you like to tie me sometime? He blinked as if awakening from a daze, his eyes growing wary.
No, of course not.
Now who lies? She murmured as she gently squeezed, testing his hardness. Would it hurt you if I took this out and touched it? He inhaled.
I think I could bear it.
Could you?
Please.
His husky plea decided her. Carefully, delicately, she unbuttoned his small clothes and pulled back the flaps. And then she simply looked. He was truly magnificent, sitting in her worn armchair, his legs spread, his penis enormously erect. The fact that he still wore his shirt and breeches, hose and shoes, made the sight of his black pubic hair and ruddy cock all the more arousing. The sight was shockingly intimate. He looked like a king, arrogant and sure of his power. I love to look at you, she said.
Indeed,
he whispered, his voice a deep, male purr. She glanced up at him, and at the same time wrapped her hand about his cock. You're sure you wouldn't want me spread upon your bed, powerless, helpless to your desire? His eyes had half closed, his cheeks flushed with sexual hunger.
Perhaps.
"Perhaps," she murmured, her attention drawn back to the prize in her hands. Truth be told, her interest in the game had waned. "I've never known you to be uncertain as to your wants, your desires." She squeezed very carefully, feeling the softness of his skin, the iron hardness underneath. He gasped, arching his hips so that his cock thrust into her hands. "Damn it, put it in your mouth." She bit her lip, a little shocked. She'd never done such a thing before. She stroked her finger over the tip of his penis, where a tiny slit leaked liquid. What would that liquid taste like in her mouth? "Temperance," he said, his voice very deep and very clear in the quiet room. "Suck me." She bent her head and stuck out her tongue hesitantly, and licked. She wrinkled her nose. It was salt and musk. Not unpleasant, but not what she'd expected either. Above her he moaned, "Please." Oh, to hear him beg. There was something in her, something wicked and base, that lapped up that plea in his voice. She opened her mouth and placed the head of his cock inside. Sucked. His hips jerked, jamming his cock farther into her mouth. She almost backed off, but then she held him more firmly and flattened her tongue against him, sucking gently. His hands came up, stroking her head. She felt him take the pins from her hair, wrapping his hands in the locks, pulling gently. She wasn't sure he even knew what he did. She leaned back a little, letting him slide from her mouth so she could look up at him. He was watching her. The knowledge made her wet. She laid her tongue against him and, locking her eyes with his, licked all the way around the head of his cock. "Jesus!" His jaw gritted, flexing in the firelight. She stroked down on his penis and opened her lips about him, sucking gently on the very tip. His face was strained, the muscles standing out on his arms. "Take it deeper." And she did, swallowing as much of him as she could, her eyes still on his, even as his hips moved under her. He covered her hand with his own to help her stroke faster. He was gasping now, his cheeks furrowed, his face flushed. "Do you want it?" he whispered. "Stop now if you can't take it." She couldn't talk. Her mouth was full of his cock, but she wanted to see this, wanted to bring him to the inevitable end. She watched him as she felt his cock swell in her mouth, watched him as his hand jerked powerfully on his length, watched him as he bared his teeth. Oh, God! She tasted salt and warmth, felt tears fill her eyes as he spasmed helplessly. He was big and strong, but she'd brought him to this point. She licked him as he softened, feeling tender, feeling somehow lost. "Come here," he ordered, and pulled her into his arms. He tucked her head under his chin, and they lay there for long moments as he stroked her hair. Then he began to pull her skirts up. Wordlessly, relentlessly, he uncovered her limbs until she lay sprawled on him, the fabric of her skirts around her waist. He looked down, and she followed his gaze. Her dark curls were a shocking contrast to the whiteness of her skin. She wasn't used to this, to a man examining her in the firelight, and she started to pull down her skirts to cover her nudity. "Don't." He stayed her hand, his eyes meeting hers in command. "I want to see you." She shook her head, but the movement was weak. He moved his hand to the juncture of her thighs, and she turned her head, hiding her face in his shoulder. She felt him pet her, stroking through her curls. "Open your legs," he said quietly. She complied, swallowing shallowly, waiting for his touch. It was so delicate when it came that she almost missed it. He skimmed her inner thighs, up close to where her center waited for him. But then he skirted up, around her mound, touching only the edges of her hair. "Watch," he said. She shook her head. "I can't." "Yes, you can." She inhaled and raised her head. His big hand lay over her mound, his fingers spread possessively. "Don't look away, or I'll stop," he murmured. She swallowed, watching as his fingers slowly slipped down to her far lips. He widened them, spreading her lips, revealing the deep rose within, and her own embarrassing moisture. "So soft," he said, and ran his forefinger through her folds. She was panting now, watching as his finger reached her apex and circled around her nub. Gently, he tapped her clitoris. "Do you like that?" he whispered. She wanted to shake her head, to look away, but if she did, he would stop, and the mere thought was enough to make her think she'd die. "Temperance," he whispered, deep and intimate. "Tell me if you like this." He pressed gently, not quite hard enough. "Temperance." "Harder," she breathed. "What?" She swallowed. "Harder. Touch me harder." He pressed again. "Like this?" Oh, glorious bliss! Her hips rose of their own accord. She nodded jerkily. He circled against her, using that exact amount of pressure. "Now watch. Keep your eyes open and on my hand, or I'll stop. Do you understand?" She nodded again, mesmerized by that finger, growing steadily slicker with her own moisture. He ministered to her in the quiet of her sitting room, the only sounds her ragged breathing and the small liquid noises his hand made against her flesh. He rubbed faster and faster until her eyelids were heavy, until it was a Herculean struggle to keep them open. She was afire, warmth and sweet pleasure radiating from her center. And suddenly, his hand twisted. Her eyes opened wide as she watched him insert 2 fingers deep into her, and she gasped at the feeling and the sight. He brought his thumb down on her at the same time, and she broke apart. The fire spreading through her limbs, her head thrown back, her vision blurring even as she still watched him work her flesh. Dear Lord, she'd never felt so wanton. She was trembling in his arms, her legs flexing, and still he shoved his fingers into her, spreading them apart, twisting them inside of her. His other hand turned her head, and he was kissing her suddenly, his mouth open and wet, as those clever fingers of his slowed. "Temperance," he gasped against her. I need you now." He was lifting her, bringing her legs around, positioning her like a rag doll for his own pleasure, because she certainly could no longer move. He rose holding her and reversed their positions, laying her back in the big armchair, her bottom on the very edge of the seat, her feet on the floor. He crouched before her, and she saw that his erection was enormous. She watched as he took it in one hand and brought it between her legs. He pushed his shoulders underneath her spread legs and straightened, bringing them up so that she was helplessly draped across him. He positioned his cock at her entrance, his mouth open and panting, and she watched him as he shoved himself inside her. His head was arched back as if he suffered some unbearable pain, as if he were about to expire. "Oh, God," he panted. I can't. And he began pounding into her, shoving her back into the chair, clutching her legs against his chest so that she had no purchase, no way of defending herself against his assault. Not that she wanted to. The feel of him filling her repeatedly, just after her exquisite release at his hand, brought the warmth rushing back immediately. She crashed, wave after wave of pleasure beating against her, overwhelming her senses. She was only dimly aware of him straightening on his knees, still locked to her, bringing her bottom entirely off the chair as he slammed himself into her fully. He held her there as he spilled himself into her. His big hands were on her bottom, spread and holding her. He ground himself into her as if he couldn't get enough of her, as if he wanted to stay locked with her forever. But he was only a man after all. He slumped forward, somehow managing to bring her down gently. He disentangled her legs from his shoulders, and then laid his head next to hers in the chair seat. "Temperance," he murmured, big and heavy and satiated on her. "Temperance." She looked at the ceiling of her little sitting room, and knew she had to find the words to tell him what he meant to her. Knew she would lose him if she couldn't let the words leave her lips, however painful and hard it was for her. She stood at a crossroads, and to make no decision was to lose everything instead. Tomorrow she would find the way. Tonight, she simply closed her eyes. Temperance woke early the next morning and lay staring at the ceiling in her tiny, lonely bedroom. She didn't want to rise. Her bedroom was up under the eaves. This high in the home, there were only 3 rooms. Hers, Winter's, and the one Nell slept in when she wasn't watching over the nursery at night. The rooms were cramped with low, sloping roofs. When it rained, a corner of her room leaked. In winter she was cold, and in summer it was abominably hot. Dear God, sometimes she wished she could simply fly away. Perhaps that was why she'd indulged in those dangerous interludes with Care, risking not only pregnancy and a bastard child, but also her very soul. He was a temptation she seemed to have no defense against. Perhaps after all these years of fighting her very nature, it had finally become a moot point. Perhaps the fight itself was never really winnable. Perhaps... A thump came from the room next to hers. Winter's room. Temperance frowned and started to rise. Something crashed next door. She ran from her room. Winter's door was shut, of course, so she rapped on it. "Brother?" No answer. She rapped harder, and when there was still no sound from within, she balled her hand into a fist and pounded. "Winter, are you all right?" She tried the door handle, but it was locked. His bedroom was the only room in the house where Winter might find a measure of privacy. She was just beginning to wonder how she might break the door down, when it swung suddenly inward. "It's all right." Winter stood in the doorway, but despite his soothing words, all was manifestly not right. Blood streaked his pasty face, running from a gash on his forehead, and he swayed where he stood. Temperance wrapped her arms about her brother's waist to keep him from falling. "What happened to you?" He raised his hand to his face, and then seemed startled when he saw the blood on his fingers. I believe I fell." His hesitant tone alarmed her more. "You don't know?" "I can't seem—" He trailed off and looked about his tiny cell-like room. "Perhaps I should sit down." She helped him to sit on his bed. There was no room for even a chair, then stood over him anxiously. "Are you ill? When did you last eat?" She tried to lay the back of her hand on his forehead, but with uncharacteristic irritation, he brushed her away. "I'm perfectly fine. I just—" "Fell down and can't remember why?" she said in exasperation. "What did you eat for dinner last night?" His forehead creased. Oh, Winter. Did you eat anything at all?" "Perhaps some broth," he said, not meeting her eyes. Temperance sighed. Winter had never learned how to lie effectively. "Stay here and I'll fetch some breakfast and bandages." "But the school," he said fretfully. "I must open it." "No." She pushed him back onto his bed, for he'd tried to rise again. "The school can close for 1 day." "We'll lose the tuition," he said. Temperance stared at him. It was true. If the school was not opened, then the students did not pay tuition for that day. Surely we can afford 1 day closed. He shook his head, his complexion almost as white as his pillow. We've used nearly all the money Lord Care gave us. What? She asked, shocked. We owed the butcher and baker, he whispered, and we hadn't paid the cobbler for the boys' shoes this last November. Temperance looked about the small room, but there was no one else to make the decision for her. We'll be fine. Just don't try to get up. Promise me, Winter? Yes. He nodded, and indeed, his eyes were already closed when she left the room. Dear God, she'd known they were in desperate straits, but she'd had no idea the depths to which they'd fallen. Temperance hurried down the stairs, trying to order her priorities, but she kept coming back to the fact that Winter was ill, and she just couldn't run the home without him. She walked into the big, old kitchen, her mind in turmoil, but stopped when she saw who was within. Polly stood next to Nell, and both women's faces were fearful. Mary Whitson huddled in a corner, her little face white. Polly held a still bundle in her arms. "What is it?" Temperance whispered. "I'm sorry," Polly said. "She was suckling fine, and then last night—" She pulled back a corner of the blanket. Mary Hope was within, her tiny face red and shining with moisture. Polly looked up, her face white. "She has the fever." Chapter 16. That night, Meg was led into a magnificent dining room. A feast was laid there, but the only one who sat at the table was the king, with his little blue bird in its golden cage at his elbow. The king dismissed the guards and indicated a chair at his right hand. "Come sit by me, Meg." Meg sat very carefully, so as not to harm her lovely dress. "Now, Meg," King Lockhart said, as he took a gold plate and set meat and sugared fruit upon it. "I have a question for you." "What is that, Your Majesty?" The king set the plate he had filled with his own hands before her. "I wish to know what love is." From King Lockhart. "The lighter wood, I think," Lazarus said consideringly early that afternoon, "with the ivory inlay." He and Mr. Kirk, the piano-maker, were in his study. Mr. Kirk had brought 6 different wooden boards, each intricately decorated. Lazarus ran his hand over the sample he'd chosen. It was feminine, without being over-ornamented. Like Temperance. "A very nice choice, my lord." Mr. Kirk gathered his samples into an especially made case. "I believe we have something nearly finished. Shall I deliver it to you in a fortnight?" "No. It's to be a present. I shall give you the address to deliver it to." "As you wish, my lord." Kirk bowed, backing from the room, obsequiously. Lazarus leaned back in his chair, feeling oddly light, almost carefree. He'd given presents to other women, payments for services rendered, but he'd never taken the trouble to pick out the gift himself. Frankly, it hadn't mattered, either to him or the woman. She would regard the trinkets and jewels he bestowed as insurance against the inevitable time when they would part, something easily converted to money. He hoped that Temperance would regard his gift in a more permanent light, that perhaps their relationship itself might one day become... His dreamy thoughts were interrupted by the door to his study opening again. Lazarus looked up, and for a moment wondered if his thoughts of Temperance had conjured her out of thin air. He stood. "Temperance, what are you doing here?" I thought to visit you." His brows drew together. "Are you all right?" "Yes, perfectly." But her bottom lip trembled. Why was she lying to him?
Would you like to sit? I'll ring for some wine.
No, she started for him. No, please don't call anyone. I simply wanted to be with you. Her face was pale. The wide-brimmed hat she held in one hand fell to the floor as she came toward him.
How did you get here? He asked.
I walked, she said breathlessly.
From St. Giles?
He shook his head. Temperance, you must tell me what the matter is. No. She took his face between her palms. I don't want to think about that for a while. I don't want to think about anything. And she pulled his head down and kissed him. Her mouth was desperate on his, not soft and luring, but hot and hungry. His body reacted as if trained to service her and her alone. He found himself with his arms about her, his tongue already in her mouth. She made a sound of satisfaction beneath his lips as he crowded her against the desk. His hands were on her skirts, gathering them even as his mind reminded him that there was no lock on his study door. Damn it! He tore his mouth from hers, sweeping her into his arms. Swiftly, he bore her out of the study, past his startled butler and up the stairs to his bedroom. Small was inside when he kicked the door open. Out, Lazarus said, in a voice he no longer recognized as his own. The valet disappeared silently. Lazarus laid Temperance on his bed, then began to climb in beside her. No, she said breathlessly. He froze, watching her. She licked her lips. I want to do this your way. Despite her veiled words, he knew immediately what she meant. Animal desire slammed through him, hardening his cock to the point of pain, drawing his balls tight. Dear God, yes. In a second, he was half mad with the mere thought. He could take her in the way he liked best. She'd asked. But a small part of him withdrew, shaking its head in disapproval. Temperance was different. He couldn't use her like this.
Are you sure? He demanded.
Yes.
He leaned over her, a hawk guarding prey before the strike. Be sure, once a certain point is crossed, I won't be able to back away, and you won't be able to make me.
Her throat worked as she swallowed. Please, I want to know what you do. I want to feel it. He stared at her a moment longer, trying to read her mind, before shoving off the bed again. His hands were trembling.
Very well.
He took a step back, afraid to touch her, afraid to lose control.
Take off your clothes.
She drew in a breath, her cheeks pinkening, but her hands moved to the laces of her bodice readily enough. He watched, his fingers flexing by his sides, as she stripped off, bodice and stays, her skirt and shoes. When she extended a slim foot forward and slowly unrolled her stockings, he began to think she was teasing him. When she pulled the chemise gracefully over her head and threw it to the floor, he knew. She reached up and took the pins from her hair, fluffing it and combing her fingers through the locks. She sat on his bed, entirely nude, her breasts high and proud, one calf under the other leg, and she simply looked at him, waiting for his next command. He swallowed. God, could he do this? But she'd wanted it, she'd asked for it. He turned before he could change his mind, and quickly crossed to his chest of drawers. Inside the top drawer was a pile of neckcloths, neatly folded. He grabbed a handful and returned to the bed. Lie down, he said, his voice husky. She complied, placing her wrists over her head without prompting, near the spools of his headboard. He tied them there, trying to keep his eyes away from her breasts, drawn high by her lifted arms, away from her parted mouth.
Spread your legs.
She parted her thighs, spreading her legs wide, for his bed was not narrow, and he fastened each ankle to the posts at the end. He straightened, looking at her as he held the last neckcloth. She was like some feast for a god, her body pink and white against the green and brown of his coverlet, her hair long and silky, spread upon his pillow. Her eyes were not afraid, but they were wide. He walked to the head of the bed, drawing the neckcloth through his fingers. "And now, I blindfold you." Temperance watched as Care bent over her with the neckcloth. His face was grave, his sensuous lips drawn tight with strain, and his sapphire eyes had darkened to near black. She knew she should feel fear, but all she felt was anticipation. Exquisite anticipation. He placed the soft folds of linen over her eyes, and all was black. She listened to the sound of her own breathing, louder somehow, as she felt him tie the neckcloth firmly. His hands left her, and she cocked her head, listening for his movement. He had paced around the bed, she thought, near the foot, but he stopped. She nervously fingered the carving at the head of the bed. What was he doing? What did he wait for? Her thighs were parted widely, air cooling her most intimate flesh. "You are so lovely." His deep voice was near her left side, and she started. "Shh," he murmured, and she felt something, a fingertip, on her left shoulder. The touch was so light, she wasn't even sure it was there. "Your skin is like silken velvet," he said, close to her ear. His fingertip skimmed down to her breast, slowly circling. A pearly pink, so fine, so sweet. He withdrew his fingertip from her skin, and for a moment she was untouched. Something wet touched her nipple. She inhaled at the suddenness. It was his tongue, it must be, but it was the only part of him that touched her. He circled her nipple, and then closed his mouth about it, suckling. Shivers of sparkling sensation ran from her nipple straight to her center. She squirmed without conscious thought, but the binds at her wrists and ankles kept her from moving much. She must simply wait and submit to his attentions. Submit to what he wished to do next. Was this the allure, then? This helpless wanting, this anxious anticipation? He let go of her nipple suddenly, and she felt cool air blow against her damp skin. She shivered, both nipples now at a peak. "So sweet," he whispered, and she felt his breath against her belly. The bed depressed between her spread feet, and she realized he must be down there, sitting or lying, so close to where she was embarrassingly wet. There was a moment of silence, and she imagined him simply looking at her, exposed and waiting. She grew wetter. "I wonder." His fingertip landed lightly just behind her right knee. "Are you sweet everywhere?" She caught her breath as his touch wandered up her thigh, delicately, seemingly in no hurry. "Shall I taste?" he asked idly. She bit her lip, trying to catch her breath, though she made no exertion. "Temperance?" he asked, his voice deep. "Shall I?" Dear Lord, if the cloth wasn't over her eyes already, she would have hidden her face. He wanted her to ask for it. "Perhaps here," he whispered, as he grazed her inner lips with one finger. "Or maybe here?" He circled her clitoris. "Please," she choked. "I'm sorry," he asked politely, his finger still lightly, too lightly, touching. "Did you say something?" "Please, taste me,"
she gasped. "Certainly, whatever you wish." And she felt his tongue, wet and sure and, thank God, so firm. He licked her in long strokes. He missed no part of her, thoroughly laving her quivering, sensitive flesh. When he at last got to her clitoris and bore down on it with the flat of his tongue, she went a little mad. She twisted in her bonds, panting and muttering who knew what, feeling the warmth building inside of her until it turned liquid and ran all through her veins. She arched, pressing her pelvis into his face shamelessly, seeking more, and he gave it, thrusting 2 fingers into her as his tongue rapidly flicked over her peak. She'd had enough. She was done, but he would not retire. He brought that tiny bit of flesh into his mouth and sucked until she wailed her surrender, her body concussing with the explosions of her pleasure. She was weak and warm, and still tied open for his desire. "I think," he said, his voice husky and low as it blew across her wetness, "I think you may be ready for me now." He lifted from her, and then she felt the brush of his breeches on her inner thighs, the weight of his body, and the probe of his penis. It was smooth and hard at her entrance. He swirled it against her moisture, and then with one quick thrust, seated himself within her. She felt the depression of the mattress on either side of her shoulders, as if he held his upper body up off her with his arms. Then his mouth was against her left nipple as he set a leisurely pace. He thrust and withdrew firmly, but without any haste, as if he had all the time in the world, as if she were his private plaything that he might amuse himself with for as long as he wished. He tongued her nipple, then moved to the other, his penis moving in and out of her without pause. It was maddening. She tried to thrust up, but the bonds prevented her. "Please," she whispered. "What is it?" he whispered like some devil in her ear. "Please." "Tell me." He kissed her ear. "Harder." There was a split-second's pause, and then a low, muttered curse. He hitched himself up her and slammed himself into her as if he'd lost all control, fast and hard as she'd asked, and it was pure bliss. White light burst behind her eyelids, hot and blinding, and she would have cried out had he not covered her mouth with his. He kissed her deeply as he continued to pound into her, taking his pleasure on her helpless body. And when he jerked and broke their kiss, rubbing his face into her neck, she knew he'd found his bliss as well. He thrust once more, and again, and then his entire weight slumped against her. For a moment they lay like that, and then the neckcloth was removed from her face. She blinked up into his sapphire eyes. "Now will you tell me what the matter is?" he asked. Making love to Temperance like this had been like a dream come true, but there had been something missing, something small, nagging at the back of his brain, and the moment Lazarus took the neckcloth off her face, he knew what it was. Temperance's eyes. He'd wanted to see the golden stars in her eyes as they made love, and he'd wanted for her to see his eyes, to see him. Those extraordinary gilded eyes shifted away from his gaze now. "I don't know what you're talking about." He should have felt anger at her obvious prevarication, but instead tenderness flooded him. He pushed the hair back from her face. "Cut line, Temperance. Tell me." She pulled at the bonds on her wrists. "Untie me." He nuzzled her cheek. "Not until you tell me." She closed her eyes and whispered, "Mary Hope, the baby I brought home that first night we met, is dying." Relief was a liquid lightness in his chest. She'd told him. She'd let him in a little. "I'm sorry."
She's so small, so weak. I should have known she would not make it, but then she rallied for a bit, and I hoped." He was silent, absorbing her pain. She sobbed and shook her head. "She's dying there at the home. I couldn't bear to watch her struggle to breathe, so I left Nell to nurse her." "It's all right." He lifted his head to look at her. "You bear so much already." "No," she grimaced as if in physical pain. "I don't bear enough. Winter collapsed this morning. The home is killing him, I fear. I should never have left there today. I should never have come here." "No, you probably shouldn't have left. But everyone needs a rest sometime. Don't worry yourself so." She merely shook her head. He kissed her forehead, thinking. An uneasy emotion he couldn't quite identify was growing in his chest. "That home is like a prison for you." Her eyes flew open. "What?" He reached to work at the ties at her wrists. "I've wondered for some time why you insist on working there. Do you like it? Do you enjoy the work?" "The children—" "The work is no doubt very admirable," he said. "But do you enjoy it?" She didn't reply, and he looked down at her. She was staring at him wide-eyed. He'd succeeded in shocking her into silence, it seemed. "Do you like it?" he asked again gently. "Liking has nothing to do with it." "Doesn't it?" "No. No, of course not. The home is a charity. One doesn't have to enjoy charity." He half smiled. "Then there is no shame in admitting you don't like it." "I've never thought about it one way or the other. I like the children, naturally, and I do sometimes feel satisfied when we place one in a good position. I must enjoy it, mustn't I? I'd be a monster if I didn't." She appealed to him, as if she couldn't answer the question herself. He shrugged. "It's neither good nor bad. How you feel about the home and working there. It just is." "Well, then, of course "No," he said sternly. "Tell me without lies or evasions." "I don't lie." He smiled at her affectionately. "Oh, my little martyr, you lie every day. To yourself, I fear, most of all." "I don't know what you mean," she whispered. "Don't you?" He gave up on the bindings for the moment. She seemed comfortable enough anyway. "You refuse to admit love for Mary Whitson, or even tiny Mary Hope. I've seen you refuse to touch the baby. You hold yourself back, deny yourself pleasure unless pressed. You make yourself work at a hopeless job that is killing you, and all for some ridiculous sense of unworthiness. You are the most saintly woman I know, and yet you think yourself a sinner." Abruptly, white lines appeared around her mouth. "Don't you?" She gasped for breath. "Don't you dare tell me I'm saintly, that I don't know what sin is." She was truly angry. He could see that. She yanked wildly at her bonds. "Explain," he demanded. "Let me go." "No." "You don't know me," she screamed. Her mouth was wide and tears had started at her eyes. "I'm not good. I'm not a saint. I need to work at the home." He pressed his nose to hers. "Why?" "Because it's a good and true thing to do. It doesn't matter a whit how I feel about it." "You're doing penance, aren't you?" he whispered. She shook her head, red-faced, the tears running into her tangled hair. "I don't deserve—" He leaned close, capturing her face between his palms. "Tell me." She gasped, closing her eyes. "When my husband died, when Benjamin died." He waited patiently as she sobbed. He'd known that something was here. Had she not loved her husband? Perhaps even wished him dead. He was prepared for such mundane confessions, but not the one that came from her mouth. "I was with another man." He blinked, so startled that he let her go.
Truly?
She nodded jerkily. He was... Well, it doesn't matter who he was, but I let myself be seduced by him. I was at his rooms, with him, carnally. At the exact moment Benjamin was run down by a brewer's cart. I came home, trying to decide how I would keep my sin from him, and he was dead. Her eyes suddenly flew open. He was dead! He looked at her a moment, as a horrible realization began to form at the back of his mind. Abruptly he stood and went to his desk to find a penknife.
How long had you known your lover? He asked, as he cut through the binds at her ankles.
What?
She knit her brow in confusion.
Not long. It was the first time I'd been with him. What does it matter? He laughed shortly, but the sound was not amused.
It matters only in the irony, I suppose. The first time you sinned, you were punished over hard, I think.
He cut her wrists free. She stared at him. Don't you understand? This isn't a simple wrong. This isn't eating too many sweets or desiring another woman's bonnet. I slept with a man not my husband. I committed adultery.
He sighed, suddenly weary. And you expect vilification from me for such a human failing?
It wasn't a failing. She sat up and wrapped herself in his coverlet. She was beautiful. He could see that in a dispassionate way, the most beautiful woman he'd ever known. I betrayed my husband.
And yourself, he said quietly.
She blinked. Yes, and myself.
Sexual congress was your downfall, he said. Sexual congress with a man not your husband was the worst thing you'd ever done in your life.
Yes, she whispered. He closed his eyes for a moment, wishing irrationally that he hadn't pressed her.
You'll never forgive yourself, will you?
She seemed taken aback by his unemotional articulation of her dilemma.
Sexual congress is the most unpardonable sin to you, he said. And when you decided you needed to punish yourself, you used your worst sin.
He opened his eyes and looked at her. So beautiful, so strong. Everything, he suddenly realized, that he would wish for in a woman, had he ever thought to wish, and he finally identified the emotion in his heart. Hurt. She'd hurt him, as thoroughly as if she'd shoved an arrow through his chest.
You've used me to punish yourself, haven't you?
He watched dawning realization spread over her face, a confirmation more positive than anything she could ever say. And that arrow twisted deep in his chest. Yet still, he had to ask the last question.
Am I anything to you but a punishment?
Chapter 17. Meg looked at the most powerful man in the kingdom. Your Majesty, may I ask why you wish to know what love is? The king frowned.
I know what it is to face death in battle. I know about ruling a vast kingdom, about meting out justice and showing mercy. But despite all this, I do not know what love is. Can you tell me?
Meg thought about his question as she ate. How was she to explain love to a king? At last she looked up and saw the king feeding a date to the little blue bird. Open the cage door, she said. From King Lockhart. Punishment. Temperance stared at Care. He was dressed while she was entirely nude. He'd not even removed his coat to make love to her. She felt at a terrible disadvantage. She'd just told him of her greatest shame, a thing she'd told no other person, not even silence. And he'd accused her of... what? She shook her head, confused. I don't think of you as punishment.
Don't you?
He was quieter than she'd ever seen him, withdrawn from her somehow.
Then explain your sudden request for me to bind you.
She pulled the coverlet up to shield her bare shoulders from his gaze. I simply thought it was something you liked, something I was curious about. I don't know why I asked tonight.
I do.
He turned his back to her, his hands clasped behind him.
It was degrading for you, wasn't it?
No, she exclaimed, without even having to think.
But he wasn't listening. You needed sex, but it's a sin for you, isn't it? The very worst of sins. The only way you could approach the act was by making it something foul.
No,
she struggled from the covers, unmindful now of her nudity.
How could he possibly imagine?
Something degrading.
He turned and looked at her, and she froze, half risen from the covers.
Because otherwise, well, it would be nothing but pleasure, wouldn't it? And that you couldn't allow yourself.
She sat back slowly, not even defending herself anymore. Was this true? Had she really used him in such a despicable way?
It shouldn't matter to me, he said dispassionately, what you feel. After all, I never considered the emotions of my partners before. Quite frankly, their feelings were of no account to me in our transactions, but oddly, what you feel does somehow matter to me.
He paused, looking down at his hands for a moment, and then back up at her, his face exposed now, sad and hurt and resigned. The sight made something twist in her chest, made her want to say something, but still she could not bring herself to speak.
You matter to me, he said, and although I am a disgusting creature in many ways, although I have needs not of the ordinary, perhaps even evil needs, I believe that I do not deserve to be used in this way. I may be a man without conscience, but you, my dear martyr, are better than this act.
He turned and left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. For a moment, Temperance simply stared at the door. She wanted to run after him, to apologize, to explain somehow, to say the words she couldn't before. But she was nude. She looked down at the coverlet fallen to her lap. Hurriedly she rose and began dressing, but her chemise tangled over her head, and she couldn't find her second stocking. By the time she'd poked enough pins into her hair to hold it off her neck, it was half an hour later, and he'd still not returned. Temperance opened the door and crept into the corridor. The house was eerily quiet, and she realized she had no idea where he might have gone. Perhaps his study? Did he have a private sitting room or library? She began walking down the hall, peering into rooms. Eventually she realized that a library would surely be on another floor. She wandered down the stairs. There was light in the main hallway, and as she entered, she saw that Small was standing by the butler. "Have you seen Lord Care?" she asked, knowing her face was reddening. What must the servants think of her, a lone woman, her hair falling from its pins, in an unmarried gentleman's house? But her embarrassment fled at Small's reply. "My lord has gone out, ma'am." Oh. Temperance stared blankly. Had he loathed her company so much that he'd vacated his own house? "Lord Care left instructions that the carriage be brought around for your use, ma'am." Small's face was the expressionless mask of the good servant, but his eyes were sympathetic. Temperance had a sudden urge to weep. Was that it, then? Was all that had been between her and Care over now? She bit her inner cheek. She would not break down. Not now, at least. "Thank you. That was most kind of Lord Care." Small bowed, as if she were a true lady instead of the daughter of a brewer, recently discarded by an aristocratic lover. She swept out into the late afternoon daylight and down Care's front steps with as much dignity as she could muster. Inside the big carriage, though, after the door had been slammed shut and she was all alone with no curious eyes to stare, her spine collapsed. She huddled in a corner of the seat, rocking against the soft leather as the carriage drove through the London streets. All her life she'd thought of herself as an essentially good person. Her downfall with the man who'd seduced her had been shocking. She'd known that she'd been led astray because of a flaw within herself, and she'd thought that flaw had been her overwhelming sexual urges. But what if that had merely been a symptom of a far greater sin? What if her true flaw was pride? She watched with sightless eyes as London rumbled by and thought about her marriage. So long ago now. Benjamin had been father's protégé, a quiet man, grave beyond his years. He'd studied at one time for the church, but when he'd met father, Benjamin had been an impoverished schoolmaster. Father had offered him work at the home and a room in their house. Temperance had been 16 then, so very young. Benjamin had been mature and pleasant of face, and father had approved of him. It had seemed the natural thing to do to marry him. She'd been happy enough in her marriage, hadn't she? Surely she had, because Benjamin was a good man, a likable man, and he'd been gentle in their marriage bed, the few times he'd been passionate. Benjamin believed that physical love was a holy act between a man and wife, something to be done thoughtfully and not too often. In fact, the only time he'd come close to sounding vexed with her was when she'd suggested that perhaps they might practice their physical bond more often. He'd made it quite plain that a woman who sought out sex was to be pitied. She'd known, even then, that something was wrong about her makeup, that she had urges that needed to be watched. And yet, when temptation had presented itself, she'd fallen with hardly a struggle. John had been a young lawyer, renting a room next to their house. Temperance frowned. Now, when she tried to recall what he'd looked like, all she could remember was how hairy the backs of his hands had been. At the time, to her younger self, that had seemed like an exciting sign of male virility. She'd thought herself passionately in love, with the tragic fatefulness that had been all-consuming at the time, and now was only dimly remembered. The afternoon she'd fallen, Temperance remembered thinking that she would die, physically fall ill and die, if she did not lay with John. So she had, and her life had crumbled apart. She'd returned from the dingy room John had rented to find Benjamin, grave, handsome Benjamin, breathing his last. His chest had been crushed by the wheels of a huge brewer's cart. He hadn't even regained consciousness before dying. Temperance didn't remember much after that. Her family had taken care of Benjamin's funeral, had cared for and comforted her. Weeks later, she found out that John had left his rented rooms without ever saying goodbye to her. She hadn't cared. Ever since, she'd worked to hide her sin and the temptation of lust. Had she, in the process, become a hypocrite? She'd wanted the comfort of Care's arms, but she was so wrapped up in her own demons that she hadn't even thought about his feelings. Care was right. She'd used him. The thought made her squirm, made her want to lash out, blame Winter for his collapse, blame John for seducing her so long ago, blame Silence for her foolish bravery, blame Care for his advances, blame, in fact, anyone but herself. She hated the knowledge that she was so base. He was right. She'd used him for sexual pleasure, and hadn't even the courage to acknowledge the fact to herself. And somehow, in the process of using him, she'd so hurt him that he believed she thought sex with him was degrading. It was a temptation to make excuses for herself, but she fought down all her prevarication, her lies and evasions. She swore to herself 2 things. 1, that she would save the home, and 2, she would find a way somehow to heal the hurt she'd caused Lazarus. She'd find a way to open herself to him, even at the risk of hurting herself, because she owed him that. Because if she didn't, she would never be able to get him back. Could she admit how she felt to him? She was no longer sure. The mere thought of expressing aloud her feelings made sweat start at the small of her back. But there was something she knew she could do. Standing, Temperance knocked hard against the carriage roof. "Stop! Stop, please! I wish to go to a different address. I wish to visit Mr. St. John." Lazarus had never thought of himself as lovable. Therefore it should come as no shock at all that Temperance did not, in fact, love him. No, not a shock. But it would have been nice had she had some small feeling for him. Lazarus pondered his own sickening craving as he guided his black gelding through the London morning throng the day after he'd walked out on Temperance. It appeared that his own nascent emotions had provoked a new desire as well, the urge to be loved. How banal. And yet, banal or not, he could not change the way his heart felt. A corner of his mouth quirked up humorlessly. It seemed he must be like other men, after all. The black shied, and Lazarus looked up. The address he sought this morning was not so very far from his own townhouse. The square he now guided the horse into was new. The houses genteel, and so elegant they must have cost a fortune to rent. Lazarus swung down from the gelding and gave the reins to a waiting boy, along with a shilling for his troubles. He mounted the pristine white steps and knocked. 5 minutes later, Lazarus was shown into a study both luxurious and comfortable. The chairs were wide enough for a man's girth and covered in a deep red leather. The books were in enough disarray to suggest actual use, and the massive desk, taking up an entire corner of the room, shone with polish. Lazarus strolled the room while he waited for his host. When the door at last opened, he had a copy of Cicero's speeches in his hands. The man who entered wore a full-bottomed white wig. The outer corners of his eyes, his lips, and his jowls all sagged downwards as if pulled by an invisible string, giving his countenance the agreeable look of a hunting dog. He glanced at Lazarus, raised a bushy grey eyebrow at the book in his hands, and said, "May I help you, sir?" "I hope so." Lazarus closed and set aside the book. "Am I addressing Lord Hadley?" "You are indeed, sir." Hadley gave an abbreviated bow and, sweeping aside the skirts of his coat, sat heavily in one of the leather chairs. Lazarus inclined his head before sitting across from his host. "I am Lazarus Huntington, Lord Care." Hadley arched an eyebrow, waiting. "I was hoping you could help me," Lazarus said. "We have, or rather had, a mutual acquaintance, Marie Hume." Hadley's expression didn't change. Lazarus cocked his head. "A blonde lady specializing in certain forms of entertainment." "What forms?" "The rope and hood." "Ah." Hadley didn't seem at all embarrassed by the outre turn of conversation. "I know the girl. Called herself Marie Pet when she was with me. I was under the impression she had died." Lazarus nodded. "She was murdered in a house in St. Giles, almost 3 months ago." "A pity," Hadley said, "but I don't see how it matters to me." Lazarus inclined his head. "I wish to find the murderer." Hadley showed the first sign of emotion since Care had arrived. Curiosity. He took a small enamelled box from a pocket, tapped out a pinch of snuff, inhaled, and sneezed. He blew his nose and shook his head as he put away his handkerchief. "Why?" Lazarus raised his eyebrows. "Why what?" "Why do you want to find this girl's murderer?" "She was my mistress." "And?" Hadley fingered the snuff-box still in his hand. "You know about her specialty, so I assume you used her for the same purpose as I. A pity, as I said, that she's dead, but there are other women to fulfill our particular needs. Why bother seeking her killer?" Lazarus blinked. No one had ever asked him the question phrased in such a way. "I spent time with her, with Marie."
"You loved her?"
"No, I never loved Marie, but she was a person. If I do not find her killer, seek retribution for her death, then no one held her in regard. Then what?" But Hadley finished his sentence for him.
"And if no one holds Marie in regard, then perhaps no one holds you in regard. No one holds us in regard. We are merely solitary creatures enacting our bizarre form of human contact without anyone caring about us at all."
Lazarus stared at the other man, a bit stunned. Hadley's mouth curved, creating a whole array of sagging wrinkles in his cheeks.
"I've had a bit more time to think it out than you."
Lazarus nodded. "Do you know any other who visited her?"
"Besides that worm she called a brother?"
"Tommy?"
"Aye, Tommy."
Hadley pursed his lips, not an attractive expression for him.
"Tommy was there, lurking about, nearly every time I visited fair Marie. Once he came with an older woman. She wore a soldier's red coat. Seemed a bad sort, but as I said, I didn't bother much with Marie's personal life."
"Indeed." Lazarus frowned. The brother had said he only visited his sister rarely. Apparently he lied. And how was Mother Heartsease involved with this? She and her shop seemed to pop up at every turn.
"Does that help?" Hadley inquired courteously. "I never met any of her other clients."
"It does help." Lazarus stood. "I thank you, my lord, for your time and your frankness."
Hadley shrugged. "It was no trouble. Would you like to stay for a glass of wine, sir?"
Lazarus bowed. "Thank you, but I have another appointment this morning. Perhaps some other time?" It was merely a polite gesture, and both men knew it. A fleeting emotion crossed Hadley's face, but it was gone before Lazarus could decipher it.
"Of course." Hadley stood. "Good day, sir."
Lazarus bowed again, crossing to the study door. But a thought gave him pause there. He turned to look at the older man. "Might I ask one more question, sir?" Hadley waved a hand, indicating assent. "Are you married?" That same expression trod across Hadley's face, deepening each wrinkle and sag.
"No, sir. I have never married."
Lazarus bowed yet again, conscious that he'd crossed the bounds of civility. He let himself out of the elegant, expensive townhouse. But as he emerged into the morning sun, he wondered, had loneliness left its stamp upon his features as well? Silence stood in front of the foundling home the next morning and smiled. No, that wasn't quite right. She looked at her feet and tried again, feeling the muscles move in her cheeks. How odd. Something that had been as natural as, well, smiling, just days ago, was now so foreign that she wasn't sure she was doing it properly.
"Have you got a toothache, Mum?"
Silence looked up into the rather grubby face of one of the orphans. Joseph Smith? Or perhaps Joseph Jones? Goodness! Why had her brother and sister chosen to name all the boys Joseph something and all the girls Mary whatever? Had they been quite mad? But the boy was still staring at her, one dirty finger stuck in his mouth. "Don't do that," she said sharply, startling them both. She'd never reprimanded one of the children, sharply or otherwise. The child immediately removed his finger, watching her rather warily now. Silence sighed. "What is your name?" "Joseph Timbox." Silence wrinkled her nose. "Why ever were you named that?" "Because," the boy said, "when I comed here, I had a tin box tied to my wrist." "Of course," Silence muttered, giving up on the smile altogether. "Well, Joseph Tinbox, I'm here to see Mrs. Dews. Do you happen to know where she is?" "Yes'm," Joseph replied. He turned and opened the door to the home, apparently unlocked this afternoon, and led her into the house. There was a great commotion coming from the kitchen, and when Silence stepped in, she saw Temperance, her hair coming down about her ears, managing sheer chaos. A group of boys stood in the corner, alternately singing in high angelic voices and poking each other when Temperance or Nell turned their back. Nell was supervising the weekly wash, while 3 small girls tended a large pot of something steaming on the hearth. Temperance turned just as Silence entered and shoved back a lock of curling hair. "Silence! Oh, thank goodness! I could use your help today." "Oh?" Silence stared about the kitchen rather dazedly. "Really?" "Yes, really," Temperance said firmly. "Winter is still ill. Could you take this tray up to him?" "Winter is ill?" Silence picked up the tray automatically. "Yes." Temperance frowned at the singing boys. "From the beginning again, please, and Joseph Smith, do stop shoving Joseph Little." "Yes," she said again, turning back to Silence. "I forgot to tell you, didn't I? Oh, so much has happened in the last day. Just take him his food, and under no circumstances should you let him rise from his bed." Temperance's look was quite stern, and Silence was tempted to salute, though she wisely refrained from the gesture. She hurried from the kitchen instead, and made her way to Winter's room up under the eaves. Perhaps Temperance had had some sort of foresight, for as Silence pushed open the door, she caught Winter putting on his breeches, or trying to in any case. Her youngest brother was pale and sweating, and fell against the bed as she shut the door behind her. "Can't a man have some privacy?" Winter said in uncharacteristic ill humor. "Not if you're attempting to escape." Silence set the tray on a small table by the bed, balanced precariously atop a pile of books. "Sorry." "She told you, didn't she?" Winter asked darkly. "That you're ill?" "Yes." Silence wrinkled her nose in sympathy. Temperance could be rather bossy sometimes, although in this case Silence was in full agreement with her sister. Winter looked quite terrible. He'd taken off his nightshirt to get dressed, and she could count the ribs on his bare torso. He bent to retrieve his nightshirt from the floor, and she sucked in her breath. He straightened hastily, but she'd already seen that long cut on his back. "Dear God, where did you get that?" He pulled his nightshirt on over his head. When he reappeared, he grimaced. "It's nothing, really. Please don't tell Temperance. She'll only worry more." Silence frowned. "But where did you get it? It looks like a knife cut." "Nothing of the sort. I fell." He looked sheepish. "In the street the other day. I'm afraid I came down on a wagon wheel, and the iron cut right through my coat." "How strange. It looks exactly as if someone had cut you with a knife. Or a sword, I suppose." Silence tried to look over his shoulder, but he sat back against the pillow with a slight wince. "Have you cleaned it?" "It's fine, truly." He smiled, crooked and endearing. "I admit that I may have let the wound go when I first got it, and that may have led to my fainting spell. But it's healing properly now." "But—" "Really, Silence," he said. "Now, Tell me how things are with you."
"Oh."
She carefully transferred the tray to his lap, making sure it was settled enough that it wouldn't spill.
"Well, William has sailed again?"
Winter glanced up from a spoonful of soup. "So soon?" She looked away, busying herself with straightening the bed linens.
"There was a ship whose captain fell suddenly ill. William assured me that he would be paid well for going back to sea early."
"Ah," Winter said, non-committally.
"And I went to Concord's house for dinner the other night, and he was quite cold. Asa was supposed to be there as well, but he didn't come, didn't even send his regrets."
Silence picked up a pillow to plump.
"You won't credit it, I'm sure, but Concord implied that I'd been seduced by Mr. O'Connor, even after I told him that that simply wasn't the case. I don't think he believes me, Winter. I don't think Temperance believes me either."
She must have hit the pillow over hard, because a small cloud of feathers puffed from a corner. "I see," Winter said slowly, eyeing his damaged pillow.
"I'm sorry."
Silence placed the pillow back on the bed and gave it a gentle pat.
"But you believe me, don't you? You know that Mr. O'Connor never touched me, that he only asked me to spend the night, and I did. I did spend the night in his room, but nothing at all happened. Do you believe me, Winter?"
She stood, arms crossed protectively over her breasts, and stared at him anxiously. "I believe," Winter said slowly, "that you are my sister, and that no matter what happened, I will continue to love you and stand by you."
"Oh,"
she whispered, and stupid tears started in her eyes. For it was the sweetest thing Winter could possibly say, and also the most horrible. He obviously didn't believe her either. Silence.
"Well then,"
she said without looking at him. She couldn't, or she just might either burst into tears or hit him, neither of which would be very good.
"I'll just go down and see if Temperance needs my help in the kitchen."
"Silence," he called as she made the door. She didn't turn, staring down at her hand on the knob as she said gruffly,
"What?"
"Have you ever thought about helping us here on a more permanent basis?" The question was so startling that Silence turned to look at Winter. He was regarding her gravely. "We could use your help, you know."
"Why?"
she whispered. He blinked and looked down at his plate of soup. "I think it might be of benefit both to you and to us." He thought she was ruined. The realization was sudden and so entirely unwelcome that Silence was struck dumb. Winter raised his eyes to hers, and they were filled with regret and sorrow. "Please, at least think about it." She nodded jerkily and left quickly without replying. She couldn't. No one believed she'd walked out of Mickey O'Connor's bedroom untouched. Not her neighbours who whispered as she walked by, not the shopkeepers who turned their backs and pretended to be busy when she came into their stores, not William, who had been mute as she'd watched him pack and leave, not Asa or Concord or Verity or even Temperance or Winter. Even her own family thought she lied to cover some horrible sin. No one believed her in all the world. Chapter 18. King Lockhart looked bemused. "But if I open the cage door, the bird shall fly."
"If you want to learn what love is, you must open the door," Meg said.
So the king opened the little blue bird's cage door. Immediately, the bird took flight and darted out an open window of the room. The king looked at Meg with his eyebrow cocked. "I think that all I have learned is how to lose a bird."
"Is it?" she asked.
What do you feel?"
The king frowned. "Loss. Emptiness." From King Lockhart.
"Then you think we can do it?" Mrs. Dews leaned forward, her face bright, her extraordinary brown eyes eager. St. John nodded, amazed by her vitality. How could he not be? She was in such extreme contrast to Clara's still form upstairs. He shoved the awful thought aside and focused on answering her instead.
Yes, of course. I've already had my secretary send out the invitations to view the foundling home."
Mrs. Dews bit her lip. "How many did you invite?"
"A little over 100 people."
"Oh!"
She sat very still, her eyes wide, but her hand crept out to seize the wrist of her maidservant, a woman named Nell. St. John had been taken aback by the presence of the maid on this, Mrs. Dew's second visit to his house. On the first, she'd arrived alone and nearly vibrating with the excitement of her idea. To open the home for unfortunate infants and foundling children for viewing in the hopes of catching the interest of a prospective patron for the home. It was a daring scheme, but one that was shrewd as well. Viewing the unfortunate, whether at prisons, hospitals, or houses for the hopelessly mad, was fashionable in London at the moment. Most came merely to stare and titter at the antics of those poor souls, but many would also pledge moneys to the charities they viewed.
"That's quite a lot of people," Mrs. Dews said, letting go of her maid.
"Yes, but they are all of the best families, ones to whom charity is now in fashion."
St. John arched a significant eyebrow. "Quite. Yes, of course." Mrs. Dews smoothed her black skirts with one hand. It trembled slightly, and St. John had a wild urge to cross the room and comfort her.
"Do you think you'll be ready in time?" he inquired, clasping his hands behind his back.
"I believe so," she said, looking a bit relieved at the change of subject. "We've already scrubbed the walls and floors. Winter has been listening to the children recite various poems by heart, and Nell has been busy mending the children's clothes."
Good. I'll have my cook make a quantity of punch and some gingerbread the day before to be delivered quite early on the set morning."
"Oh, but you've done so much already," Mrs. Dews exclaimed. "I don't wish you to go to the expense on my account."
"It's for the children," St. John reminded her gently. "I'd feel quite the lackwit if I didn't contribute to our little plan. Please, don't mention it."
"In that case." She smiled shyly at him, her eyes so alive. How Care could have let this woman slip through his hands was beyond him. He turned quickly, pretending to study the china clock on his mantelpiece.
"If that is all today?"
Oh, of course," she said from behind him, sounding a little hurt. "I don't mean to take up your time, Mr. St. John. You have been of such great help to me and our home."
He clenched his jaw to prevent himself from stuttering apologies. Instead, he bowed a bit stiffly. "Good day, Mrs. Dews."
She left then, after a graceful curtsy, and only the maid shot him a curious look over her shoulder. He waited until the door to his library shut, before walking to the window that overlooked the street below. He watched as she crossed the street, her stride light and graceful, one hand on her bonnet, for it was a windy day. The maid walked by her side instead of behind, and they seemed to be conversing. Her black-clad figure grew small, and in another moment she disappeared into the London crowd. St. John let the curtain fall from his fingers. He looked about his library, but despite the books and new sheets and clutter, it seemed barren and lonely after her visit. He left the room and mounted the stairs, climbing 2 floors up. He didn't visit Clara often at this hour. She usually slept in after what was invariably a restless night. But today he found himself unable to keep away. In the back of his mind, he knew that there would come a day, perhaps soon, when he would no longer be able to climb the stairs and see her. St. John tapped at her door and then cracked it open. The old maid, who was Clara's constant companion, looked up from her chair by the bed, then rose and crossed to tend the fire. He approached the bed and looked down. Clara must have just had her hair washed, for it was spread, a bright banner, over her white pillow. The locks were a deep brown with bits of red in them, now streaked with strands of grey. He found himself stroking her hair. She'd once told him it was her best feature, and he'd been amazed that ladies categorized their person thusly. Amazed and fondly amused. "Godric," she whispered. He looked down and saw her brown eyes watching him. Once they had been as beautiful as Mrs. Dew's. Now they were always pain-filled. He bent and brushed a careful kiss across her wide forehead. "Clara." She smiled, her pale lips curving just slightly. "To what do I owe this visit?" He whispered in her ear. "A deep and abiding longing to see the most beautiful woman in the world." She laughed, as he'd intended, but then the gentle sound turned to a hacking cough that shook her frame. The nurse hurried over. St. John stepped back, watching with painful patience as Clara's spasm gradually subsided. When it was over, sweat had dampened her hair, and her face was more pale than her pillow. But she looked at him and smiled. He swallowed past the constriction in his throat. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I merely wanted you to know that I love you." She held a shaking hand out to him. He took it and watched as she mouthed, "I know." St. John made himself smile before turning and leaving his wife's bedroom. It was late afternoon, nearly a week later, when Temperance knocked on Polly's door. Now that Winter was recovered, she and Mary Whitson had been running errands in preparation for the home's viewing, but it was important that she stop by Polly's rooms today. Polly answered the door with a sleeping Mary Hope in her arms and a shawl thrown over her shoulder. "Come in, Mrs. Dews, Mary Whitson. It's that glad I am to see you." "Is Mary Hope any better?" Temperance whispered the question as she stepped into the crowded little room. A glance showed her Polly's own babies sleeping together on the bed. Mary Whitson tiptoed over to replace the blanket one of the children had kicked off. "Aye, she is." The wet nurse beamed as she looked down at the baby. "The fever's left, and she's sucking strong. I think she might just live, ma'am." "Oh, thank God." Temperance closed her eyes in relief. The babies died so often. It was a welcome surprise to find one who struggled through fever so young. Not that Mary Hope was entirely out of the woods yet. "And your own babies?" "They never got the fever, thank the Lord," Polly replied. "Healthy as young puppies they are." "Thank you, Polly." Temperance made a mental note to reward the wet nurse. "Will you hold her?" Polly asked. "She's just now fallen to sleep, and I haven't had a moment to put myself to rights." She held out the babe, and Temperance remembered Lazarus's words that he'd seen her refuse to touch the baby. She hesitated only a second before taking the warm little bundle into her arms. Mary Whitson peered over her arm, and they both looked down with wonder at the tiny, delicate fingers that splayed against one pink cheek. Temperance's eyes stung with tears. "Are you all right, Mum?" Polly asked with concern as she tucked her shawl into her bodice. "Yes," Temperance murmured as she wiped her cheek against her shoulder. "It's just that it was so close." "That it was," the wet nurse said comfortably, taking back the baby. "There's no use not loving them, is there?" Temperance whispered. She glanced at Mary Whitson, who was still enthralled by the baby's tiny face. "Aye, I'm afraid 'tis silly to even bother," Polly replied. "One look in their wee faces, and we're all lost, aren't we?" "Yes, indeed." Temperance bid Polly good night and closed the door to her room gently behind her. When she looked up, she saw Mary Whitson watching her. "Will the baby live, Mum?" Temperance smiled. "I think so, Mary." "I'm very glad," Mary said somberly. They clattered down the rickety stairs and out the front door of Polly's rooming house. Temperance glanced uneasily at the sky. The sun was beginning to set. "We need to hurry home before dark." Mary hurried beside her. "Is it true that the ghost of St. Giles comes out after dark and hunts girls?" "Where did you hear that?" Mary ducked her head. "The butcher's boy. Is it true?" Temperance frowned. "Some girls have been hurt, yes, but you needn't worry so long as you stay at the school, especially at night." "Will you stay home?" Temperance glanced at Mary. The girl had her eyes fixed on the ground as they walked. "I need to do errands, naturally." "But if another baby needs help at night—" Mary was biting her lip. "My job is to help orphaned babies in St. Giles," Temperance said gently. "Where would Mary Hope be if I hadn't gone after her?" Mary said nothing. "But I hardly ever have to make trips after dark," Temperance said briskly. "Really, there's no need to worry." Mary nodded, but she still looked troubled. Temperance sighed, wishing she could set Mary's mind at ease, but as long as the murderer was loose, that would be hard to do. When they reached the home, yet more work waited, and Temperance sent Mary Whitson to supervise the littler girls in washing the hall walls. By the time Temperance climbed the stairs to her room that night, it was quite late. The preparations for opening the home for viewing were exhausting. Every time she thought they were nearly done, another job would rear its head, and she'd have to somehow see to it. She turned the corner on the rickety stairs, examining the banister. It was in need of a polish, but would making it look better merely persuade any potential patron that the home wasn't really in need of funds? This was the dilemma with all the decisions she made to neaten and clean the home. Every decision she second-guessed, even when Winter told her in his quiet voice that she was doing a fine job and not to worry so much. And beneath all her worries was a nagging sadness. Put simply, she missed Care. She found herself wondering what he'd think of her decisions, wanting to discuss her problems and small joys with him. She wanted to be with him. But she'd pretty well fouled those waters, hadn't she? Her shoulders slumped at the thought as she rounded the final twist in the old staircase, coming at last to the uppermost floor of the home. He thought she'd wanted him only for a crass sexual relationship, and while she certainly longed to embrace him again, there was so much more to her emotions. She halted, there at the top of the stairs, a single candle wavering in her hand to give her light, as she finally acknowledged what she'd known all along. She felt much more for Care than lust. A sob caught in her throat before she could stifle it. She'd been so lonely before he'd come into her life. His absence now only highlighted just how alone she was. Oh, she had her brothers and sisters, the children and Nell, but even with her own family, she was apart. Only with Care was she herself, flaws and all. He saw her sexual need, her sometimes unchristian urges and emotions, and, wonder of wonders, liked her just the same, wanted her just the same. It was so freeing, simply being with him, knowing that she could be herself, all of herself, and he would not turn away. She looked about the dim, squalid hallway. Alone. She was so alone. It wasn't until half an hour into the viewing that Temperance decided that the event was going quite well, all things considered. They'd had a rather rocky start when their first visitors, a lady with an enormous plume in her hair, accompanied by a stout gentleman in a full-bottomed wig, improbably dyed an inky black above his elderly face, arrived a bit early, at just before 5 of the clock. Joseph Tinbox had been the only one to hear the knock at the door, and when he'd answered it, had at first refused them entry on the grounds that they were too early and ought to go away and come back at the proper time. Fortunately, Nell had gone looking for Joseph Tinbox at that moment and found him about to shoo their visitors away. Profuse apologies, and the application of 2 cups of Mr. St. John's punch, had done much to soothe the couple's indignation. After that, a steady stream of gentlepersons had arrived. So many, in fact, that at one point their grand carriages had clogged the end of Maiden Lane, much to the interest of the usual inhabitants. Some had, in fact, taken out chairs and sat along the street to watch the parade of nobility go by. Yes, all was going quite well, and if the punch held out, and she could keep Winter from engaging in a political discussion with a rather loud young gentleman in an atrocious yellow coat who insisted on saying the most idiotic things, they might actually live through this day. Temperance smiled and shook the hand of a vivacious lady in a plum-coloured dress as the lady exclaimed about the poor little wretches. She was leaving and, despite her rather unfortunate choice of words, seemed genuinely moved by the orphanage.
"Who is that?" Nell muttered behind Temperance.
"I don't know, but she's quite enthusiastic," Temperance whispered back. "No, not her. Her." Temperance looked over their guest's head to see Lady Care picking her way across the cobblestones, her mouth twisted in distaste. She wore an entirely inappropriate gold-and-blue brocade dress and held the hand of a gentleman in a ginger wig and lavender coat. The Maiden Lane spectators were quite taken with her, many elbowing their neighbour as she passed. Fortunately, Mr. St. John had seen her approaching and intercepted her, apparently pointing out the home's rather sad architecture. He couldn't hold her off forever, though. "Oh, no," Temperance groaned.
"What?"
"What?" Nell hissed, all agog. "It's Lady Care," Temperance murmured. "She's quite horrible." A muffled giggle came from behind them. Temperance turned and, to her horror, saw that they weren't alone. Lady Hero, in a striking silvery blue dress, had somehow entered the little hallway and, what was worse, had obviously heard her. "Oh, I'm sorry," Temperance muttered, beginning a curtsy and then changing her mind halfway down and popping back up too fast. "I didn't mean... that is, She is rather horrible," Lady Hero said, smiling faintly. "But if you will credit it, I've heard her discuss the plight of poor children before." "Really?" Temperance asked faintly. She darted another look at the street. Lady Care had stopped to argue about something with her escort. She turned back to Lady Hero. "So she might actually be interested in our home?" "I think so, yes." "As am I," Lady Hero said, almost diffidently. "I was orphaned at the age of 8, you know." "I'm so sorry, I didn't." Lady Hero waved aside her apology. "It was a long time ago now, but there are any number of ladies who are interested to one degree or another with the welfare of poor infants." "Oh," was Temperance's not very eloquent reply. It hadn't occurred to her to seek a patroness. Somehow she had been thinking all along about a patron who would be like Sir Stanley Gilpin, older, wealthy, and male, when perhaps she should have been focusing merely on the wealthy bit. She smiled at Lady Hero. "How wonderful!" Lady Hero smiled. "Perhaps you'll be so kind as to show me about your home." "Of course," Temperance said, but Winter descended the stairs at that moment. "Sister, have you seen Mary Whitson?" Winter had a line between his brows. Not since this morning. She turned to look at Nell. The maidservant shrugged.
Shall I look for her?
If you don't mind, Nell, Winter said. Nell hurried up the stairs. You must be Mr. Makepeace, Lady Hero said. This is Lady Hero Batten, Winter, Temperance said.
An honour to meet you, ma'am. Winter bowed.
I was just telling Mrs. Dews, the lady began, but Nell came rushing back in the room again. She held Joseph Tinbox by one arm.
Tell her what you've told me, Nell demanded of Joseph. Tell her where Mary Whitson went.
She left, Joseph said succinctly. His brown eyes were wide, his face so pale the freckles stood out. She said it was all right. She said everyone was too busy. Temperance felt ice form in her breast. Too busy for what? A woman came and said there was a babe what needed fetching, Joseph said. Mary went with her. Temperance glanced out the door. The sky had already begun to darken, night slinking into St. Giles like an alley cat. Dear God, Mary Whitson was out in St. Giles at night, with a mad killer on the loose. Lazarus drifted through the late afternoon streets of St. Giles. The sun was beginning to set, the feeble rays withdrawing swiftly from tall buildings, overhanging eaves, and a myriad of swinging signs. Lazarus leapt over the corpse of a cat in the gutter and continued on his way. He was close, very close, to finding Marie's murderer. Again and again he'd come back to St. Giles, and this trip, he felt, might very well be the last one, for better or worse. Danger was lurking here, sharpening its claws, waiting for him to make a false move. Danger or not, something deep inside him felt it only right to balance the scales. He needed to see that Marie's murderer was punished before he could move on with Temperance. And he needed to see Temperance again. Badly. He had no doubt that the breath would stop in his chest if he could no longer touch her, speak to her, and watch those amazing golden-flecked eyes reflect her true emotions. But first, he had to find Marie's murderer. To that end, he'd tried speaking to Tommy Pett thrice in the last week. The boy must know something about the connection between Mother Heartsease and his sister. But each time Lazarus had called at Mrs. Whiteside's establishment, Tommy had been unaccountably absent. Perhaps a late daytime call would find him in. In another 15 minutes, he turned into Running Man Lane, following its twists and turns until it spilled into the courtyard where Mrs. Whiteside's whorehouse was. But as he neared, he could hear bawling and raised voices. His last few steps were made at a run. The sight that greeted him in the courtyard was an odd one. The ladies and boys of the night all seemed to be standing in the courtyard, many holding candles or lanterns. Some argued, some wept, and some simply stood, stunned. At that moment, Pansy walked out of the whorehouse with her hulking guard, Jackie, behind her. Lazarus began pushing through the crowd, even as Jackie raised his massive hands above his head and clapped them together, effectively silencing the courtyard.
The house has been searched. No one lurks within. The danger is gone, Pansy said in her deep voice. Now, I want all of you to go back inside.
Jackie clapped his hands together again, and one by one, the whores moved reluctantly inside. A big woman in purple silk braced her hands on her hips.
And how are we to know it's safe in there?
Pansy shot her a stern look.
Because I say 'tis.
The woman turned red-faced and shuffled inside. Lazarus stepped forward, and Pansy caught sight of him. She jerked her chin.
You're not wanted here.
He was undeterred. Wanted or not, he had the feeling that what was inside the whorehouse was of importance to him. What has happened? He asked.
Nothing you need to worry about,
she muttered, and turned aside as if to leave him there. Without thinking, he caught at her shoulder before she could disappear inside the house, then felt more than saw Jackie swing at him. The guard was a big man, but he had a big man's slowness. Lazarus easily ducked inside the blow and punched him hard in the gut. Jackie fell heavily to his knees. Pansy made a distressed sound and wrapped her tiny arms about the big man's shoulders. "Stop it!" Lazarus stepped back, but kept his hands fisted. It wouldn't do to underestimate Jackie. Pansy sighed, her misshapen face looking a little grey. "I'm as good as dead anyway. Come inside." Jackie lumbered to his feet, shooting a nasty look at Lazarus, but he stood aside to let him in. Lazarus entered the house with the hairs on the back of his neck on end. The guard wouldn't mind killing him. Only Pansy's will kept him from attacking. She made no other comment, but led the way up the stairs. A few whores still lingered in the hallways, gossiping, but at the sight of the madam, they vanished into their rooms. Pansy stopped at a door midway down the upper hallway and cast an inscrutable glance at Lazarus before she pushed it open. The smell hit him first, the stench of bowels and blood. The body on the bed had been gutted, just like Marie. He stepped closer, mindful of the dark smears on the floor, and gazed into the waxen face. It was Tommy, the boy's countenance oddly serene above the violence of his body. Lazarus looked back at Pansy. She was staring fixedly at the horror on the bed, but at his look, she jerked her chin at him. "Come downstairs. I'll need a cup of tea." She closed the door behind them, and they all tramped down the stairs, silently, and into her little sitting room. Pansy sat in her special chair, gesturing for Lazarus to sit opposite her. "Tea, Jackie?" When the big man didn't move, she nodded wearily. "It's all right. Lord Care won't hurt me." The guard grunted and left the room. "He was killed the same way as Marie and the other prostitutes," Lazarus said softly. "He must have known the killer." Pansy seemed to be in a meditative mood, her chin propped on a fist. "Mistress Pansy?" She sighed heavily, looking up. Yes, of course he knew the murderer." Lazarus narrowed his eyes. "As do you." She met his gaze squarely. "As do I." "Who is it, Pansy?" She held up her hand as the door opened. Jackie entered, carrying a delicate tea tray in his huge hands. She smiled at him as he set the tray down. "Thank you, Jackie. Could you please guard the door for me?" The big man shot a suspicious glance at Lazarus and trundled out. Pansy waited until the door was closed. Then she looked at Lazarus. "It's the owner of this house. She controls all the prostitutes in her little corner of St. Giles. They each must pay a portion of their earnings to her, even if it's only a few pennies. Marie refused. And Tommy, that fool." She shook her head in disgust and poured herself a cup of tea. Lazarus made himself sit patiently. She took the full teacup, but then merely stared into the tea. "I think he tried to blackmail her. I think that's what set her off. She was here tonight visiting Tommy, and she left in a hurry. Tommy must have known all along who'd killed his sister, and once you started asking questions, he figured she would pay him to keep her secret. He was pretty, but not very smart." Lazarus closed his eyes. He was so close. "Who, Pansy?" "Mother Heartsease." He felt his pulse begin to race. Finally. The board who runs the gin shop. Pansy's lips twitched. "She's much more than that. She's the most powerful woman in this part of St. Giles, and the most dangerous. You saw Tommy. She did that in a house full of people. She's in a berserker rage.
She's burning her bridges behind her now."
"But why kill Marie and the other prostitutes so dramatically?"
Pansy shrugged. "To scare away her competitors, her allies, her whores, anyone and everyone, in fact."
He frowned. "You're in danger."
"She'll kill me before the Senite's out, I think,"
Pansy said dispassionately, and finally took a sip of her tea.
"Me and whoever else she thinks has betrayed her or stands in her way. You'd better watch your step as well. She's already killed Tommy to keep him from talking to you, and to Mrs. Dews."
Lazarus raised his eyebrows, his alarm growing. "Mrs. Dews?"
Pansy set her teacup carefully on the tray. "I think Mother Heartsease sees Mrs. Dews as a sort of rival for control of St. Giles. She doesn't like that Mrs. Dews rescues the children Mother Heartsease would rather sell or whore out."
"You think she'll go after Temperance Dews?"
"She already has."
"What?" Lazarus felt his muscles tighten in alarm. Pansy looked at him with a terrible, fatalistic tragedy in her eyes.
"One of the girls here brought in a lass tonight, the one Mrs. Dews dotes on."
"Mary Whitson?"
"Yes. Mother Heartsease took the girl with her when she left."
Lazarus sprang to his feet, dashing to the door as Pansy's last words floated after him.
"And I think Mother Heartsease means to strike at Mrs. Dews through the girl."
Chapter 19. "What you feel is the sorrow of loss," Meg said. "What you feel is love. And," she continued as the little blue bird flew back in the room and lit on the king's hand, "that is love also."
"I do not understand," the king said.
"What do you feel now?" Meg asked. King Lockhart frowned as he gently stroked the little bird's head.
"Joy. Happiness."
"That is the joy of love," Meg smiled. "To experience your love for the bird, you must be willing to let her go. And in exchange, the bird displays her love for you by returning." From King Lockhart. Dear God! Temperance felt her knees give way in horror. Not Mary Whitson, not her darling Mary Whitson. She felt Nell wrap an arm around her to brace her. Lady Hero was looking concerned. Mr. St. John ushered Lady Care and her escort in, and after a brief word with Winter, shot Temperance a grave look before showing the lady up the stairs. Winter took the rest of them into the kitchen. Temperance sank into a chair. She needed to rescue Mary, but how could she when she didn't even know where Mary had gone?
"We need to search for her," Winter was saying. "Where was the baby Mary was fetching?"
Someone started pounding on the kitchen door.
"Temperance!"
It was Care's voice. Temperance jumped up and flew to the door, fumbling with the bar, her hands trembling. She threw open the door and fell into Lazarus's arms. And for a moment she simply stood there, shaking against him. He was so large, so warm, and he was here when she most needed him. He clutched her to his chest.
"Are you all right?"
"No," she shook her head against him. "Mary Whitson is missing." He tilted her chin up.
"I know. Mother Heartsease has her."
"What?"
"I've just come from Mrs. Whiteside's house. Mother Heartsease is Mrs. Whiteside. She seems to have lured Mary Whitson there with the help of one of the prostitutes."
"We must go at once." Temperance grabbed her cloak hanging on a peg by the door.
"Wait, there's something else."
Care caught her arm, but it was Winter he addressed.
"Mother Heartsease is the murderer."
Temperance stared at him. "Marie's murderer? The one who has been—" He nodded. She sobbed once before pulling herself together. "Then the matter is even more urgent."
"Yes," he said gently, "but there is also a possibility of a trap. Mother Heartsease has a particular dislike of you, it seems."
Winter stirred.
"Then she should not go."
Temperance rounded on him in a fury. "Not go? It's Mary Whitson. I can't leave her with that woman, trap or no." Winter began to protest, but Care looked at him. "I'll accompany her and keep her safe." "You promise?" "On my life." "You can take my footmen as well." They all turned at the voice. Lady Care had entered the small kitchen with her bow. 2 burly footmen stood behind her. She met Lazarus's eyes for a minute. He nodded. "Thank you." Care took Temperance's hand, and then they were out the door and into the night, with the footman following. "What does she want with Mary Whitson?" Temperance panted as they hurried. Care shook his head. "She may be merely a lure, in which case she's probably in no danger." Temperance shivered. "But Mother Heartsease hates me, you said?" "According to Pansy." He hesitated, glancing about them as they rounded a corner. "She's already killed Tommy Pet." "Oh, God!" Temperance tried to control her rising panic. Why had she never told Mary how much she loved her? Why had she kept her at arm's length? "Then she may kill her simply to spite me." Lazarus didn't answer, merely squeezing her hand. The journey seemed to take hours, but it was only minutes later when they and the 2 footmen made Mother Heartsease's gin shop. Lazarus eyed the door and broke apart his stick. "Stay behind me," he said to Temperance. "You 2, he jerked his chin at the footman, "to either side of me." Temperance nodded, watching as he pushed the door open with his foot. The sight within was a strange one. The gin shop was nearly empty, but the overturned tables and broken chairs told of a struggle. 2 bodies lay upon the floor, Mother Heartsease's guards. The one-eyed barmaid cowered under the remains of a table. In the centre of the room stood the ghost of St. Giles, his sword tip at the throat of the last guard. At their entrance, the ghost glanced at them from behind his black mask, but made no other move or sound. "I don't know where she is," the guard blubbered. "Mother Heartsease heard you were coming and ran out the back door. She could be anywheres now." The ghost merely pressed his sword to the man's throat. The guard yipped, and a trickle of blood ran down his neck. "Don't!" called the barmaid. "Oh, don't hurt Davy!" The footman looked uneasily at Care. "Tell him where Mother Heartsease is, then," Lazarus said in a calm voice. Temperance saw the ghost's mouth twitch up at the corner, as if in sardonic approval. "She was going after you," the girl pointed at Temperance. "Where?" Temperance asked. "To your home," the girl said. "Said she'd make sure you'd leave St. Giles once and for all." Temperance frowned, exchanging a puzzled glance with Lazarus. "Was she alone? Did she have a girl with her?" "She had one of your lasses," the barmaid said. "Now leave my Davy alone. She's not here, I tell you." "We'd best get back to the home," Lazarus said grimly. "But what is she about?" Temperance cried. The fact that Mother Heartsease had taken Mary with her when she fled sent chills down her spine. "I don't know." Lazarus looked at the ghost. "Are you with us?" The harlequin nodded, and with a graceful spin was out the door and running lightly down the street. "Hurry," Care called to the footman. He took her hand again and they retraced their steps. Night had fallen fully. Signs swung overhead, creaking eerily in the wind. Now and again they could see the moon floating bloated and weak behind drifting clouds. The ghost of St. Giles ran ahead, his footfalls nearly silent. As they neared the home, Temperance could see an odd orangey-red light flickering over the rooftops, teasing and coy, but becoming bolder as they ran. And then she smelled the smoke. Dear God! She couldn't even put into words her fear. They rounded the corner and saw. The home was on fire. For a dreadful moment, the sound seemed to stop in Temperance's ears, and all she heard was a kind of rushing noise. Oddly, she focused on Lady Care, standing by herself in the middle of Maiden Lane. Lazarus's mother had one hand to her mouth, and she was gazing up at the top of the foundling home. That sight was what brought Temperance back suddenly and all at once. People were shouting, Nell was there shaking her arm, and she could smell the smoke now, a dreadful hint of the chaos within. "Are they out?" she shouted at Nell. There were children milling about her. "Are all the children out?" "I don't know," Nell replied. "We need to take count," Temperance shouted. Maiden Lane was in chaos. People screamed and ran back and forth. The aristocrats who had come to view the home mingled with the everyday folk of St. Giles. A bucket line had formed. The ragged cobbler who lived in the cellar next door handed a bucket of water to a footman in full livery, who handed it to the fishmonger's wife, who handed it to a lord in a snowy white wig, and so on. It was a bizarre sight. Temperance turned and looked behind her at the home, and caught her breath. Flames were shooting out the upper windows, smoke billowing in a grey-black cloud. At that moment, Winter and St. John staggered from the house. "Winter!" Temperance called. He carried a small boy in his arms. "No one else is in the nurseries. I think we got them all. Did you count the children?" Temperance turned to Nell. 26, all but Mary Whitson." Temperance clutched at Lazarus's arm. "Where is she? Where could Mother Heartsease have taken her?" But when she looked at him, he was staring up at the building. "Christ's blood!" She followed his gaze. Atop the roof, a tall, gaunt woman, in a tattered, man-scarlet military coat, was picking her way across the shingles. The Harlequin flashed by them silently and disappeared into the house next to the foundling home. "Where is Mary Whitson?" Temperance fisted one hand at her breast. No, it couldn't be. No one would be so terrible as to leave a child in that inferno. But Mother Heartsease was clearly alone. Temperance burst into tears. Dear God, Mary Whitson was in a burning building, dying. "God's bloody stones," Care muttered, and before she could speak, he was gone. Gone inside the burning home. The lower floors were relatively clear, but as Lazarus ran up the wooden stairs, the smoke rapidly built. He threw his cloak over his head, holding part of it against his mouth, but it provided little barrier against the smoke. He choked, fighting his body's urge to return to clean air. Dear God, he could hardly see, let alone breathe. Everything was grey with smoke. He looked about the floor where the children slept. "Mary!" His bellow turned to a hacking cough, and was lost in the roar of the fire. She might not even be here. He might be on a fatal fool's mission. But the sight of Temperance's despair had been too much for him to bear. If the child was here, he would find her. The inferno moaned like a live thing, lurking in the floor above, the floor where Temperance and her brother had rooms. He narrowed his stinging eyes against the smoke as he climbed the rickety staircase. If he survived this hell, he'd be damned sure the home was better built next time. Tears streaked his face, but evaporated almost at once in the heat. The upper hall boiled with smoke. Where would a madwoman hide a child? Lazarus fell to his knees, crawling, the tears blurring his eyes. If the girl was at the far end of the hall, she was gone now. But Temperance's room was not yet engulfed. He had to at least check. He reached up to turn the doorknob, shoving the door open with his shoulder. "Mary!" An answering cry. He was blind now, so he felt with his hand, finding and clutching at a small foot. She was bound, lying on the floor next to the bed. She crowded against him, as if she might burrow her small body into his, and he felt the wiggling fur of the cat she held. He broke apart his stick and used the sword to cut the rope about her legs and hands. Then he tucked her under one arm and dragged her toward the stairs. The flames were blasting in his face, licking down his throat, trying to set him afire from within. His lungs ached, there was a terrible roaring in his ears, and he realized, suddenly and fatefully, that the house was giving way. The cat leapt from the girl's arms. Temperance loved this child, even if she'd never admitted it. He shoved Mary's little body ahead of him. Dear God, let her at least live. Run! Run now! He might have said more, but at that moment, hell opened up and swallowed him whole. The home was dying, and Care and Mary Whitson were still inside. Temperance watched as a section of the roof suddenly slid and came tumbling down to the cobblestones. For a moment, two figures were silhouetted against the flames, Mother Heartsease's cadaverous form and the quick shadow of the ghost of St. Giles. Then they were both gone. Temperance couldn't muster the energy to wonder what had happened to them. All her will, all her hopes and prayers, were centered on Lazarus and Mary. Fire licked up from a broken window, the room beyond entirely golden with flame. The crowd had quieted, as if in awe, as the roar of the fire had grown louder. The bucket line was still struggling heroically, but their efforts had no visible effect on the flames. There was a sudden shriek, and Temperance watched, detached, as the ghost of St. Giles dragged Mother Heartsease from inside the neighbouring house. It was a bizarre sight. Mother Heartsease fought like a maddened wolf, but the ghost had his hand locked about her upper arm and easily contained her. He shoved her at Mr. St. John, pointing with a gloved finger, first at the burning home, and then at the screaming woman, as if any of them needed an explanation. St. John's face hardened, and he called over 2 loitering footmen to help him hold the murderess. Then, the ghost of St. Giles simply walked away into the crowd. No one gainsaid him. Temperance didn't care. "I must go in," she said to no one in particular, and started forward, only to find her arm in Winter's firm grip. "Let me go." She turned her face to his pleading. She could see tears in his eyes. "No, sister, you must remain here." "But he'll burn," she whispered, turning back to the fire. "He'll burn, and I don't know if I can bear it." Winter said no more, even when she collapsed to her knees. She was bereft, here on the muddy cobblestones, watching her love die. He was her love. She knew it now that it was far too late to tell him. Care was both stronger and more vulnerable than any man she'd ever known before. He saw her flaws, saw her anger and sexual need, and her pretense of being someone better than she really was, and he didn't care. It was odd. She'd always thought she'd love someone who saw only the best in her, when all along it was the man who saw everything, the good and the bad, who she loved. And now it was too late. Her throat was raw, and Temperance realized she was screaming, trying to crawl forward, Winter's hold on her arm preventing her. And then a small form appeared, walking from the smoke and flames. Mary Whitson emerged from the burning home like a miracle. She saw Temperance and ran to her. Temperance hugged her close, crying and kissing her face, squeezing her much too tight in her sorrow and joy, until Mary Whitson raised her tear-streaked face. "He's still inside, Lord Care. He came for me, but he shoved me down the stairs. He's still inside." Something crunched and then gave way, and the entire front half of the house collapsed in on itself. and he was terribly curt with her for the rest of the wonderful meal. Meg, for her part, was cheerful, ignoring the king's more sarcastic comments. And at the end of the evening, she left the king sitting all alone in his dining room. From King Lockhart. The rain was gentle at first. It drifted down as soft as a mother's kiss on a sleeping child. Temperance didn't notice the drops falling from above until the fire began to hiss. And then, all at once, the clouds above opened up, pouring rain down like a waterfall, the drops so hard that they ricocheted off the cobblestones, splashing back up as they hit. The fire fought back, hissing and spitting its defiance, great waves of steam rising up. But the rain was stronger, more relentless, and the flames began to fall back. And in the midst of all this, a figure in a black swirling cloak emerged from the clouds of steam, limping, but walking steadily. Temperance rose to her feet, a cry strangled in her throat. His silver hair was tarnished by the smoke, but it was him. It was Care. She pulled away from Winter and ran, slipping on the wet cobblestones, blinded by the rain and her own tears, rushing toward her heart. As she neared, a black singed cat struggled from under his cloak and streaked straight to Mary Whitson. Care coughed. "I loathe cats." Temperance sobbed once. He caught her hard, pulling her under his cloak, kissing her with a smoke-filled mouth, there in the rain, in front of everyone. "I love you," she sobbed, rubbing her hands over his face, his hair, his chest, making sure he was solid and real. "I love you, and I thought you were dead. I couldn't bear it. I thought I would die too." "I'd walk through fire for you," he rasped, his voice hoarse and broken. "I have walked through fire for you." She choked on a laugh, and he kissed her again, his mouth hard, tasting of smoke and fire, and she'd never tasted anything so wonderful before. Because he was alive. He was alive. He broke their kiss, resting his forehead against hers. "I love you, Temperance Dews, more than life itself." He would have said more, but she kissed him again, softly this time, trying to convey everything she felt with just her lips. "Ahem." Someone cleared their throat nearby. Lazarus pulled back from the kiss enough to mutter, "Yes, Mother." Temperance blinked and turned her head. Lady Care stood beside them, her elegant white coiffure ineffectively shielded by a coat held over her head by her shivering companion. She looked wet and cold and hurt. "Care," Temperance whispered. He lifted his head to glance at his mother. "What is it?" "If you're done making a public display of yourself," Lady Care said, "the children need to be seen to. And there's an insane woman Godric St. John says started the fire and murdered 3 women. "Your concern is touching as always," Care began, but then Temperance pinched his earlobe. "Ouch." He looked down at her. Goodness, aristocrats were idiots at times. "Your mother was very worried for you." Care lifted an eyebrow. "I love you, Lazarus." Lady Care's voice was clear and certain, but then her lower lip trembled. "You're my son. I may not express my love effectively, but that doesn't mean I don't love you." He turned his head and stared at her in wonder. And he probably would have continued to stare, dumbstruck, if Temperance hadn't pinched him again. "Ow!" He shot a glare at her. She arched a brow at him pointedly. "Mother mine." Care leaned down gingerly and kissed his mother's cheek. "A wise woman once told me that just because love isn't expressed doesn't mean it isn't felt." Lady Care's eyes welled with tears. Does that mean you love me as well? A corner of Lazarus's mouth quirked up.
I think it must.
I didn't think you listened to me.
Every word you have ever uttered, Care whispered, is engraved upon my heart.
Lady Care closed her eyes, as if she'd received a benediction. Then her eyes snapped open. Yes, well, what shall we do with all these children? Temperance glanced at the home. The fire looked nearly out, but there was not much left beyond smouldering ruins. Dear God! It only now occurred to her that they had nowhere to take 7 and 20 children, and although she'd set out this morning to find a patron for the home, now she no longer even had a home.
Perhaps they can come to my townhouse, Care started doubtfully. His mother snorted.
The home of a bachelor gentleman? I think not. The majority will come to my townhouse for the moment. And I can find places for some as well. Lady Hero had approached quietly. My brother has a house standing nearly empty. He's in the country for the summer. Oh, thank you. Temperance hardly knew what to say to such generosity. I can help with the little ones, Mary Whitson said. Her lower lip trembled. Until I find an apprenticeship, that is. Temperance laid her hand gently on Mary's sooty hair. How would you like to remain at the home, wherever the home might be, and help as long as you'd like? Mary Whitson's eyes shone. I'd like that, Mum. Good. Temperance blinked back yet more tears. Lady Hero smiled at the two of them. Her Titian hair was wet and straggling about her shoulders, and yet she still seemed dignified, and every inch the sister of a duke. When you are settled, I would like to discuss building a new home. As would I, Lady Care said. For a moment, both ladies eyed each other. Larger, do you think? Lady Hero murmured. Definitely. And with room for the children to play? Oh, quite, Lady Care replied decisively, and smiled at the younger woman. They seemed to have come to some sort of unspoken pact. Thank you, Temperance said, dazed.
You're in for it now, Care murmured irreverently in her ear, with my mother and the sister of a duke attending to your affairs.
But she ignored his teasing, hugging him in her glee. The home had not one, but 2 patronesses.
And if you don't mind, I'd like to contribute something to the home as well.
His tone was oddly diffident. She looked up at him and said, Thank you. We'd be most honored to have you as a patron as well. He kissed her quickly, and then Care sighed.
I need to attend to that.
He nodded his head to where St. John held Mother Heartsease with the 2 footmen.
Will you stay here?
Temperance smiled up at him. No. He sighed.
If you'll excuse us, Mother, my lady.
He made an abbreviated bow to both ladies. Certainly, Lady Hero said. I think we need to organize these children. She raised her eyebrows at Lady Care. That lady nodded, and as one, the women wheeled to descend on Nell and the group of children. Care shivered with mock apprehension.
Those 2 are going to be formidable.
And just what we need, Temperance said with satisfaction. He hugged her to his side as they approached St. John and the struggling Mother Heartsease. St. John looked at Care. What is this about? Why would this woman set fire to the home?
She killed Marie, Care said grimly, and Marie's brother too when he tried to blackmail her. She realized that we were getting close to discovering her, and she came here to kill Mrs. Dews, I think.
Temperance looked at the gaunt woman with loathing. All the children were inside the home as well. She would have killed many more than just me.
Yes, she didn't care.
Care nodded at St. John.
If we search her gin shop, we might find evidence of the murders.
No need, St. John replied. He flipped back the ragged red man's coat that Mother Heartsease wore. Beneath, rusty stains splashed across the bosom of her dress and down the front. "Dear God," Temperance whispered, covering her mouth with her hand. It was apparently too much for Mother Heartsease. She lunged, shrieking obscenities like a madwoman, which it was quite apparent she was. Both footmen were hauled forward at the strength of her attack. Care swung Temperance behind him and backed several steps, putting them both well out of Mother Heartsease's reach. "I'll bring her to jail in my carriage," St. John shouted above the woman's ravings. Care nodded. "Bind her well." "I will," St. John replied. "I'm taking no chance of her escaping." The men set about their grim task. "Calm," Care whispered in Temperance's ear. "You're wet and cold, and so am I. Let's find a carriage to take us home." "But Winter—" Temperance glanced about and spotted her brother helping to herd the children. Winter caught her look and raised his hand, jogging over. "I'm to help Lady Care and Lady Hero to settle the children, especially the boys. They'll be staying at the Duke of Wakefield's house, and they'll need supervision there." "I must help," Temperance began. Winter laid his hand on her shoulder. "No need. There's enough people between the servants and Nell and me." Care nodded above her. "I'm taking her home and giving her a warm bath." Winter eyed Care without speaking, and then he stuck out his hand. "Thank you." Care took his hand, shaking it firmly. "No need to thank me." Winter looked between Care and Temperance, his brow arched, but he merely said, "Take care of her." Care nodded. "I will." Winter bussed Temperance on the cheek and ran back to the children. "Now, to find a carriage," Care muttered, then grimaced. "Damn it, I forgot to thank St. John for capturing Mother Heartsease." "But he didn't," Temperance exclaimed. He turned to look at her, and she couldn't help but laugh. It was such a silly thing after all that had happened. "The ghost of St. Giles appeared with her while you were inside the house."
"What, in front of everyone?"
"Yes. He marched right up to St. John and gave Mother Heartsease to him. I think we were all too stunned to detain him."
"And St. John was there at the same time?"
"Yes." She looked at him curiously. Care shook his head.
"I wish I'd been there. I'd enjoy very much finding out who it is that hides behind that mask."
Temperance wrapped her arm about his side as they started for the carriages. "I think that's a mystery that we'll have to save for another day." Temperance would have fallen asleep on the carriage ride to Care's house if she weren't so nervous with anticipation. She had told Lazarus that she loved him, but there was still something yet. She needed to show him. So when the carriage stopped outside his townhouse, she took his hand and led him silently inside.
"I smell of smoke,"
he protested, as they climbed the grand staircase together. "I don't care," she replied. "I nearly lost you today." Her heart was leaping in her chest so violently that she thought she might well faint. She had a second chance. Dear God, Care was giving her a second chance. Whatever she did, she mustn't mess it up. She carefully closed his bedroom door behind them and then stood before him. "I want to... No, I need to show you how much I love you," she murmured. "I've been thinking about it for the last week, how you thought I felt I was degrading myself by making love to you." He started to speak, but she placed her forefinger across his lips. He raised his eyebrows. "Let me." She inhaled to fortify her courage and deliberately trailed her finger across his lips, over his jaw and down his neck. "Please let me." He held very still, barely breathing. She knew this caused him pain, but she did it anyway. She needed to teach him that touch, especially her touch, need not bring him pain, that it could be pleasurable as well, and the only way she knew to demonstrate the lesson was to show him. I want to see if I can find a way. She held his gaze as she untied his cloak. To do this without it hurting you. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. It does to me. The cord rasped softly as it slid apart. She took the cloak from his shoulders, carefully placing it along with his hat next to the candle atop the chair. When she turned back to him, he was still standing, watching her curiously. He'd made no move to take off any more of his clothing. You healed me. She swallowed and placed her hands on his shoulders. His jerk this time was softer, as if he either strove to contain the pain or it had receded a bit. She hoped it was the latter. You made me whole again, after years of suffering. I'd like to do the same for you. Slowly, gently, she took off his coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth. When she began unbuttoning his shirt, she could feel him shivering under her fingertips. For a moment, her courage failed her. What if forcing her touch on him merely made him more sensitive to it, gave him more pain? Then she looked into his face. Very well, he said. But don't be disappointed if this doesn't work. I'll still love you no matter what. She felt tears prick her eyes at his calm acceptance of her and what she wanted to do. Whatever happened, they were in this together, and that at least made her feel better. Bit by bit, one article of clothing at a time, she undressed him in near-complete silence. By the time they got down to his small clothes, she was out of breath, and he was already erect under the cloth. Her hands shook as she divested him of his last article of clothing. She stood back and looked at him. He was magnificent nude. His silver hair spread over his shoulders, long enough to brush his dark nipples. In contrast, the hair on his body was nearly black. Dark curls swirled between his nipples in a diamond-shaped pattern on his chest. His hard belly was bare, but just below his navel, the dark hair began again, in a thin line that trailed to the curls around his manhood. His legs were long and strong, his shoulders broad and muscled, and his eyes... Dear God, his eyes, watching her silently, sparkling sapphire blue, as he waited for her next move. Tell me if I go too far, she whispered, if it hurts too much, if you want to stop. His deep sapphire eyes were trusting. I will. She placed her palms flat against his bare chest, firmly, and gently pushed him to sit on the bed. She was expecting his flinch by this point, but she didn't give in to it, keeping her hands against his warm skin as he inhaled deeply. When he had settled, she slid her palms slowly down his torso, feeling the smoothness of his skin, the tickling abrasion of his body hair. She watched his eyes as they darkened to midnight blue. She paused, and then slid her hands back up his chest. You're so beautiful, she murmured. I've wanted to simply look at your bare body for so long. His mouth twisted, but he didn't comment. He inhaled, his chest swelling and deflating beneath her palms. He was so alive, so vital, and for the moment, he was all hers. She gave a gentle shove, making him lie back on the bed. His eyes narrowed, but he lay obediently. She went to his chest of drawers and searched until she found his neatly folded neckcloths. She drew 5 out and turned back to his great bed. When you tied me, I was forced to accept your lovemaking without giving in return. I'd like to do the same for you. His eyes widened, but he nodded once, firmly. She began tying his right ankle to the post at the bottom of the bed. She finished that foot and looked at him. He was breathing faster, but his eyes were calm. She tied his other foot and both his wrists. The knots were loose, and in any case she was fairly certain he could tear himself free from the bonds if he truly wished. But that didn't matter. The point was merely to give him the feeling of helplessness. And to that end, she approached the bed with the last neckcloth between her fingers. His sapphire eyes glittered as she laid the neckcloth across them and tied it firmly to the back of his head. She brushed her fingers over his cheek. "All right?" He cleared his throat. "Oh, yes." His voice sounded sensuous, anticipatory. She stood back and looked at her handiwork. He filled the huge bed. She tied his wrists to one post. His fisted hands were stretched over his head, the muscles bulging in his upper arms. The neckcloth covered his face from his brow to the middle of his nose. His lips were parted as he waited for her next move. His face turned to her as if he tracked her movements by sound. She shivered, remembering how it had felt when he blindfolded her, her senses primed by the dark. His broad chest heaved. His penis lay thick and ruddy against the paler skin of his flat belly. Dear God, she was growing wet merely looking at him. For the first time in her life, she welcomed her own arousal. She half closed her eyes, glorying in the sensation of her heavy breasts, of her thighs rubbing together. This was who she was, whether she liked it or not. A woman who wanted and needed sex, who loved sex, and tonight she would use that part of herself, the part she'd always despised, to heal this man she loved. Quietly, she removed her clothing, bodice, stays, dress, underskirts, stockings, and shoes. When she took off her chemise, his nostrils flared. Could he scent her arousal? She could smell it herself, faint and tangy. She would usually be wildly embarrassed at her own body's scent and moisture, but she willed the embarrassment away. She needed to be bold and without fear to do this. For a moment, she stood by the bed, not touching him, not moving, merely breathing in and out, feeling her own body watching his. Then she touched one finger to his nipple, as he had once done to her. His chest heaved at the touch, but he made no sound. "I love you." She circled his nipple, small and dark against his pale skin. It pebbled as she touched him. She inhaled as well, her chest suddenly tight. He was at her mercy, this powerful, lonely man, both physically and emotionally. If she made the wrong move, she might hurt him terribly. For she knew now that she could hurt him, and the realization was wondrous and strange. Somehow, by some miracle, she mattered to him. "All of you." She leaned forward and placed her mouth against his chest, kissing him, stroking him with her lips, trying to convey all she felt. She licked his nipple, circled it with her tongue, tasting man, tasting care. She took that small bit of flesh between her lips and bit gently, carefully, listening as his breath quickened. "I think I've loved you since that first night when you surprised me in my sitting room." Her breath quickened as well, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. She climbed on the bed and straddled his hips, but when he pressed up, she ignored him, sliding lower, her legs on either side of his thighs. "Or perhaps it was when you talked to me so shamefully in your carriage that first time." She lay flat on him, her breasts crushed just above his hot penis, her forearms along his sides, touching him with as much of her body as she could. "Do you remember?" "Yes," he hissed. She felt his body shudder. She knew she was hurting him with just her gentle touch, but she pressed on. She licked down his chest, feeling the tears start in her eyes as his heartbeat thudded under her lips. She was causing him pain, and she hated it. but at the same time she hurt him with all the love in the world. "Do you remember what you talked about? How you described me, kneeling before you?" He shuddered. She took down her hair, letting it spread over his chest as she kissed around his navel. A soft sound left his lips, perhaps a moan, but she didn't stop. She tongued her way to that special spot by his groin, where his thigh met his hip, licking like a cat. She wriggled farther down him, stretching her legs full length along his, her feet hanging off the end of the bed, her breasts resting now atop his hard thighs. "And what I would do when I knelt before you?" His whole body stilled. Carefully, thoroughly, she licked over his hard cock, feeling it leap beneath her tongue. She bathed him with her tongue, but didn't take his penis into her mouth. His breathing was rough now, and she didn't know whether it was from arousal or pain. Perhaps it didn't matter anymore. "I was so aroused by your words," she whispered, "so shamed, and at the same time, so excited. You were opening up a new world for me, a world in which I could be free. I want you to be free, too." She placed her head between his thighs and kissed his sack, gently, tenderly inhaling his male musk. Then she turned her head and ran her mouth down first one thigh, then the other, leaving no spot untouched, leaving no bit of flesh unloved. By the time she reached his feet, big but with surprisingly elegant arches, she was drenched with her own need. He no longer trembled, but when she looked toward the head of the bed, she saw his fists clenching the spindles of the headboard so tightly she feared he might break them. Now. She flowed up him, bracing one hand on his shoulder, using the other hand to guide him into her. They both gasped at the penetration. "I love you," she moaned. Her tears overflowed as she took him deep within her. She raised her bottom, letting him slide out once, twisting herself back down on him. Then she laid herself on him like a blanket, covering as much of his flesh with hers as she could. She found that she had to curl her legs next to his hips to keep him lodged within her depths, but she could spread herself over nearly all of his torso. Then she lay still, her head on his chest, his hot cock within her, listening to his leaping heartbeat under her ear. He was gasping beneath her. She raised her head a little and brushed her lips over his exposed jaw, trying to comfort him. "Is it all right?" But he wouldn't answer. His hands were still fisted, the muscles in his upper arms bulging with his restrained strength. She watched his hands flex around the neckcloths, waiting to see if he'd tear himself free, feeling his hard length within her, pulsing with life. When, after a while, he still let her lay on him, she moved. A gentle circling of her hips, a mere rising and falling, like waves upon a great rock. She licked his throat, humming under her breath, comforting as she made love to him. He hardly moved within her. She wanted, needed, this to last. At the same time, her desire was rising. She ground herself against him, using his body to pleasure herself, even as she tried to convey all he meant to her. He made a sound, perhaps a sob, and she closed her eyes, rubbing her wet face against his jaw. "Temperance." He moved his face then, catching her lips. "Dear God, Temperance." She kissed him gladly, letting him thrust his tongue into her mouth, letting him take control in this small way. Her movements slowed until she was merely pulsing against him, concentrating on his cock filling her completely, on his hips against the inside of her thighs, on his tongue within her mouth. It began gradually, naturally, like the dawning of the sun, a warmth starting at her center and spreading throughout her body. She hardly noticed until she was clenching inside, sobbing noiselessly against his mouth. She felt him jerk inside her, felt all of his muscles tense beneath hers. She knew he was reaching his peak as well, and continued to kiss him, gently, softly, telling him all she felt with just her body. He relaxed, his spasms spent, while she still lay on him, her flesh wet with both their fluids, delicately sensitized. She had enough presence of mind to reach up and untie his hands. Then she tucked her head under his chin and lay quiet, his cock still lodged within her, and whispered, "I love you, Lazarus Huntington. I love you." "Does it still hurt when I touch you?" Temperance asked some time later. She and Care had bathed and supped and made love again, and now they sprawled nude upon his bed. She lay on her side, her legs tangled with his, rubbing her palm over his chest. She couldn't seem to touch him enough. Care turned his head, his sapphire eyes meeting her own. "No, your touch no longer pains me. I think you have indeed cured me. It tingles a bit, but the sensation is not painful." He caught her hand, rubbing her fingers over his nipple. Quite the opposite, in fact. Happiness streaked like a golden light through her, but she kept her face grave. "Are you sure? Perhaps we should test your endurance further?" His lips curved rather wickedly, and he brought her fingers to his mouth, kissing each one slowly and carefully until Temperance nearly squirmed. "Is that a challenge, madam?" She lowered her eyelashes demurely, her heart pounding at their flirtation. "Perhaps." "Then I shall endeavour not to disappoint." His voice had turned serious, and when she looked up again, his face had lost its former teasing look. "I never want to disappoint you." "You won't," she whispered. He closed his eyes as if pained. "I am not the man you would have chosen on your own, I think." She laid a palm on his cheek. "Why do you say that?" His eyes snapped open, and he suddenly rolled to bring her beneath him. "Because I am selfish and vain and venal. Nothing, in fact, like you or the men in your family. Don't think I'm unaware of that fact. I don't deserve you, Temperance, but it doesn't matter. You have told me you love me, and I'll not let you change your mind, now or ever." He lay on her heavily, his legs between her spread thighs, and she was aware that he was erect and ready again. It was a position of dominance, one meant to enforce his will. But she looked up at him and smiled gently. "What makes you think I didn't choose you?" His dark brows snapped together. "What?" She threaded her fingers through his glorious silver hair. "You are exactly what I want, exactly what I need. You are honest and strong and fearless, and you make me fearless too. You don't let me hide behind excuses and prevarication. You make me face myself and you as well. I love you, Lazarus. I love you." "Then marry me," he said fiercely. She gasped, the prospect of happiness shimmering so close she could almost reach out and touch it. "But what about your mother?" He arched an arrogant eyebrow. "What about my mother?" Temperance bit her lip. "I'm not an aristocrat. I'm not even close. Father was a beer brewer. Surely your mother and the rest of society will disapprove of marriage to me. After the fire, I don't even have anything to my name but the clothes I wore today." "Well, that's not entirely true," he drawled, and his sapphire eyes seemed to glow in the shadows of the curtained bed. "You have a very fine piano." "I do?" "You do," he said, and kissed her nose. "I ordered it only a couple of weeks ago as a surprise present, and as it wasn't delivered before the fire—" "It wasn't, was it?" "No." "There you are," he said loftily. "You have a piano, and a full set of clothes. That's plenty dowry to marry me, But you provided the piano. Temperance couldn't stop the smile that was spreading over her face. A piano? Lazarus might call himself selfish, but it was the sweetest gift she'd ever received. Where the piano came from is of no matter, Mrs. Dews, Lazarus replied. The fact is, you own it. As for society, it can go hang. I'll wager the thing the gossip-mongers will be most scandalized by is that I found a lady to consent to be my wife. And your mother? And my mother will no doubt be extremely happy that I've married at all. But he nudged himself against her damp folds, and she lost whatever objection she was about to make. Oh! She looked up and saw he was so very close, his silver hair falling like a curtain to either side of her face. Will you marry me, Mrs. Dews? He whispered, and save me from a life of loneliness and uncaring. I will, if you'll save me from a joyless life filled with only work and duty. His blue eyes flamed, and then he was kissing her passionately. He pulled back only long enough to say, Then you'll marry me, my sweet Mrs. Dews? Yes, she laughed. Yes, I'll marry you and love you until the end of both our days, my Lord Care. And she would have said more, but he was kissing her again, and it didn't matter anyway. All that mattered was that he loved her, and she loved him, and that they'd found each other. Epilogue. Now a year passed, and during that time, King Lockhart grew more and more morose. One by one, he dismissed his courtiers until only a very few wise men remained. He grew weary of his beautiful concubines, and he sent them, weeping, away. He sat alone in his great golden throne room on his velvet throne, and wondered why he felt this way. All that was left to keep him company was his little blue bird. But a bird cannot talk, or laugh, or smile. One day, a quiet knock came at the throne-room doors, and when the king called for entry, who should come in but Meg the maid? Well, the king sat up straight, but soon his broad shoulders slumped again, and he looked a bit sulky. Where have you been? Oh, hither and yon, and over all the wide world, Meg said cheerfully. I had a wonderful time. Then I suppose you'll be going again? The king asked. Perhaps, perhaps not, Meg said, as she sat at his feet. How did you feel when I was gone? Lost, empty, the king said. And now that I've returned? Happy, joyful, King Lockhart growled as he scooped Meg into his lap and kissed her soundly. Do you know what this is? Meg asked in a whisper. Love, the king replied. This is love, true and eternal, my sweet Meg. Will you be my queen? Oh, yes, Meg said, for I've adored you since first you had me dragged before you. We will be married, and we'll live happily ever after. And so they did. 3 weeks later. The mornings were the hardest, Silence found. There just never seemed to be any reason to get up. She lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. William was gone, of course, 4 weeks now at sea and still no letter. That wasn't so unusual, but the nagging feeling that he wouldn't write at all this voyage was. Concord wasn't speaking to her, except for one short lecturing letter that she'd burned because it might destroy any sisterly feeling she had for him should she read the whole thing. No one had heard from Asa. Silence sighed and rolled to her side, idly watching a fly buzz against the bedroom window. Temperance would be happy to have her come and help plan the wedding. But the sad thing was that Temperance's happiness with Lord Care contrasted depressingly with Silence's estrangement from William, and jealousy of her own sister made Silence feel small, ugly, and bitter. Winter had come around twice, asking in his easy, patient way for her help with the foundling children, but there was a thump at her door. Silence turned in the direction of the outer room. It had been quite a loud thump, for her to have heard it in the bedroom. Who could it be? She owed no tradespeople and wasn't expecting anyone. It might be Winter come to cajole her again. She scrunched down in the covers. If it was Winter, she didn't want to see him. She had just decided to pretend not to be at home when she heard it, a faint mewling. Well, that was odd. Was there a cat at her door? She got up and padded to the door, cracking it only slightly because she was still in her chemise. No one was there, or so she thought, until she heard the sound again and looked down. A baby lay at her feet in a basket, like Moses, only without the rushes. She frowned at him, and he frowned back, stuffing a fat fist into his mouth and growing rather red in the face. She didn't know much about babies, but she did know when one was about to bawl. Hastily she bent, scooped up the basket, and closed the door behind her. She set the basket on the table and lifted out the baby, inspecting him, or rather her, as it turned out. The baby was dressed in a gown and stays, and was quite pretty, with dark eyes and a wispy curl of dark hair peeking from her cap. "I don't receive visitors before 2 of the afternoon," Silence muttered to the little girl, but the baby simply waved a fist, nearly catching her in the nose. Silence looked in the basket and found a worn silver locket in the shape of a heart. "Is this yours?" she asked the babe as she opened it awkwardly with one hand. Inside was a slip of paper with the word "Darling" written on it. That was all. She searched the basket, even taking out and shaking the blanket the baby had lain on. But there were no more clues to the baby's identity. Why would someone leave a baby on my doorstep? She wondered aloud as the baby gummed her fist. The child seemed happy enough now that Silence was holding her. Perhaps the unfortunate mother knew of her connection to the foundling home. "Well then, I'd best take you to Winter," Silence said with decision. Suddenly, she had a reason to get up this morning. She felt almost excited. "And since I found you, it seems only right that I be the one to name you." The baby raised her eyebrows as if in query. Silence smiled at her. "Mary, darling." Just when Lady Hero Batten has decided to settle for a proper society marriage, she meets Griffin Remington, the most infamous rake in London. Please continue to listen for a preview of Book 2 of the Maiden Lane series, Notorious Pleasures. Available in mass market in February 2011. Chapter 1. London, England, October 1737. The daughter of a duke learns early in life the proper etiquette for nearly everything. What dish to serve roasted larks in, when to acknowledge a rather risque dowager countess, and when to give her the cut direct. What to wear while boating down the Thames, and how to fend off the tipsy advances of an earl with very little income at the picnic afterward. Everything, in fact, Lady Hero Batten reflected wryly, but how to address a gentleman coupling vigorously with a married lady not his own. "Ahem," she tried, whilst gazing fixedly at the moulded plaster pears on the ceiling overhead. The 2 people on the settee appeared not to hear her. Indeed, the lady gave a rather loud series of animal squeals from under the skirts of her atrocious puce and brown striped gown, which had been flipped up to cover her face. Hero sighed. They were in a dim little sitting room off the library, and she was regretting choosing this particular room to fix her stocking. Had she picked the blue Oriental room, Her stocking would be straight by now, and she'd already be back in the ballroom, far away from this embarrassing predicament. She lowered her eyes cautiously. The gentleman, wearing an anonymous white wig, had discarded his embroidered satin coat, labouring atop the lady in his shirt sleeves and a brilliant emerald waistcoat. His breeches were loosened to facilitate his endeavours, and every now and again a flash of muscled buttock was visible. Sadly, she found the sight quite mesmerising. Whoever the gentleman was, his physical attributes were quite astonishing. Hero tore her gaze away to look longingly at the door. Really, few would find fault with her should she turn and simply tiptoe from the room. That was exactly what she would have done when she'd first entered had she not passed Lord Pembroke not 2 minutes before in the hallway. For, as it happened, Hero had noted the atrocious puce and brown striped gown earlier in the evening, on Lady Pembroke. Much as Hero was loath to embarrass herself, her own feelings were not, in the end, as important as the prospect of a possible duel and injury or death to 2 gentlemen. Having come to this proper and right conclusion, Hero nodded once sharply, took off one ruby earbob and lobbed it at the gentleman's backside. She'd always quietly prided herself on her aim, not that she used it much in everyday life, and she was rather gratified to hear a yelp from the male. He swore and turned, looking at her over his shoulder with the most glorious green eyes she'd ever seen. He wasn't a handsome man. His face was too broad across the cheekbones, his brows too prominent, and his mouth too cynical for true masculine beauty. But his eyes would draw any female, young or old, from across a room, and once drawn, their gaze would linger on the look of arrogant male virility he wore as naturally as he breathed. Or perhaps it was merely the, circumstances that gave him the look. "Do you mind, love?" he drawled, the anger in his expression having changed to faint amusement when he'd caught sight of her. His voice was deep and completely unhurried. "I'm busy here." She could feel heat suffusing her cheeks. Really, this was an impossible situation. But she met his gaze, making quite sure hers did not wander lower. "Indeed, I had noticed, but I thought you should know." "Unless you're the type who likes to watch." Now her face was aflame, but she wasn't about to let this wretch get the verbal better of her. She allowed her gaze to drop swiftly and scornfully down over his rumpled waistcoat and shirt. Fortunately, the tail hid his open breeches, and back up. She smiled sweetly. "I prefer entertainments in which I'm not in danger of falling asleep." The rogue tutted. "Happens a lot to you, does it, sweetheart?" His voice was solicitous, but a sly dimple appeared beside his wide lips. "Falling asleep just as the fun's about to begin? Well, don't blame yourself. Like as not, it's the gentleman's fault, not yours." Good God! No one spoke to her like this. Slowly, awfully, Hero arched her left brow. She knew it was slow and awful because she'd practiced the movement in front of a mirror for hours on end at the age of 12. The result was a look that made seasoned matrons tremble in their heeled slippers. The devilish man didn't turn a hair. "Now, as it happens, my ladies don't have that problem. Stay and watch. It'll prove instructive, I guarantee. And if I have any strength left over after, maybe I'll demonstrate." "Lord Pembroke is in the hallway," she blurted before he could finish his dastardly thought. The mound of puce and brown-striped skirts quaked. "Eustace is here?" "Quite, and heading this way," Hero informed Lady Pembroke, with only a touch of satisfaction. The gentleman exploded into action. He was up and off the lady and throwing down her skirts to hide her pale, soft thighs before Hero could even blink. He caught up his coat, made one swift appraising glance about the room, and turned to Hero, his voice still unhurried. "Lady Pembroke has torn a ribbon or lace or some such thing, and you've kindly consented to help her." "But—" He placed his forefinger against her lips. Warm, large, and quite shockingly inappropriate. And at the same time a male voice called from the hallway, "Bella!" Lady Pembroke, or Bella, squeaked in fear. "There's a good girl," the rogue whispered to Hero. He turned to Lady Pembroke, bussed her on the cheek and murmured, "Steady on, darling," before disappearing under the settee. Hero had only a moment to watch Lady Pembroke's pretty, insipid face go ashen as she realized fully the peril she was in, and then the door to the sitting room crashed open. "Bella!" Lord Pembroke was big, reddened, and quite obviously intoxicated. He glanced belligerently around the room, his hand on his sword. But he froze in confusion when he saw her. "My lady, what—" "Lord Pembroke." Hero casually stepped in front of the settee, obscuring a large masculine heel with her wide skirts. She employed her left eyebrow. Lord Pembroke actually backed up a step, quite gratifying after the reception her eyebrow had received from the rogue, and stammered, I... Hero turned to Lady Pembroke, touching lightly the horrid yellow braiding on the elbow of her gown. "That's fixed, I think. Don't you?" Lady Pembroke started as if poked. "Oh! Oh, yes. Thank you, my lady." "Not at all," Hero murmured. "If you're all done here, my dear," Lord Pembroke said, "then perhaps you're ready to return to the ball?" His words may have been a question, but his tone of voice most certainly was not. Lady Pembroke took his arm rather sulkily. "Yes, Eustace." And with a perfunctory goodbye, the two left the room. Almost immediately, Hero felt a tug upon her skirts. "Hist! I can hardly breathe under here." "They may come back," she said serenely. "I think I can see up your skirt." She moved back hastily. The rogue rolled out from under the settee and stood, towering over her. Nonetheless, she glared down her nose at him. "You weren't—" Now, if I was, do you really think I'd tell you?" She sniffed, sounding rather like Cousin Bathilda at her most priggish. "No doubt you'd boast of it." He leaned over her, smiling. "Does the thought have you all hot and bothered?" "Is your wig growing tight?" she asked politely. "What?" "Because I would think your swollen head would make it quite uncomfortable." His smile became a trifle grim. "My head isn't the only thing out of proportion, I assure you. Maybe that's why you came in here, to sneak a peek?" She rolled her eyes. "You have no shame, do you? Most men at least pretend to be abashed when caught in wrongdoing, but you strut about like a feckless cockerel." He paused in the act of donning his coat, one arm thrust out, the sleeve half on, and widened his beautiful green eyes at her. "Oh, of course. Moralizing. Naturally, you must hold yourself superior to me when—" "I saw you engaging in adultery." "You saw me engaging in a pleasant fuck," he said with slow emphasis. She flinched at the crudity, but stood her ground. She would not flee from a man such as he. "Lady Pembroke is married." "Lady Pembroke has had numerous lovers before me, and will have numerous lovers after me." "That does not forgive your sin." He looked at her and laughed, actually laughed, slow and deep. "And you are a woman without sin, is that it?" "Naturally." His mouth twisted cruelly. "Such certainty." She stared, affronted. "Do you doubt me?" "Oh, no, far from it. I believe absolutely that the thought of sin has never once crossed your perfect little mind." She tilted her chin, feeling a thrill of excitement. She'd never before argued with a gentleman, let alone a strange one. And I begin to think that any thought of righteousness has never crossed your shameless little mind. He watched her a moment, a muscle twitching on his jaw. Then he bowed abruptly. I thank you for going against your own inclinations and saving me from having to kill Lord Pembroke. She nodded stiffly. And I hope, most fervently, that our paths never cross again, my Lady Perfect. Unaccountably, Hero felt a pang of hurt at his dismissive words, but she made sure not to let the weak emotion show. I will certainly pray that I never have to suffer your presence again, my Lord Shameless. Then we are in agreement. Quite. For a moment she stared at him, her breasts pressing against her stays with each too fast breath, her cheeks hot with emotion. They'd drawn closer in the heat of their argument, and his chest nearly brushed the lace of her bodice. He stared back, his eyes very green in his loathsome face. His gaze dropped to her mouth. Her lips parted, and for a moment she forgot to breathe. He turned and strode to the door, disappearing into the dim hallway beyond. Hero blinked and inhaled, with a shudder, as she looked dazedly around the room. There was a mirror hanging on the wall, and she crossed to it, to peer at her reflection in the glass. Her hair was still elegantly coiffed, her dress properly in place. Her cheeks were a little pinkened, but the colour was becoming. Strangely, she didn't appear all that changed. Well, that was good. Nodding, she threw back her shoulders and swept from the room, her step graceful but quick. Tonight of all nights it was important she present a serene, lovely, and, yes, perfect aspect. Hero tilted her chin at the remembered sneer of the stranger as he'd mouthed the word perfect. What could he possibly have against perfection, anyway? Acknowledgements. To all the wonderful people who have helped me with this book, my agent, Susanna Taylor, who has selflessly found the very best ethnic restaurants in which to dine 5 years running at RWA Nationals. To my editor, Amy Pierpont, who has yet to blink at my rather incoherent book proposals. To the Grand Central Publishing Art Department, especially Diane Luger, which has come up with my totally awesome book covers time and time again. To the spectacular GCP sales team, especially Bob Levine, hi Bob, which makes sure my books are actually in stores to buy. And of course, to my terrific copy editor, Carrie Andrews, saving readers the world over from my tragic spelling errors. Thank you all.
This has been an Hachette audio production of Wicked Intentions. Written by Elizabeth Hoyt. Read by Ashford McNabb. Produced by John Clem. Directed by Nora Sedgwick. Recorded by Charles McCrory and Chris Howerton. Post-production by Gabino Reyes. Wicked Intentions is also available in print from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2010 by Nancy M. Finney. Audio production copyright and published 2010 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this production may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the prior written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.